Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very privileged to be your program director today. I would not have made justice to that prose and recitation. But before I do anything else, ngwana la mola ke a go kgopela gore o tle mo khupele ga rena o tlo re shogofatše mma. A re tlo go heletša setulo se se kao. Ngwana la mola e tla nka mo pele. O tle o khwi. Ah. O re bile mo. A ge a gona bothata mma.
Go tswa e be le rena re tlo thoma ka thapelo ke tlo gopela ka ditumelo tša go fapa-fapana. We can just bow our heads and request prayers. Modimo morena re bao ka wena re thabela wena re leboga letšatši la lekono re gopela morero o tlo sepele ka thelelo o re ete pele ka dikgopolo tše di hlatswoileng mafatla le dipelo bo tijwa moya setlemo e be kagišo re o leboga ramasedi amen.
Ke a leboga. We usually don't do this in our university. We start with a moment of silence or a moment of something, meditation. But because of the family, I requested that we do it the way the family does it. And I appreciate your understanding. I personally am not Christian or anything, but I had to give up what I believe and what I think. And ra leboga la palaga Ngoepe gore le tlile le hono ra le lebogisha. Ladies and gentlemen, we We booked this whole day for Professor Ngoepe today. However, because Unisa is Unisa, we found ourselves this morning having 3 pressing matters. Professor Lenkabula would have been here, but she's preparing for other things at the moment. But she has a team, and we have our leaders here today to welcome us. May Dr. Molapo, may I please ask you to come and welcome our community, please. Dr. Molapo is our Vice Principal, Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services, and I'm happy that she was able to accept this invitation. She will leave immediately after opening for us because there's a meeting where all the management is at today, except for her and Professor Ngoepe at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've made myself a little taller. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity, Program Director, Dr. Mantepu Masechaba. Also, let me take this opportunity to recognize members of Unisa Council, members of executive and extended management present here today, Justice Bernard Ngoepe, former Chancellor of the University of South Africa. I hope the Justice is here. He's probably running a bit late. Prof. Mpho Ngoepe, Acting Vice Principal, Research and Innovation. Also to recognize his wife, Mrs. Zahira Adams Ngoepe, if she's here or she will be joining us a bit late, and Tahira Ngoepe, the daughter. Me Trifina Ngoepe, the mother of our celebrant, Professor Ngoepe. Mama is sitting on that table over there, and all the siblings present here, Mamedi, Khabo, Hlaku, Noku, and Taze Ngoepe. All other members of the Ngoepe family present with us this morning. Prof. Zethu Nkosi, who's busy with another event in this building, Executive Dean, College of Human Sciences. Other members of College of Human Sciences present, Professor Siyasanga Jali, School Director in the Arts. Prof. Lorette Jacobs, Head Office of Tuition and Learner Support. And also I would like to recognize our speakers this morning, Dr. Tlo Situma, author and researcher in history, heritage and culture. Ms. Khanyisile Ngcobo, Director, National Archives and Record Service of South Africa. Distinguished online participants, Prof. Luciano Duranti, University of British Columbia, Dr. Cornell Rogers, Interpairs Research Network, Prof. Shadrach Katu, Global Expert in Archives and Digital Preservation, Dr. Sindiso Bebe, Charles Sturt, University of Australia, Dr. James Lowry, Information Studies, Queen's College City, University of New York. Also, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize national sector leaders, Professor Sikibakiba Lengwati, Deputy President, Oral History Association of South Africa, Mr. Charlie Molipo, President, Library and Information Association of South Africa, Ms. Maite Mangani, President, South African Society of Archivists. Also to recognize Mr. Puleng Kekana, Chief Director, National Archives and Libraries, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Mr. Dr. Graham Domini, former National Archivist of South Africa, all members of the Unisa epistemic community, all invited guests, distinguished guests watching these proceedings online, ladies and gentlemen, dumelang, thobela, dimashiloni, molweni, sanbonani, absheni, lochani, kgotsong, goeiemorgen. Good morning. Madam Program Director, it is a great honor and privilege to be standing before you, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. It is a great honor to be standing here on behalf of our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula. And I hope that I will fit her shoes this morning. They are quite big boots to fit, but I hope my small foot will be able to fit. Due to other priorities, Professor Lenkabula could not be here this morning because there are so many events running this morning. So we are all straddled as management across the university to try to touch all these universities that are regrettably, impacting this particular symposium. She sends her warm greetings to all of you and extends her warm welcome. She would have loved to be here, especially to meet the Ngoepe family. She is, however, sending those greetings and wishing you all well with this prestigious occasion in which we will honor one of our very own established scholar, Professor Mpho Ngoepe. Can we please give our celebrant a big round of applause? It is thus my singular honor on behalf of the Unisa Principal and Vice Chancellor to welcome you all to this, the inaugural Library and Information Services Symposium, which is jointly hosted by the Department of Information Sciences and the University of South Africa Library and Information Services. The symposium is anchored in the university's academic mission and vision and directly supports our work across the three core pillars of the academic agenda, that is teaching and learning, research and innovation, and community engagement or engaged scholarship. Madam Program Director, it is also worth noting that aligned to the revised Unisa 2030 strategy and Unisa's commitment towards student support, student-centeredness, also forms one of the pillars of our core business here at the University of the Land. In terms of the pillar of teaching and learning, the Library Information Services or Sciences Symposium foregrounds the fact that student success becomes possible as we ensure equitable access to learning resources, particularly for distance learning in a comprehensive open distance e-learning institution context, such as Unisa's. Capacity building and mentorship form an integral part of the core business of student support. The preceding two aspects of our student support projects are beautifully exemplified by our celebration of Prof. Ngoepe's role in nurturing emerging scholars and practitioners. In sum, by advancing digital platforms and integrated knowledge systems, the Library and Information Services enhances the overall teaching and learning experiences. Regarding the key pillar of research and innovation, The Research and Innovation Library and Information Services acts as a strategic enabler of research intensity by supporting open science initiatives, scholarly communication, as well as global indexing of African scholarship. This symposium, ladies and gentlemen, will also address the transformative impact of digital technologies and artificial intelligence, which shape research methodologies and the preservation of knowledge. The Library Information Services Symposium also fosters innovation through discussion on data-driven research, informatics, and archival excellence. In the area of engaged scholarship or community engagement, this symposium is also geared towards the strengthening of collaboration across universities, national memory institutions, professional bodies, and international partners, thus contributing to the expansion of Unisa's academic footprint. It will center African knowledge systems as well as the decolonization of memory institutions, thus ensuring that scholarship serves societal development and democratic accountability. By safeguarding institutional memory and societal knowledge, library and information services make meaningful contributions to engaged scholarship and governance integrity. And the intention is to extend that knowledge on the ground and to make sure that our people are reached. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that this prestigious gathering will strengthen our collective ambition as Unisa to remain the African university shaping futures in the service of humanity. It will contribute to the shaping of African futures by advancing conversations that center African knowledges and philosophies, digital innovation, archival excellence, as well as the strengthening of information ecosystems that support development, democracy, as well as scholarly impact. Consequently, library information services will be positioned not just as a service, but a strategic academic engine that influences how society remembers, learns, innovates, and evolves. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not just an ordinary day. We are here to honor Professor Mpho Ngoepe, an academic, archivist, and leader whose scholarship has shaped the evolution of archival science on the continent. And it really aligns well with our university vision that says we are an African university shaping futures in the service of humanity. Prof. Ngoepe's research has advanced digital preservation, indigenous knowledge systems, records governance, and the decolonization of memory institutions. His work has been central in documenting African experience through African methodologies and strengthening the visibility of African archival scholarship on the global stage. Professor Ngoepe is also a mentor who has opened doors to emerging scholars, practitioners, postgraduate students, and young academics across the institution. I've seen his books, and I hope they have brought them in this room. And I would like you to experience this morning the good work that Prof is doing. And I hope the lady that I saw holding those books, one of his mentees, will put those books in the table and for you to share and peruse. Beautiful work. He is persuaded that established researchers must nurture, and a close quotation, established researchers must nurture and mentor novice researchers to become self-sustainable in producing scholarly literature, close quotation. His leadership has strengthened professional association policy and elevated the African voice within the global archival community. Colleagues, Prof. Ngoepe's impact extends far beyond publications and policy influence. And I remember he is also involved with community radio stations, Prof. Ngoepe, if I remember well, within our one-on-one conversations. But I don't know whether it's documented anywhere. He has shaped a generation of archivists, records practitioners, and researchers through his commitment to collaboration and capacity building. It is no wonder that this archivist par excellence often quotes this African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. His career is a testament to the philosophy entailed in the tenor of the preceding proverb, also evidenced in Professor Ngoepe's dedication to strengthening the professional ecosystems that support archival scholarship. Professor Ngoepe's contribution reminds us that knowledge preservation is not a technical function, nor it is the safeguarding of identity, memory, cultural continuity, and democratic accountability. Halala mokoni halala. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Library Information Services Symposium also features the launch of several books reflecting the themes of scholarship, collaboration, and mentorship. This includes Knowledge Without Boundaries, a coffee table book, and additional celebratory publications that highlight academic excellence and creativity. These launches underscore the importance of sharing knowledge widely and supporting emerging scholars in their intellectual journeys. Additionally, the event will celebrate student achievement through awards to the Mobi Readathon platform, thus recognizing their dedication, innovation, and engagement in the learning process. These awards demonstrate Unisa's commitment to nurturing talent and fostering a culture of reading as well as academic writing among its students. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and family, we meet at a time when African intelligence, digital transformation, informatics, and data-driven research are redefining how knowledge is created, preserved, and accessed. For a comprehensive open distance e-learning institution like Unisa, Library Information Services is fundamental because it underpins digital transformation by enabling integrated digital platforms, advanced discovery systems, and accessible knowledge infrastructure. It also underpins student success by ensuring equitable access to learning resources across diverse geographical context and space. Research intensity by enhancing data services, research visibility, open science initiatives, and scholarly communication. Furthermore, it underpins knowledge accessibility by expanding digital collections, institutional repositories, and open access pathways, also efficiency and accountability through records governance and compliance with legislation, and not forgetting global competitiveness by aligning our systems with international standards and collaborative research networks. Library services is not an administrative unit. It is a strategic enabler of the academic project on account of the following. It drives African scholarship visibility. Also, it drives institutional memory by safeguarding records that support governance, compliance, and accountability. It drives equitable student support, especially for distance learning learners who rely on digital access. It drives legislative compliance through adherence to archival and records management standards. It also drives preservation of societal knowledge, which strengthens democracy, identity, and development. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen and family, I am of the view that Library Information Services Symposium will also strengthen collaboration across universities, national memory institutions, professional bodies, as well as our international partners. Such collaboration is pertinent as it will expand Unisa's academic footprint, enhance digital research ecosystems, as well as promote African-centered knowledge production that contributes to national development priorities. Madam Program Director, as we celebrate Professor Ngoepe this morning and we celebrate his legacy, can we also recommit ourselves to protecting knowledge, advancing scholarship, and strengthening the system that support learning, research, and societal progress. To all our presenters this morning, our delegates, guests, and partners, thank you so much for contributing to this important engagement. I do really appreciate your presence here. I know that you could have been held somewhere, but you made it a point to be here this morning. It is my hope that you all will have a very productive symposium. Prof. Ngoepe, you are so blessed that your mom is also here. I am very, very happy. Can we just give a round of applause to Mama Ngoepe? I am so happy that she's here to experience this life with her presence here. Prof. Ngoepe, the Sesotho sa Leboa proverb says, "Diretwa di boa makatong." Mokatong. Mantepu will interpret that. Congratulations for the job well done. Thank you for making all of us proud, and let the sky not be the limit. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, I now declare the 2025 Library and Symposium, Information Services Symposium officially open. Thank you very much, and all the best for this morning and the rest of the day. Thank you.
Can you see me? Good morning. Ooh, you don't sound like you're celebrating. I'm sensing burnout. Good morning. Yes, that's much better. My name is Mpho Ngoepe, and I am the acting chair of department. Department of Information Science here at the University of South Africa, the University of the Land. I would like to thank Dr. Mulapo for giving us that warm welcome. Can we just give her another round of applause? Thank you very much. My duty today is to tell you why you are here. Do you know why you are here? Do you know why you are here? Okay, it seems like you're not sure. Listen very carefully why you are here. I'll start off by acknowledging the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Nkabula in absentia, members of Council, Vice Principals present, in particular our officiating VP, Dr. Mpho Ngoepe, the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Z. Nkosi, School Director for the School of Arts, Professor S. Charlie, the Ngoepe family, distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests, our valued students, and fellow champions of information science, those present and those online. I would like to greet you all and welcome you again to this very prestigious event. Today, we honor a visionary whose intellectual footprint spans continents and whose influence reverberates through every archive, library, and information system that seeks to democratize knowledge. Professor Mpho Ngoepe is an architect of transformation, transcending borders from the ancient manuscripts of Timbuktu to the cutting-edge frameworks of Inter Pares, always guided by unwavering principles that knowledge belongs to all, that access to information is a fundamental right, and that African scholarship, to the greatest extent possible, must be articulated in African voices, languages, and epistemologies. Yet, what makes Professor Ngoepe's legacy truly exceptional is not merely what he has written, because he has written quite a lot. You've seen the books there. Go to his Google Scholar account, you'll be amazed. So, it is not merely about what he has written, but whom he has uplifted and how he has challenged us to reimagine our profession through transformation and Africanization. His passionate advocacy for language transformation reminds us that true knowledge democracy cannot exist when indigenous languages are excluded from scholarly discourse. Behind every paper and collaboration lies a network of mentees. That includes librarians, record managers, information governance specialists, and digital curators, and the list goes on, all of whom testify to his insistence that we must develop contextually relevant, African-centered approaches to information science. Professor Ngoepe is internationally respected for groundbreaking work in information science, including his participation in global projects such as the Inter Pares Global Project and the Timbuktu Archives, and for his unwavering advocacy for open science and equitable access to knowledge. Equally important is his mentorship record. Archivists, records managers, and information professionals credit him for shaping their careers and leadership philosophies. His passionate commitment to Africanization and language transformation has challenged the profession to reimagine information science through indigenous knowledge systems and multilingual frameworks. So today, we are here. This one-day symposium celebrates the distinguished scholarly legacy of Professor Mpho Ngoepe. The event will showcase his contributions to information management, records management, archival studies, digital preservation, and open science, while stimulating dialogue on the future of these fields in South Africa and the broader African region. Can we just give him another round of applause? This symposium marks the first in a series of many organized by the Department of Information Science in collaboration with with our library and information services at Unisa, whom we are very proud of. It aims to acknowledge and honor the esteemed professionals within our field for their significant scholarly contributions and their positive impact on society. Linking this symposium with national anniversaries in higher education and heritage preservation will also significantly enhance our visibility and firmly establish Unisa's status as a leader in the library and information science fraternity. Another round of applause. So the objectives for today. First and foremost, we want to honor Professor Ngoepe's academic and professional impact in the field of information science. We want to reflect on the evolution of archival and records management scholarship in Africa. We are also going to explore current trends in open science, digital curation, and institutional repositories. We hope to strengthen collaboration between academia and professional practice. We also want to inspire postgraduate and early career scholars to pursue research in library and information science. So, as we proceed, I urge you to approach each presentation as active custodians of a legacy in the making. Because, say it, many people do these things once people have passed away. And we are so fortunate that we are not going to follow that route. We are going to acknowledge people while they are here. But as I have said, we have to be active custodians in this legacy. Engage deeply, question boldly, and allow today's conversations to ignite collaborations that transcend disciplinary boundaries and colonial legacies. Professor Ngoepe's most significant contribution has been illuminating the interconnectedness of our work, while challenging us to center African perspectives, languages, and knowledge systems in everything we do. Today's discussions are not merely academic exercises. They are acts of transformation and blueprints for an authentically African knowledge ecosystem. Let us honor him with our commitment to action, to mentoring generously, championing equitable access in all South African languages, breaking down silos, privileging indigenous knowledge systems, and building institutions that reflect our diverse heritage. The information landscape of tomorrow is being shaped today, and you and me hold the power to transform it. So work boldly, preserve intentionally, speak truth in your mother tongue, and remember, the greatest tribute to a teacher is not in how well we remember their lessons, but in how courageously we live them. Thank you so much for listening, and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Molapo, and to Professor Saurombe for those welcome addresses and the reasons why we are here. My introduction to Professor Ngoepe was through a chancellor's address, and this man was speaking English in a very strong Sepedi dialect or tone. But every word he said was very important, and I found him to be very funny. And even today, when he makes his graduation speeches, everyone in the hall just laughs. But he also shows us that we do not have to be stuck to our small villages and cliches and only speak a language that's only understood by a few. He has stuck to Northern Sotho, but he is an international academic, and thank you very much, Prof. The next person that will be speaking, I met in all the Polokwane lectures, and I became very interested in Dr. Situmo, and I'm happy that he'll be the first one to address us today. And that I've always said I would like just to keep your brain somewhere, because whenever someone speaks, you know the whole paragraph. As we read our excerpts from books, you know it by head. And Prof, I don't know how we can archive him. Pakotela, may you please come up, and thank you very much for being here today.
Bakonika Mpho ape le khono re mo kgorong ya Unisa kere nna ke tswa kgorong ya Ngoepe ba nthumile re kgobokane jwale ka mo kgorong ya Unisa re bakone le khono pele nka gole I just want to say indeed today all of us we are bakone because we are celebrating Mokone. And before I can go any further and make a terrible mistake, I want to recognize my wife sitting over there. You know why? Because there is a saying that behind every successful man, there is a woman. Which means, equally speaking, in front of every successful woman, there is a man. You know, I was going to recite this Ngoepe praise poem, but Bessie did that, reciting this Ngoepe praise poem. But as usual, she skipped some lines for whatever reason. I don't know why, Bessie, have you skipped those very interesting lines? Sometimes they call it interesting, but sometimes they say they are controversial. Prof, if it was not because of this thing of conflict of interest, I want to implore you to commission an investigation into those lines, a research into those lines which are being skipped many times. But please, don't establish a commission. We have got enough commissions today in South Africa. So please, I want you to do us a favor to make to commission a research about these lines of Ngoepe praise poem which are always skipped. Because I always challenge you, Mugonu, to say, when Ngoepe is roromaging the bride, the one who is getting excited the next morning is the mother-in-law. Why is the mother-in-law being excited? Because he is not the one who has been roromaged. It's only the Ngwechi that is being roromaged, but the Matswale is the one who is hanahaning. So that is your homework, Prof. We want clarity on that. But now, coming to today's occasion, I don't know where to start, really, with these few minutes I've been given. Where do I start to cover the spectacular achievements of this gentle giant? Where do I start, really, in celebrating this gentle giant? And I was requested to speak here today, and I don't know why me. I don't know. Those who picked me up, they know the reason why. And when they selected me, they wanted me to prepare something like formal thing or something like a formal paper. I refused. I refused any academification approach because I know Prof very, very, very well. So why do I have to really prepare a paper about someone I know so much, because we come from the same village, but there is no streets. There are no streets in that village. Otherwise, it was going to be Vilakazi Street, where Mandela and Tutu came from, the two Nobel laureates, but there are no streets where we come from. When I am in my home state, in my home compound, I can see him at his home when he is walking around the yard. That is the truth, very, very near me. It's not that because he's a professor today, I say, now I live next to him. No, no. The only landmark that is keeping our two home states apart is Ngoepe Young Chiefs, the old football ground, Ngoepe Young Chiefs Football Club. Remember, at our village, everything is Ngoepe. A football club is Ngoepe Young Chiefs. The village is Ngoepe. And the royal house is Ngoepe Royal House. By the way, he is not only of royal in the academic sense. He also has royal blood. He's coming from the royal council. So if you don't clap hands for that, I don't know. Now, because he is of royal in the traditional sense and also royal in the academic sense, we have got a dilemma now. Which one how do we address him, culturally or academically? But we had a plan to say, we call him Mukoni Prof. We cover him culturally, Mukoni, and then academically, Prof. It's Mukoni Prof. But not Prof Mukoni, because otherwise it would be construed that his surname is Mukoni. So Mukoni Prof, you are our pride. You are our pride. And then you are our gift. By the way, those who don't know, Mpho means gift. He is our gift. And then at this point in time, I'm going to take this opportunity and use the advantage behind the microphone. I want you to do the following. On this table, I am going to request only the mother to stand up. Before I do that, I want to say this. You know, when you give birth to a child, you don't know if you are giving birth to a professor or a criminal. So I don't know whether it's a luck or how we are being groomed, but it's just a dicey situation because you might be carrying a Ngoepe person for 9 months in your womb. You don't know. But for you to give birth to a professor, that's why I want the mother to stand up, and all of us, we stand up and give her a standing ovation and honor for a lifetime. But you siblings don't stand up, only the mother, and the whole hall must stand up and give her a round of applause. Let's do that, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mama, for giving us this gift. It's very, very important. For us, it's a gift. It's a pride and gift to the mother and also to his late father. May his soul rest in peace, a gentle soul, Ntate Ngoepe, but wherever he is very proud of what is happening today. My late mother used to say, "Nkabe batho ba tsoshwa." We wish that the dead could rise and come and see what is happening here. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to say, Prof, you are a gift to your siblings. Your siblings are very proud of you. And we in the village, we are very proud. And also, you are the pride and gift of Unisa. You are also pride and gift to South Africa, Africa, and the world at large. Because this man can travel. I speak to him constantly. He would say, I'm leaving for Canada. Next week he's saying, you know what, I'm leaving to Europe. Hey, this man has got stamina and pedigree to travel. You can give him a round of applause for that. Because whenever he's going, he comes back with something to come back and share with us. So let me come back to Ngoepe now. When we were growing up, I didn't notice him that much because he's such a quiet person. And besides that, we have got about 10 years gap between me and him. So I can't claim that when he was growing up, I noticed him. You know, in a village or in a class, we always notice those chachara students. But he was very quiet. That's why I couldn't notice him as an elder brother. So maybe he was looking at me because I was a bit older. The only time I began serious interaction with, by that time he was not Prof. He was still Mpho to me. Ne? So, because, people, the students who are here today, they don't think that Mpho went to first year. He was a fresher one time. They only see him as a professor today. But the only time I seriously interacted with Mpho that time was in 1994. I know when I mention this name, people think of other things. But it was 1994. I was taking my younger brother to the University of the North. And I was also taking myself there because I was going to do a HED after completing my distance learning with Unisa, my first degree. Now I was taking my younger brother, Kwena. Now, his late father was taking him to University of the North as well. So we traveled as 4 people. I was having my younger brother, then the father was having him. They were still very young boys. So now, that's where now we began that kind of interaction because fortunately, during 1994 at the University of the North, there was a lot of students and then we could not finish registering on that day. And then we were in trouble now because it was late. We were going to take transport back home. We don't know because during those days we didn't know that there are things like guest houses, etc., etc. So we didn't know all these things. Now, fortunately, around the university, there were some educated Ngoepe people there. These people of Ngoepe, they are so educated. So there were educated Ngoepe people around the university. So the father happened to know some of them. So we went, the 4 of us, because we couldn't finish registering, we went to sleep over there. You know, when you sleep unprepared, you don't mind even you sleep under the table. But as long as tomorrow you can wake up and go and finish registering. So we succeeded finishing registering. Mpho and Kwena, they started their first years, and then I did my HED there. So now, I didn't follow him that much during those days, but when I began to write books, because I've written over 20 books to date, some of them you can go and check them there. He also wrote. Now, that's where we began to come closer. We began to come closer, and then we began to talk about books, talk about writing, and then we did so many research projects together. And then we shared a lot of information. And he is a selfless person. If he sees a position which you can apply for, she forwards it to you. That's how he has uplifted so many people. And for that, he deserves a round of applause. So we began to work together in many, many, many things. I cannot mention them here because of time. But there is one thing I must mention. We are not that closely intimate. We keep a respectable distance between us. So we are not those that intimate. That's why I'm so embarrassed now, because I don't even know the first name of his wife. And he does not know, I'm sure he also does not know the first name of my wife. Do you know why? Because we don't discuss such things. You know because why? Because there is this saying that small minds discuss people. Average minds discuss events, and great minds discuss ideas. So you can clap hands for that. That's why I don't even know the first name of his wife. Now, and one other thing which I like about Prof is that the issue of plowing back, of not forgetting where we come from. Me and him, we have got that in common. We always go back home to our rural Mahabem village. Do you know these people who get educated? I will say educated. Then they go to live in Sandton and they forget where they come from. Me and Prof do not do that. We always, and even during these December holidays, we are going back to our rural village. We are going to establish a library, Ngoepe Library. But you know, there are these people who stay in Sandton when they got educated in the rural areas. You know, there is this reggae singer called Toots. I don't know why they call me Toots in the village, but you'll ask them. Toots and the Maytals, from that album, Reggae Got Soul, there is a track you must go and Google and check. It says, people who live in the ghetto, or people who live in the rural areas. You get educated from the rural area, but when you get educated enough, you get more educated for your village. You are more educated for your mother. So, but me and Prof, we always go back to our village. But I heard the mother in the holding room. We were now gossiping and talking in hush-hush. The mother was saying, you know, maybe these wives of yours, they are the ones who refuse to come back home because now they are used to the nice things in the cities. But that one we will sort out, Prof. We will sort out, don't worry. We will go back to that thing of discussing, we will go back to that category of small minds. Towards my conclusion, I want to say, this man is an internationalist, as I indicated, because he goes around the world, and then he is also an inspiration. Prof, you have inspired so many people, including me. And when I grow up, I want to be like you. My last message from me is that Badimu Barena, they have sent me to say, please, Prof, take all Unisa with its staff and everything and bring it to Ngoepe. Or if you don't take this whole of Unisa here and take it to Ngoepe and put it there at where there was Ngoepe Young Chiefs, then you must build, or you must assist us in building a Unisa bigger than this one in your lifetime, on top of Setlaole Kopi, on that Setlaole small mountain. You must build Unisa bigger than this one, because like-minded people like myself are fully behind you as you continue to shine and conquer this planet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tlositumo. In her opening address, Dr. Molapo reminded us libraries teach us how society remembers, learns, and innovates. And Professor Saurombe came and said we should protect knowledge. And Dr. Situmo said whenever Professor Ngoepe travels, he brings something back to us, and he always does. We appreciate that, Prof. Ngoepe, the younger one, Doc, he said something very profound that they don't know each other's wives' first names. And you and I also did not, although we acknowledged you in paper and word, may you please stand up so that. Okay, Ngoepe Junior is sitting right here. Kena Omo, and this is the daughter sitting next to her. So you guys will identify and see who they are, but they are sitting right here. There we go. Thank you so much. Ra leboga gore you have arrived, and thank you very much for honoring us. I will now ask the following to prepare to come upstage. Colleagues, you can come sit right here so that we follow each other quickly to provide messages of support. Professor Luciane Duranti and Dr. Corinne Rogers. Will some of the messages be played or not? But I know it will be done. Judge Mpho Ngoepe, Dr. James Lowry, Dr. Vanessa Neo Matope, and Dr. Joseph Matoswane. And before we hear the messages of support, I would like to read something that Jonathan Mukwebo said in 2018 when he was graduating. He said, "After completing my honors degree, Professor Ngoepe persuaded me to do my postgraduate studies in the field of archives and records management, as well as to register for a master's degree in the same field, as there was little research done in South Africa in that focus. His mentoring efforts are greatly appreciated because it created a long-term relationship that helped me succeed in pursuance of my academic career with ease. May the Almighty God bless him and his family for many more years to come." In 2018, there was no ChatGPT, so I know that Ntate Mukwebo wrote this from his heart. And these words are a summary or just a glimpse of what most of us in this room and those who are online and those who are elsewhere say about Professor Ngoepe. He has encouraged most of us. Some of us did not even know what archives and records management were, but he has brought a lot of academics to this field, and we appreciate you with those words from Ntate Mukwebo, which are words from 100 other people who you have guided. May I please have this stream of people give the messages of support, please. As they come along,
Friends and cousins, tsa Professor Mpho Ngoepe, dumela. Ntate Stum and his beautiful wife. I am not Luciana Duranti. I am Dr. Vanessa Naumatope. However, I have been asked to read a statement in honor of Professor Mpho Ngoepe from Luciana Duranti and Corinne Rogers from Enterprise Trust AI from the University of British Columbia. Hello from Canada, and thank you for this opportunity to address you at the symposium in honor of Professor Mpho Ngoepe. We regret that we cannot be with you in person to celebrate Professor Mpho Ngoepe and his many accomplishments. We represent Enterprise, Luciana as Principal Investigator, and Corinne as First Graduate Researcher Assistant, and then as Project Coordinator. Started in 1998, Interparrays is a multinational interdisciplinary research network based at the University of British Columbia, funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada and supported by research partners across 6 continents from 1998 to the present day. Over 5 phases, Interparrays has explored the authenticity and trustworthiness of digital records in successive generations of technology, from the early office computer systems through interactive and dynamic systems to the cloud and now artificial intelligence. Mpho has been a valued colleague and friend since 2007, when he joined Interparrays 3 as a co-investigator with Team Africa, and we have had the privilege to work with Mpho since that time in subsequent phases of Interparrays as well. He was appointed director of Team Africa in the 4th phase of Interparrays and Interparrays Trust, where he guided a team of researchers from the University of South Africa, Botswana, Zululand, Open Polytechnic of New Zealand, Moore University, the National University of Science and Technology, from the Botswana National Archives and Record Services, and the National Archives of Zimbabwe, and from the Attorney General of South Africa, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Rand Water, Fana Broadcasting Corporation Share Company, and several independent consultants. Like all other co-investigators in Interparrays, Mpho's contribution to digital records research is related not only to his specific environment, but across teams and continents to address issues relevant to everyone who relies on trustworthy digital records. Mpho brought the issues investigated by Interparrays to Africa, doing active research on management and preservation of digital records, coordinating researchers across countries, supervising PhD students who also studied relevant issues and went on to become researchers in Interparrays in their own right, and hosting many team meetings. In December 2017, Mpho hosted an international symposium of Interparrays Trust where researchers from Canada, the United States, Europe, Great Britain, and of course, Africa, presented some of the findings of that research. When Interparrays Trust Fund finished, Mpho edited one of the 5 final books on the project, Managing Digital Records in Africa. It has been a pleasure and an honor to work with Mpho and many of his students and colleagues over the years. And we are delighted to contribute to honor his important scholar. Thank you from Luciana and Corinne. Ke a leboga mogadisi.
Good morning, colleagues, cousins, and self-adopted brothers and sisters. I am one of those who is self-adopted. You don't know yet, Prof, but I've adopted myself into the Ngoepes. I've got a message here from Prof. James Laurie, which I'm gonna read out. And I'm also going to read the one from those who are from library and information science discipline. So James Laurie is saying that, congratulations, Prof. Ngoepe, on being recognized today for your important contribution to research in information studies in the field of archival studies. Your work has been transformative. Your early work on accountability and good governance established an important voice in archives and record management. in South Africa and beyond. His work to reform curricula and his studies of archival education have helped us critically to examine what we are teaching and how we are teaching it. Indeed, he has been a decolonizing force in pedagogy, and in his writing on indigenous memory practices, has challenged European hegemony at the conceptual level too. Prof. Ngoepe's impact on the literature is matched only by his impact on his many collaborators who have been enriched by his thinking and his whim collegiality, and on his students who are taking record keeping forward through research and practice in exciting ways. Thank you for your work, Mpho Ngoepe, and congratulations on this well-deserved recognitions. Best regards, Prof. James Lorry. And this one is from us who are from this discipline. I will start by saying that Prof. Ngoepe, I normally refer to him as the angel with a golden hand. Whoever whom he touches, you are forced to shine, unfortunately. So you are a true leader who leads by example. You are inspirational and you are impactful in all your field of studies. Your hard work, humility, dedication, and intellect carried us all along. Your academic support and confidence you had in us from our honors level until to the PhD encouraged and motivated us to use our talents and actively participate in association in our field. You were able to see and nurture the real potential within us. You stood by many of us when hope was lost, instilled strength and resilience when we had lost hope, and motivated us when we doubted our abilities. I will conclude by saying that go fitlheng ga gago ka mo legaeng la Bogobapuku digolo di bonagetse. Metlhala ya gago ya go latela. Ke a leboga.
Sorry, Program Director, ba mpusitse. Ke a leboga. This time I come back as a retired judge. Professor Mpho Ngoepe receives the honor he richly deserves. From humble beginnings as a child sitting around open fires, learning and sharing stories, he took the craft to the hallowed academic corridors, nationally and internationally. He was able to attain these colossal achievements because of his passion for his chosen discipline, namely the sharing of information and knowledge. The sharing of knowledge beyond borders, of which he became a champion, is necessary in a world that is faced with the inevitable and globalization of all issues. It is essential in achieving I practiced this word, but now I just can't seem to say it. Let me try again. Thank you, Dad. I blame Tate's Tumo because I practiced all the speeches, and when he came here, all the English left. But let me try again. It is essential in achieving multilateralism. I think I came close. Yeah. It is through the sharing of information and knowledge that we will be able to make the world a better place for all, especially those who would otherwise be excluded or left behind. Therein lies the true importance of Professor Ngoepe's contribution, for which we owe him the honor. Well done, Mashoko. Judge B.M. Ngoepe, retired judge. Thank you, Program Director.
such honor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Matupe le Dr. Matoswani ra leboga. We will follow with more messages of support. Ke kgopela Mme Maite Manganyi, the President of the South African Society of Archivists, Ntate Charlie Molepo, the President, Library and Information Association of South Africa, Professor Sikiba Kibalehwati, the Deputy President of the Oral History Association of South Africa, Mme Khanyisile Ngobo, Director, National Archives and Record Services of South Africa. May you please, colleagues, come and offer messages of support.
Good morning, colleagues. First, let me extend my greetings to the Vice Chancellor in absentia, Melin Kabula, our guest, our celebrant, Professor Ngoepe, and the family that is here, Baka Ngoepe, Realocha. Ke dumedishe ka moka the delegates that are here from our different institutions, from our different relationships that we have with Professor Ngoepe. I'm here to extend the message of support from the South African Society of Archivists. And I was thinking that I think this is the first of the biggest forum that we ever had as GLEM sector. GLEM, I'm referring to galleries, libraries, archives, and museums where we gather as one. It has never happened. Can we give it a round of applause? I'm saying this because it means the person who brought us here today has left footprints in all these sections that I've mentioned of GLEM. He's been in galleries, he's been in libraries, archives, and museums, and he continues to be there. So this indicates that we can have collaborative relationships and we can build information management ecosystem. So it is a great honor and profound appreciation that as the South African Society of Archivists, I extend this message of support to the Library and Information Science Symposium celebrating the collaborative scholarship of Professor Mpho Ngoepe. The symposium that is held under the befitting theme, Knowledge Beyond Borders, recognize not only a distinguished scholar, but a visionary leader whose work continues to reshape the archival, records management, and broader LIS landscapes locally, regionally, and globally. They've indicated he's international. We call him international archivist. Professor Ngoepe's academic journey is a testament to the transformative power of knowledge that refuses to be confined. Through an extensive body of research, groundbreaking publications, and dedicated mentorship, he has championed an integration of African archival perspectives into global discourse. His scholarship has bridged gaps between academia and practice, theory and application, heritage and innovation, affirming his unwavering commitment to inclusivity, intellectual rigor, and interdisciplinarity. Beyond his scholarly achievement, Professor Ngoepe has been an anchor and catalyst within the South African Society of Archivists. At a time when revitalization and reorientation were urgently needed, He played an instrumental role in resuscitating the society and restoring it to its position as leading professional body in the archival fraternity. His leadership infused SASA with renewed energy, strengthened its governance structure, expanded its academic footprint, and inspired a new generation of archivists committed to ethical stewardship and professional excellence. Let me indicate, the Tatestumo indicated that Professor Ngoepe is very selfless. And when we say as SASA, we will continue to be indebted to Professor Ngoepe. 2024, he did, 2025 actually, because that's where it was concluded. He did a very selfless thing I've never seen in this world. Professor Ngoepe wrote a book. It's called what? A first script. He wrote a first script for Professor Ngulube. You know what he did? After writing that book, he said, I'm giving the publication rights to the South African Society of Archivists. Who does that? That was free of charge. He did not charge SASA anything. And from that, he also produced copies to say, this is a starter for SASA to sell and make profit. Who does that? I've never seen a scholar doing that. That is very selfless. And the other thing, let me tell you, I think it was in 2021 or 22, we honored him as SASA with a lifetime achievement. And people were saying, he's still young. How can you honor such a young man with a lifetime? And we said we're not honoring his age. We are honoring his contributions in the sector and in the organization itself. Can we give him a round of applause? And you see, we are still in 2025. But let me tell you, the conference venue for SASA 2026 is confirmed through his efforts. So can we give that round of applause? We are not panicking where we are going next year. We know. So we are indebted to Professor Ngoepe. So Professor Ngoepe has constantly advocated for collaboration, recognizing that advancement of archival science depend on collective effort, shared experience, and cross-border academic networks. Many of the society's strategic initiatives, research advancement, and partnerships bear his intellectual imprint and testament of his belief that the archival field must evolve in tandem with global information ecosystem. So as we celebrate his contributions today, we are reminded that Professor Ngoepe's work extends beyond institutional walls. It reaches into our communities, our heritage repositories, our universities, and the broader knowledge society, affirming the critical role of archives in democratic participation, historical memory, and social justice. His dedication to nurturing young professionals has ensured that the future of the profession is anchored in capable and inspired hands. I'm one of the people that he has nurtured as an upcoming professor. I remember when I first got elected into the society, it was back in 2018. We were in Cape Town. I was refusing. I was scared. I was young. And he said, because I was elected into the position of the treasurer, he said, don't worry, I'm going to assist you. And he did exactly that. And I remember the first AGM where I had to present the financial statement. I was shivering. I didn't even know where to start. And he said, don't worry, I'll do it for you this year. Then you will learn. Next year you'll do it. So that's the person that he is. And also somebody, is it Joseph, that indicated that he was inspired or encouraged to register for master's and PhD by Professor Ngoepe. If you're in here and you never got encouragement to register. Raise up your hand, Robon. If Prof Asankabla Luenar, you're wasting time. Can you raise your hand? None. Because he's always on us to say, you're wasting your mark. No, you must register. No, in those kind of things. So we are appreciating that he continued to nurture young professionals, not only by words, but also by doing. He will carry you with your hand. He will assist you where you're stuck. He's a phone call away. Every day we call him. Every day we say, even as SASA, we told him that as much as he's not in the executive, he remains our point of contact in need. And he has never said no to us. So on behalf of the South African Society of Archivists, I convey our deepest respect and heartfelt congratulations to Professor Ngoepe. This symposium stands as a well-deserved tribute to a scholar and a leader whose influence continues to transcend borders, geographical, disciplinary, and generational. May the conversations held today advance our shared commitment to knowledge preservation, innovation, and collaboration. We wish the organizers, presenters, and participants a productive, reflective, and enriching symposium. May the legacy we honor today continue to inspire bold ideas and meaningful partnerships across the global LIS community. Thank you.
Good morning to the university management, Prof and family, institutional governance, friends and cousins. Maybe it would be prudent for me to start with a verse. In Isaiah 43, verse 19, it says, "See, I am doing a new thing. I am making a way in the wilderness and creating a stream in a wasteland." Prof has this tendency of quoting verses when he delivers papers. So I thought this is the most relevant verse. If you look where Prof comes from, I wouldn't say a small village because I've just realized that it's actually a village that had produced national figures. If you look at the previous speaker who opened this session, the retired Judge Ngoepe and now Prof Ngoepe. Prof, we as LIASA, since some board members here, and President-elect Professor Makhatlela, we are very indebted to you. When we approached you to request you to be responsible to become an editor-in-chief of the journal, of the South African Journal of Library and Information Studies, you greatly agreed to assist us. And since those few years, the image, the quality of articles that have been submitted, I mean, the rejection rate, I cannot speak to it because you're probably the best person to talk about it, is that it's getting more and more academics wants to publish with the journal compared to the years preceding your editor-in-chief. And I can confirm, colleagues, the mentorship, Prof has not only took this baton and only concentrated on journal, but we have seen that he has brought under his belt young professionals who would take over. It seems as if he has a premonition. It seems as if he had an idea that very soon his work would not allow him to do the work. But what he did, he took under his wing young professionals. And I'm not scared as I stand here as LIASA president, because I know even when Prof said to me at the end of this year, because I'm sensing it's going to happen, that Mr. Mlepo, we are no longer available. I already know who has he brought up that is going to take this medal. So let's give it to Prof for mentorship. Prof, we are very glad that the university has taken this opportunity, not only the library, but the department, because you have been very strong in trying to bring together the academic and the practice. And I remember one of the first things we did whilst I was still president-elect is to try and create workshops for practitioners to write research article papers based on practice. And that has made a huge impact. We have seen that with the quality of papers at our conference. All of a sudden, we now have almost 200 papers that are submitted each year when we only have a space of about 70 to 80 pages, papers. So that is the quality of the professor that we're talking about today. So to the University of South Africa, Ngoepe family and colleagues, we'd like to say to Prof, congratulations. This is an important milestone where your peers and your seniors and your juniors come and celebrate you. As a professional body, recognized by SAQA through NQF Act of 97, 2007, we wish to say congratulations, Prof. Thank you.
Program Director, distinguished scholars, archivists, valued students, the Ngoepe family, Bagoni, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me start off by being personal. I know Professor Ngoepe, and I've known him for quite a while. We have worked together on the Gauteng Provincial Archives Council. The Gauteng Provincial Archives is a new baby on the block. It was only established recently. And under his able leadership as the chairperson of that council, we steered that ship in terms of really advising on what the content of the archives should be. And I'm proud to say that in terms of its sort of decolonial approach, seeing its value as in incorporating into these archives the material, the information that has really been on the margins, because our archives continue to be very colonial, quite tainted by apartheid. It was under his able leadership that we see that archive really centering the experiences of African people, particularly in Gauteng. So it is my honor as the Deputy President of the Oral History Association of South Africa, that is OHASA, to deliver this message of support on behalf of our President, Mr. Mpho Zulu, who unfortunately could not be with us this morning. He conveys his warm greetings and extends his heartfelt appreciation to the organizers for convening this important symposium. Today's gathering is more than a celebration. It is a recognition of a luminous scholarly journey, one embodied by the Professor Mpho Ngoepe Scholarship. Professor Ngoepe Mukoni, this symposium affirms the critical role that you have played in expanding the intellectual horizons of archival science, information governance, and broader heritage practices in South Africa and beyond. Your work has consistently demonstrated how archives and knowledge systems are not static repositories, but dynamic instruments that shape memory, identity, and the possibilities of transformation. The theme, Knowledge Without Borders, Unlocking the Future Through Collaboration, speaks powerfully to the ethos that OHASA continues to champion. Oral history, by its nature, transcends boundaries. It transcends geographic, linguistic, disciplinary, and generational boundaries. It calls on us to listen across differences and to recognize the multiplicity of human experience. It reminds us that the production of knowledge must remain inclusive, dialogic, and anchored in the lived realities of communities. In honoring Professor Ngoepe's scholarship today, we affirm the centrality of collaboration in advancing our fields of research. Whether in archives, or oral history, or indigenous knowledge systems, or interdisciplinary research, collaboration remains the catalyst that unlocks new insights and ensures that knowledge circulates freely, seamlessly, and meaningfully. It is through working together that we can safeguard the stories of our people, democratize access to information, and nurture future generations of scholars and practitioners. And I emphasize these points in the light of where we are as the oral history of South Africa. The current executive committee, of which I'm a part, has really taken a stance that, our association should not simply serve as a forum where people come and present their papers, but it should also, be a space where we can begin the process of gathering oral sources. Oral interviews need to be gathered. They need to form part of our archival repositories, because unless we do that, our archives will remain colonized and tainted by apartheid and colonization. So we hope, Professor Ngoepe, in the spirit of partnership and collaboration, that you would be able to advise on what needs to be done in order to change the landscape of our archives to ensure that the oral accounts that we collect form part of those archives to allow the next generation of scholars, even the current one, to be able to tap into those resources. And in that way, they can begin to produce decolonized histories of our societies. In honoring Professor Ngoepe's scholarship today, or rather, I've already covered that one. I wanted to move to this last part, which really says that on behalf of the Oral History Association of South Africa, we celebrate Professor Ngoepe's contribution to scholarship, mentorship, and institutional leadership. We trust that this symposium will inspire renewed commitment to collaboration in the academy, in society, and more broadly. May it deepen networks, provoke thoughtful dialogue, and open pathways for innovative partnerships. I want to say in closing that I am proud to be associated with Professor Ngoepe, in part because we come from the same province. I don't come from Ngoepe, but I come from Zebediela, which is an important part of the Limpopo province. Now, Mr. Zulu, that is in closing, Mr. Zulu extends his best wishes to all participants and expresses OHASA's unwavering support for the ongoing work of cultivating vibrant, inclusive, and boundary-breaking knowledge landscape. Re a leboga.
Program Director, Prof. Ngoepe, honored guests, Dr. Molapo, Professor Nkosi, Professor Sorombe, Professor Jacobs, Ngoepe Senior and Ngoepe Junior, the Ngoepe family, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It would have not been proper for the National Archives not to be here today, because this is where it all began. When Prof was still as young as he is today, started in the Western Cape Provincial Archives, moved up the ladder, came to the National Archives to join us as an archivist. Look where he is today. Look at all the work that he has done till this far. So it is a great honor and privilege to stand before you today to deliver this message of support as we recognize and celebrate the excellent work in our field in the form of a symposium. Allow me to begin by expressing sincere appreciation to the organizers for conceptualizing and hosting this admirable initiative. Can we give them a round of applause, please? In many conferences, we honor best presenters, best papers, newcomers, to mention a few. However, this day we dedicate specifically to Prof. Ngoepe. It gives an honor, an opportunity to honor him in this way. As the National Archives, we take great pride in the significant stride our sector is making, especially associated with the giants in this hall. This year alone, we have convened exceptional conferences, workshops, and seminars, and importantly, we have for the first time in a long while partnered meaningfully with the sector, the LIS sector. This collaboration gives us great confidence in the bright future of the LIS profession. We extend our gratitude to Unisa for its steadfast support and leadership. Under the guidance of Prof. Ngoepe, a renewed spirit of unity and collaboration has been instilled across the sector. I remember when he moved up the ladder and we thought that, oh my goodness, so what is going to happen in this, in this sector now, at Unisa? And fortunately, he actually left behind excellent scholars who are down to earth, who are able to work openly with all sectors. As a result, we have witnessed remarkable growth among academics and practitioners within the archival fraternity, nationally and provincially. A growing number of archivists are now pursuing doctoral, master's, and honors studies. We truly value this encouragement and the vision that continues to drive it. The sector is closing the year on a high note with the symposium, which serves as a source of motivation, learning opportunity as we look towards the coming year. We should all be inspired to follow in the footsteps of this great man by bridging the gaps that he has actually tried to bridge, elevating the visibility of the sector, and identifying emerging trends that will strengthen our work and benefit society at large through improved access to information. This today is actually an honorable day, because to us as the National Archives, our work becomes easier when we have great leaders such as Prof. To Ngoepe, you are indeed blessed. You are indeed blessed, Ma, and you have children that are honored all over the world. You must be immensely proud. Thanks to my colleague as well, Zahira, who gives support to Prof, as the saying or the idiom is that behind every successful man, there is an excellent woman. So Prof, Doc, until the linguist approves what you said earlier, we still stand by that idiom. Prof, it feels like yesterday when you joined the National Archives, youthful and full of promise, qualities that you continue to embody today and continuously strive for. We pray that Modimo agubusise with many years and that he continues to guide and protect you and give you more awesome ideas that will uplift the sector. We offer our warmest wishes to you, Bagoni. I thank you.
Re a leboga, and thank you very much. I have an announcement. Students who are with the mobile readathon, please go to the register on this right-hand side so that something can be done. Students with the mobile readathon, please go to the register table on the right-hand side of the place. Colleagues, time is now of the essence, and I'm going to cut short some of the speakers. So from now on, I'm measuring the time. Next is Professor Francois. Will Professor Francois be online, or is Prof here? Okay, we'll have Professor Francois Haraba from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Then we have Dr. Graham Domini, a former National Archivist of South Africa, Research Fellow here at Unisa. Do I have them? May Dumeling, where are you? Do you know? Okay. Okay. Dumeling is preparing something for me. Yeah. Okay. Okay, please wait. Come, Prof. Come, Doc. Are we starting with Prof? Okay. Doc will sit here and we'll start with Prof online. I should have helped. Okay. Itu, please signal for me. Itu, should I let Doc go first? Okay, thank you. Doc, may you please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Ngoepe, Mrs. Ngoepe. I should acknowledge a lot of other people by protocol. That has already been done. And I hope that I can say all protocol observed, because I've decided I want everybody to acknowledge three important things now. First of all, is the Constitution of the Democratic Republic of South Africa. Secondly, is the Promotion of Access to Information Act. Thirdly, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and its leader, the late Archbishop Tutu. I want you all to clap, please. Acknowledge. Now, the reason it's important today is if we're not for those events, the Constitution, Promotion of Access to Information Act, the TRC and its records coming to the National Archives, it is possible that Mpho and Zahira may not have ever met. So we can give another big round of applause to... But they have met, we are delighted, and I want to congratulate Professor Ngoepe on the career that has reached such stellar heights. from the time I met him when he was a young archivist at the National Archives more than 20 years ago. He would be first to acknowledge that he's reached these heights standing on the shoulders of giants. Now, I'm not a giant, I'm average height. But we must acknowledge that we can see further because of his vision and insights. The theme of my paper is from knowledge isolation to knowledge collaboration. Given the time constraints, I may have to cut. The National Archives from apartheid to international partnership. I must say that, where is my slide? Are the slides loaded? If they're not, we can skip the first one. It was simply to say, why am I looking backwards when we are looking forward? You can't drive a car without a rear-view mirror. If you don't know where you've come from, you won't know where you're going. So, I must acknowledge my indebtedness to Clive Kirkwood and Alexei Motzi, who've assisted me with this paper. I'll begin where the old government archives, in Afrikaans in those days, die Staatsarchiefdienst, was under apartheid, and how it has grown into the National Archives of today. It was then very isolated, risk-averse, but technically competent. There was an intense cultural boycott against the archives as well as most other apartheid institutions. There were a couple of international contacts, the British Public Records Office and the old Rijksarchief in the Netherlands, where, let's say, there were hereditary colonial links. But outside the intergovernmental relationships, we should never forget that there was always a long and intense professional relationship with, I must take a deep breath, the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints, known to us as the Mormons, with their fantastic genealogical project across the world and including South Africa before and after apartheid. I'm afraid this paper was put together at fairly short notice. I was only able to pay one brief visit to the National Archives, and I consulted the report of the National Archivist of 1995. Also, the archival platform, which some of you may be aware of, in 2014 gave a report, State of Archives, also very useful, although I disagree with some of their assumptions and with the tone of some of their recommendations. Just for an example, I don't believe if you are writing an official document with recommendations, you should say, the minister must do 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a guarantee the minister won't. Why should he or she? The old State Archive Service, let me just give a brief outline, was a centralized service under the Department of National Education. In Pretoria, from the time the Union Buildings was built, there was an archive in the basement designed by Sir Herbert Baker. And then there were depots, as they called them then, in each of the three provincial capitals outside Pretoria, Cape Town, Bloemfontein, and Pietermaritzburg. An archive was also set up in what used to be Southwest Africa, and then as the Bantustan policy evolved, some of the homelands managed to start archives with some assistance. So you can't do that without training. Let's quickly look at the training. In the 1970s and 1980s, it was very, very basic. There was a manual compiled by the archive hierarchy, and it relied very heavily on the classic Dutch text by Muller, Faith, and Froon. And the British texts of later years by Sir Hilary Jenkins and the American text of T.R. Schellenberg were important but secondary to the Bible of the Dutch archivists. There was also a practical training. I had to come up from Pietermaritzburg. I was in the started at the Natal Archives Depot, as it was then called, and spent, I think it was nearly 3 months in winter, freezing in the basement of the Union buildings. I don't know what I learned about archives, but I learned to wear 2 pairs of socks. The result, the outcome, or the output of that course was a national diploma in archival science, initially issued by the Department of National Education. Then much later, in the late 80s and 1990, an agreement was reached with the West Rand-based Technikon RSA, soon to be Technikon SA, to take over and accredit the training that had originally been provided in-house by the archives. This was an improvement, but it wasn't known for its innovation, nor did it provide any real opportunity for international contacts. Of course, Technikon SA has now merged with Unisa, and this has provided golden opportunities for the archives profession, as we have heard many people say this morning. But what was the saving grace back then, before the internet, was that the old state archives kept up its subscriptions to the leading international journals, and you had the opportunity to read the American Archivist, the British Records Association journal Archives, and the Australian Archives and Manuscripts. So it was mainly through this literature that we had a glimpse of the international archives world. On a personal note, I was fortunate to study overseas and to attend a regional conference of the British Records Association. And I emphasize regional. It was very local. But it was an eye-opener for me. I'd been an archivist for more than 6 years. I'd done the archive diploma course, but I'd never had the opportunity to engage and listen to people talking theoretically and discussing academically what archives were about. The state archives in those days kept its head down, didn't engage as widely, it didn't engage professionally outside the profession. I'll come back to that. And it was legally and structurally embodied deep in the bureaucracy of the apartheid government. So apartheid controversy did hit the archives. And I'll discuss just one incident that affected me, because I think we can see how the world has changed. 1982, I was acting as the head of the archives in Pietermaritzburg, when the then Prime Minister, he wasn't even state president then, P.W. Botha, decided that he was going to cut out the northern part of the KwaZulu homeland, the Ingwavuma district, and the Kangwane homeland, which was then in the Eastern Transvaal, and incorporate them into Swaziland. The hidden agenda there was that the Americans, under President Reagan, wanted to build a base for the American fleet at Kosi Bay. This P.W. Botha loved. It would have given apartheid South Africa a buffer zone to Mozambique, which was run by Frelimo. It would have been nominally Swazi territory, but the Americans would have dominated it. The Director of Archives in Pretoria gave me explicit instructions to find archival records which would provide evidence that the Ingwavuma district had stronger connections with Swaziland than it did with KwaZulu. At the time, the KwaZulu Chief Minister, the late Mangosuthu Buthelezi, was taking the government in Pretoria to court on this issue, claiming that the land was always part of Old Zulu Kingdom and then KwaZulu. I searched all the archives, the Zululand Government House, all the colonial records. While we have to decolonize archives, remember the content in them remains valuable. The Zululand Government House, the Chief Native Commissioner, the magistrate, and when you don't find contents, that's also valuable. And there was no evidence that this area had more connections with Swaziland than it did with KwaZulu. I reported to the Director of Archives, Mr. Prella, and to his credit, as an apartheid official, he accepted that I'd done a professional job, and he submitted my report that went up to P.W. Botha. There was no archival evidence to support the apartheid government's position. Chief Buthelezi won his court case, the Americans lost interest, and the whole issue faded away. We were working then as archivists in a completely isolated world. Today it is very different. I moved to the museum world. This isn't directly relevant here, except to say this. As opposed to the archives, which were very, very restricted, very tightly inward-looking, the museum world was very broad, collaborative. Even under apartheid South Africa, there were hot debates. For example, what is now part of Ditsong was, in those days, the Transvaal Museum, and the director, Dr. Brain, wonderful name for a director of a museum, Dr. Brain, was one of the leading figures in the discovery of the fossils at what is now the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site. And he was attacked by certain extreme religious groups who said he shouldn't undertake this evolutionary archives research, and there should be no funding. There were also tensions in Sama between the old guard and the younger ones. Sorry, I have to find my place again. There won't be time for me to explore these in this paper, but what I can say structurally is, and Kepi will understand this, as a difference between the National Library and the National Archives. The museums then and now are entities that are at arm's length from government. So while you may think you're suffering financially, you have more freedom to do things without the bureaucrats watching you every day. And you can raise money elsewhere. When I was working at the Natal Museum, I was fortunate enough to obtain a grant from the Ford Foundation to undertake research, collect archives, photographic archives, and museum material on the anti-apartheid struggle in the fraught, terribly tense and violent years in what was then the Natal Midlands just before 1994. I could also attend international conferences. Even then, it was very difficult to do that in the archives. But the archives were changing. And here, I think I'll skip it now. I'm far. Yeah, thank you. Where was I? The archives were changing. And one must give credit to people like Vern Harris, among others, who began to spearhead an intellectual and political debate. Foreign archivists began visiting South Africa, the first important visitor being Dr. Erik Ketelaar, the General Archivist, Algemeen Rijksarchief of the Netherlands. He was followed by the Canadian archival scholar, Dr. Terry Cook, who influenced the National Archives to adopt the theories and principles of macro appraisal. In 1991, the State Archives of South Africa joined the International Council of Archives, the ICA. In 1993, it was accepted into ESABICA. But at this time, as it was broadening within, the state of records in South Africa was going through a bad time. President F.W. de Klerk, ignoring the Archives Act, had given the instruction that all security records should be destroyed before 1994 democratic elections. The annual report, no, wait a minute, I think I have lost my place. I'll just, what happened was, inevitably in a bureaucracy, the memo never goes everywhere. And a local authority on the East Rand phoned the archives and said, we've heard about this memo, we've got these records, what must we do? And they got through to Vern Harris, who said, I will come and collect them. And he got them. They were the local records of the joint security structures that were implementing all the third force activities. And he locked them up, and when the TRC started, the archives was able to present some evidence upon which the TRC could work. But let me talk about the isolation, and I'm going to use the words of the director of the day, Mari Olivier, in the annual report of '95. State Archive Service suffered professional isolation in the international archival and related communities during the cultural boycott, and to some extent among related communities within South Africa. Given the small number of archivists and the specialized nature of archival work, this exclusion, especially from international thinking, made it difficult to keep abreast of professional developments. That is so revealing and so important and so true. And what also hit me, one was aware of the international isolation. And one knew personally that you were cut off in the archives from the libraries and from the museums. But I hadn't put it into a mental context. And that was terribly significant and terribly detrimental to what we understand as memory institutions. There was one significant exception, and that was the archival computerized finding aid, the NAIRS system. This was based on Taiwanese technical hardware and innovative locally developed programming. I remember there was a long room in the old archives full of these ladies, the data typists, tapping away from forms that we had all filled in by hand. They then transcribed it all into the computer, and then eventually it came out on the finding aid. A very archaic way of doing it, but it was a pioneering way. As the apartheid legislation began to be repealed in the 1980s, so did international connections and the archives profession gradually begin to open up. 2 deputy directors, and in those days a deputy director was very senior, attended an ICA Congress in Europe, and the new director, they didn't use national archivists then, attended a conference in the Netherlands in 1990 and invited Dr. Kittelaar, whom I've mentioned, the Algemeen Rechtsarchivaris, to visit South Africa in 1992. And he went around to various archive centers, addressed staff and interested outsiders. And if my memory serves me correctly, it was one of the first efforts that the State Archives made to fulfill a professional leadership role. SASA, which had just been a subcommittee that met round a table at tea time in the old State Archives in the Union Building basement, grew into a proper professional organization with a growing membership from organizations outside the State Archives. Then in 1992, the SASA and AMLID, the Society of Archivists and Manuscript Librarians, hosted the first international archival conference in South Africa, Archives and Users in Changing Societies. Dr. Kittelaar was the keynote speaker. There were delegates from Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Zambia, and all the then homelands. And the papers were published in the Archives Journal, which gave the Archives Journal a boost. In 1993, as I've said, South Africa was admitted to ISABICA and attended the board meeting in Malawi, then in Windhoek, and then hosted ISABICA in 1997. Those first 5 years of democracy, the archives profession bubbled with exciting possibilities. Records management policy was influenced by macro appraisal. South Africans from all backgrounds were now entering the profession. New legislation was passed in 1996, prematurely in my opinion, and as I've said, the archives played a pivotal role in providing evidence to the TRC. The archives networks were expanding. The passage of PAIA, the Promotion of Access to Information Act, The location of the TRC's records at the National Archives brought a major excuse me, new involvement with human rights agencies, both nationally and internationally. In 2003, the ICA's conference, Citra Conference, in Cape Town, thank you, was held in Cape Town, opened by Archbishop Tutu, and the theme was Archives and Human Rights. Ministers responsible for archives across the Asabika region attended and issued a joint declaration supporting archives. So isolation was over, knowledge collaboration was expanding. But there were severe resource and structural constraints. The National Archives were severely criticized for not living up to the expectations of the heady days of 1990. The Archives Platform report, State of Archives, gave note to these views. They said the archives of the 90s, where there was a spirit of optimism, democracy, transformation, and it's all crumbled away. Training opportunities have gone, and the National Archives lost the will and capacity to play a major national leadership role. I'm not going to dwell on this. I don't agree with it. But I will confine myself to indicating that structurally the archives was placed in arts and culture as a chief directorate, and that does constrain its ability to work outside the departmental system. Also, we took over the responsibility for the libraries when the Department of Arts, Culture, Science and Technology split. It came to the archives, which created an enormous amount of extra work for myself and other staff. But I believe we did manage to make a lot of progress there. So I will, I think, move on to the Timbuktu project quickly, as in conclusion. It's been mentioned already. One of the reasons why I was so determined to push this project and make it a success was A, because it was a presidential project, one of President Mbeki's African Renaissance projects, and B, that gave the National Archives a profile and opportunity that we did not otherwise have. It grew out of President Mbeki's visit to Timbuktu in 2001, when he saw these manuscripts in a very small library and promised he would do something to assist. And when he got back, the deputy minister then, Bridget Mabanda, pounced on me and said, "I'm sending you to Timbuktu." I said, "What have I done? I haven't seen the lady for about 3 months. Well, I haven't offended her. She's never sent me an angry memo. Why is she punishing me?" And within a week, we were going to Timbuktu to start this project in the middle of the desert. The delegation was headed by the DDG of Arts and Culture, Mr. Tembo Wakashi. I represented the National Archives. 2 conservators came from the National Library, and Dr. Jeppe from UCT gave us some academic status. It took 8 years. We had a binational agreement. It was adopted as the first NEPAD, what was that? New Partnership for African Development or something, project. The Malian conservators were trained at the National Archives, as Professor Ngoepe will remember, and also at the National Library, and a major exhibition of manuscripts toured South Africa. I give this as an example to show that previously when the archive sat there just looking inward, nobody knew. And now this was a project where we could showcase the archives, showcase records and manuscripts of importance to South Africa, Africa, and the world, to the country. Unfortunately, politics did intervene. After the ANC's Polokwane conference in 2008, President Thabo Mbeki was recalled. The new library building was finished in early 2009, and so acting President Kgalema Motlanthe had to go and do the honors at the official opening. President Mbeki was also there as a guest of honor, but I'm afraid he did look very sad. I'm sorry about that, but I'm glad he did see the project finished. There were also the changes in political leadership. Let me put this bluntly. The Zuma administration saw this politically as Mbeki's project and wanted nothing more to do with it. That killed it politically. There were also tensions and changes in the department, and the project was sidelined. Then in 2012, there was a rebellion in Mali. Timbuktu was occupied by rebels, and the new library building became the headquarters of the rebels. But most of the manuscripts, as the Muslims would say, alhamdulillah, were rescued by devoted locals who hid them and smuggled them out to the capital, Bamako, on camels, in boats along the river, in the boots of cars, and it was an inspiring example of community involvement in archives. So, my career has stretched from an era when the archives was an introverted and isolated organization in the apartheid bureaucracy. Through museums and heritage, where I could compare exactly what the implications of that isolation were, because I was in an organization that wasn't inward-looking. Then the archives began to stretch its wings. In the bad old days, I had to search records looking for evidence that would have enabled P.W. Botha to sell out part of our national territory to Swaziland and to the Americans. Under democracy, I was privileged to lead the National Archives as it spearheaded a visionary international project in the heart of the Sahel. My personal knowledge, our professional knowledge base, the status of the National Archives have all been transformed by collaboration from within and without South Africa. Although there have been attempts to undermine progress, there has still been progress. And I would like to just highlight the digitization of the Rivonia trial dicta belts, which went ahead through the dedication, the constructive collaborative knowledge and skill of the staff working around organizational and human blockages. And in that context, don't let us forget those brave Malians who rescued the manuscripts from the rebels. And it's clear to me that progress can only be made through collaboration, collaboration between institutions, collaboration within the profession, and between knowledge and memory management specialists. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dumeni. Colleagues, I would like to apologize. Doc had a presentation here, and you would have seen how, as he spoke about the history, that everything followed step by step. His topic is the National Archives from Apartheid to International Partnership. And those who are listening, we will share their presentation, and you will see all the steps that he was speaking about. But thank you very much. Thank you. And the next speaker will make a presentation, but they will present it from themselves. They are online. Professor Kharaba, may you please make your presentation. Let me help you. Okay, Prof, you may unmute. Prof Kharaba. Okay, Prof Francis, we have highlighted you. Yeah, yes. May you please share your own screens, Prof? If you have screens. If not,
yes,
please continue.
Good morning, Chair. I'm trying to open the camera here. Yes. Okay, I'm trying to open the Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You may continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Please continue, Prof. We can hear you. Prof. Francis, you may continue.
There is an echo in the background. It looks like it's a technical problem. Hello?
Okay. Prof, while our team is trying to assist, I'm going to request for messages of support. And
Hello?
Prof, okay, colleagues, we are going to mute Prof and try and assist in the background. I'm going to request for messages of support, and now they will be shorter than before. I'm requesting Mpho Ngoepe, the Director of Business Development from the National Library of South Africa. And then we'll have a message of support from Me Elinosi Sulu, the Executive Director, Puku NLM Education, Professor Lefose Makhatlela, University of Limpopo, le Professor Ngwaku Maruta, International Council of Archivists Africa. May you please come up and give messages of support.
It's still the morning. Good morning, everyone. So, this is Mpho Ngoepe, representing the National Library of South Africa. When I received the message last week that I will have to come and represent the National Library of South Africa in this event where we honor Professor Mpho, then I said, how do I relate to him? The first thing I thought of was him when he greets us. When he speaks, he would say greetings, cousins, aunts and uncles. It was because I had said to him, this so-and-so is my aunt. And then he came to the stage and said, greetings, aunts and uncles. Then I said, today I'm going to extend it to say, because I can see there is nieces and nephews, greetings to everyone, and distinguished guests. Then he would always narrate his stories of where he comes from. Then I said to my son, I'll be speaking at this event, and Prof. Ngoepe comes from the dusty streets of, and my son said there's no such thing as dusty streets. We say humble beginnings. Okay, then I said, okay, my sense of humor is not really good, then I will stick to the formal part. Then a distinguished guest from the National Library of South Africa. This is issued by Dr. Ralph Links, Chief Executive Officer. In offer of Professor Mpho Ngoepe, it is with profound dignity and a deep sense of institutional pride that the National Library of South Africa, NLSA, conveys this formal message of support to Professor Ngoepe on convening of his Library and Information Science Symposium. Under the stewardship of its Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Ralph Links, the NLSA affirms the exceptional significance of Professor Mpho scholarly contribution to the advancement of galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. That's the claim sector. His work represents an exemplary model of intellectual leadership, academic integrity, and visionary thinking within the global knowledge of heritage and landscape. Over many years, Professor Ngoepe has distinguished himself as a scholar of the highest caliber, whose research, teaching, and thought leadership have meaningful influence the evolution of information science at local, national, and regional, and international levels. His scholarship embodies a rare combination of theoretical depth, methodological rigor, and practical relevance, qualities that continue to elevate both the discipline and the profession. The National Library of South Africa further recognizes with the utmost respect Professor his pivotal role in engagement within indigenous communities, where he has consistently advocated for the preservation and revitalization of cultural identity, language, heritage, and memory. His steadfast commitment to advancing indigenous knowledge systems, grounded in ethical partnership and community empowerment, resonate profoundly with the NLSA's mandate to safeguard the documentary and cultural heritage of the nation. As a custodian of South Africa's collective knowledge and heritage, the NLSA acknowledges Professor's enduring dedication to fostering inclusive, responsive, and forward-thinking and forward-looking information ecosystem. His visionary pursuits are aligned with the highest aspiration of our nation's cultural institutions and contribute meaningfully to the strengthening of our intellectual and societal fabric. On behalf of the National Library of South Africa, Dr. Ralph Links extends his sincere commendation to Professor and conveys his full confidence in the success, impact, and scholarly merit of this important symposium. The NLSA remains deeply appreciative of Professor's unfaltering commitment to academic excellence and cultural stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I also want to acknowledge family ya Ngoepe, Bakoni ka moka ke re ke a le dumedisha Bakoni. Ke eme mo on behalf of the university that built the foundation of what Prof. Ngoepe is today, and I'm very proud of that. I am from the program of information studies at the University of Limpopo. But maybe before I just give message of support, allow me, colleagues, to make a confession. I hope I'll be safe after this confession. Few years ago, myself and two of my colleagues, Dr. M.R. Matlaji and Dr. Prof. M.A. Dukuta, we were given a responsibility to recruit Prof. Ngoepe to come and join us. And we tried our best, and every time when we take out an advert, I will speak to Prof. Ngoepe, and he will promise me that he will apply, and he never applied. The last attempt was when one of our seniors told us to write a memo to go and hand Prof. Ngoepe. Unfortunately, we failed, and we couldn't get hold of him. But then the narrative that says that if you can't beat them, join them, happens to two of my colleagues, Prof. Dikotla and Dr. Matlaji, joined Unisa. They left me alone. I'm just appealing to colleagues at Unisa. You can see me. I also want to come. And maybe when I start with my message of support, allow me, colleagues, to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of this event. It is very, indeed a great pleasure for you to have decided to organize this event and invite us. One of the things that I think we always do as Africans is that we wait until people go before we celebrate them. So this is really something big that you did for Prof. Ngoepe. We really congratulate you for the well-organized event. We also want to thank family ya Ngoepe for giving Prof. Ngoepe to the field of archives, records management, and library and information services. I know at some stage you might be complaining that Lemoshara with so many people, but he's also part of us. So please, thank you very much for allowing us to share your son with you. Colleagues, I need to also bring this to your attention that Prof. Ngoepe started his career or his studies at the University of Limpopo. And for me, I think I was very fortunate because I did my undergraduate degree with Prof. Ngoepe. We started together doing BA degree, and then we went further and we did higher diploma in information studies. At that time, it was called higher diploma in information studies. And from the class of philosophy, when we were attending together, Prof. Ngoepe was always very quiet all the time. He was not someone with so many weights. But every time when the script comes, he was always top. And we look at him, but luckily I was very fortunate because I always sit next to him. And if I'm not coming to class, then he will always share the notes with me. So we as the University of Limpopo are very proud of you, Prof. Ngoepe. You have changed the field of archives and records management and library and information services. I think the body of knowledge in this field has been changed by you. These days, if we have students writing either a thesis or even an article in the field of records management, and they don't cite even one single article or even more of Prof. Ngoepe, they have not read anything. Because anything, it's about Prof. Ngoepe and Prof. Ngoepe et al. And I see when he shares some of articles that he published on Facebook, he will always say et al. And once he said et al, you know Prof. Ngoepe is there. Okay, and I also want to acknowledge the fact that since Prof. Ngoepe joined the Department of Information Studies, the University of Limpopo have seen a lot of students joining Unisa with their postgraduate studies. And that has encouraged us. But also, we have seen quite a lot of colleagues from the University of Limpopo that studied postgraduate studies at the University at Unisa that are now working in the department. And that tells us that our foundation was solid, not only with Prof. Ngoepe, but with also the students that have joined as staff in the department. From the Program of Information Studies under the University of Limpopo, we want to congratulate Prof. Ngoepe on this milestone. This is really an inspiration for many of us. We don't have a PhD program at the moment, but we know once our students have completed their master's degree, we always refer them to Unisa to continue with the postgraduate studies. And we are happy that Prof. Ngoepe has always been there to support them. So with these words, Prof. Ngoepe, the sky is the limit. We still need your guidance. The field still need to grow the body of knowledge. And through your guidance, I'm sure we will go far. On behalf of the Program of Information Studies, University of Limpopo, we congratulate you on this milestone. Thank you, colleagues.
I am not so sure if it's still morning or it's afternoon, but let me just say good morning because it's still a few minutes to 12. Colleagues, Ngoepe's family and Prof, good morning. Yeah, when I was seated there at the back, for sure many people saw me at the back. I was worried that why all these speakers are taking my weight. And I was negative initially, but I became positive as they come and share the same. You know what does that mean to me? It means there is no exaggeration. So they are telling the truth, and there's nothing different they can tell. And so is myself. Colleagues, a lot has been spoken about Prof. Ngoepe and his work, the publications. But let me start by telling you what I like about his work, and my work too. Remember, I am one of those who elevated through the hands of Prof in many ways, in many different ways, not only supervision. I know a lot of people know about him supervising me. Maybe one of the things, because I don't have time, it's only 5 minutes. You know that I'm a journal editor for those who are publishing for SASA. And honestly, I'm elevated through that level through Prof. Ngoepe. I was initially the deputy editor, and then he nurtured me until he left me alone. I think when he left, that's when he joined SASA Journal. And I was independent. Until today, I'm still working on it, and we are also nurturing other people to do the same. Remember, I was taught to nurture, ne? Yeah, I noted a few things down so that I don't take much of the time. I can just move along the line. Normally, Prof. Ngoepe will open the stage with the joke, but unfortunately, due to time, I can't do it.
I think Prof has been involved in many professional bodies, nationally, continentally, and internationally. Some of them, other colleagues has already spoken to them, like about the likes of SABICA, SASA, ICA, LIASA, and also the Limpopo Provincial Archives Council. I'm with him in the council currently as we speak, and we are going to finish next year. And he wrote many publications, including books, articles, proceedings, and many more. I can't finish if I can list all of them. Professor Ngoepe is more than an educator. He is also a mentor to guide and give inspiration. His commitment goes beyond the teaching and research. One of his greatest strengths is patience and empathy, since he can make time to listen with kindness and offer reassurance to anyone regardless of status, gender, or race. There are many categories, you can think about them. And regardless of being a professor, he remains with passion to learn from anyone, senior or junior. I'm a junior, remember? And his enthusiasm for library, archive, and records management is contagious, making complex topics understandable and exciting, sparking curiosity. He has unwavering belief in potential, and that is visible in his continuous growth in the career. In his research supervision and academic mentorship, he always challenges mentees and students to be their best and reach their full potential. The confidence he gained is a result of his belief. Prof. Ngoepe has made a difference in his field of specialization. His dedication to students' success is inspiring, especially with regard to the M&D. People are looking for professors who bring energy, passion, and practical experience into their academic journey. For instance, students shows that the most important qualities in the professor are an engaging teaching style, passion for the subject, and a clear indication of the way ahead. You don't just be serious throughout. Unfortunately, others will get slumber. We are so proud of you for making it this far. Keep up the good work. I encourage you to overcome obstacles and to learn more about yourself in the process. We truly appreciate you and all the time you spent to help us when we needed extra guidance and reassurance with everything academically and otherwise. A professor like you needs to be recognized for all the hard work that he deserves to help people around to succeed. Thank you for being more than a professor, a mentor, a role model. We wish you a continued success and fulfillment in your career. I think that's all I can say. Thank you.
Good morning and greetings to all, especially Prof. Ngoepe and his family and Unisa, librarians, archivists present. In the interest of protocol, in the interest of time, I'll defer to previous protocols. I will start off with really a profound thanks and congratulations to the team that has organized this. I think it's just the very uplifting and inspiring to have an event like this at this time of the year. I think it's the brilliant minds that conceived this celebration understood that there's no one more deserving of this celebration than Professor Mpho Ngoepe, We are often negligent of giving credit where credit is due. And especially when people are modest, unassuming, they work in the background, such people don't always receive the honors they deserve. So I think it's really significant that Unisa has organized this celebration. As a biographer, it's my conviction that biographies, memoirs, and any form of life writing are absolutely essential to our decolonizing education project, especially if we aspire to be multi, inter, and transdisciplinary, because biography sits at the intersection of history, politics, sociology, and I think every discipline. And it's really extremely significant that we mark the lives and the achievements of people who contribute significantly to our decolonizing project. There is a saying that when an old African dies, a library burns. And unfortunately, this is often too true, that we lose people with a body of knowledge and their archives, their information just disappears. And as a librarian, an activist, an archivist, and an activist, Professor Ngoepe has done much to ensure that this does not happen. He recently oversaw the collection of archives of the late great musician Hugh Masekela, and the Masekela family has expressed really happiness with the way he has addressed this. Professor Ngoepe has a good understanding, deep appreciation of the interconnectedness of knowledge, and everything he does has meaning. He promotes partnerships and collaboration that makes our work possible. Universities have a commitment to community, what's it called? Community, different universities have different ways, but anyway, it's connecting with the communities around them and promoting indigenous knowledge. And sometimes this is just words. It doesn't actually extend into action. Or if it does, it's intermittent and not sustained. I think as activist and a promoter of children's literature, I run the Puku Children's Literature Foundation, which, please note, the name is Puku Children's Literature Foundation. We had spent a lot of time trying to set up partnership with Unisa, because recognizing that if we want to promote children's literature in all our languages and have children's literature recognized as an important area of academic inquiry, we need partnerships with the universities. And Unisa is especially significant because it covers all the languages, all our indigenous languages, and it has a national and international footprint. And given that we share languages with the region, any work to promote children's books across the region, we would need to have a relationship with Unisa. And we had many meetings and conversations. We had joint events. From 2019, we celebrated International Mother Language Day together. I personally had conversations with people like Professor Catherine Odora Hoppers, the late Shadrick Guto, and but somehow the partnerships were at the level of events and they never went any further. And it was difficult to understand why. Then we had Professor Somadota Figeni, who was at the time in the Vice Chancellor's office, who was quite enthusiastic, and he organized meetings in the VC's office with various people. And one of the people there was Prof. Ngoepe, who did not say much at the time, but the follow-up, and I think many of you who have meetings professionally, especially with government, that there's talk, people agree, or you go to a conference and there's a lot of ideas, but nothing happens afterwards. The follow-up doesn't happen. And for us, it was Prof. Ngoepe that made sure that what was discussed, what was agreed, was actually followed up. And he organized a meeting following our meetings in the VC's office. He organized a meeting with the lecturers from the African Language Department and I think some of the postgrad students. And it became very clear, Unisa is a complicated institution. I love Unisa, but one of the negative parts, it's like an elephant where the trunk is very far from the tail. And you can agree in one place, but whether that's going to happen depends on someone in some other place. The Zimbabwean writer Chenjerai Hove had this saying that democracy is when the ant can whisper in the ear of the elephant and the elephant listens. And I think for me, the person that embodies that view of democracy, who will listen to everybody and also make sure that if you want your project to succeed, if you want your partnership to be actually true and authentic and reach the grassroots, you have to listen to everybody. And he promoted this in practice. As Puku, we've really benefited from our relationship with him. And I think I speak on behalf of all my team. We often really talk about how much we appreciate his support and his ability to nurture, to create and nurture collaborations. We struggled a long time again with the National Library from the time Professor Graham Duminy was there, involved with the Center for the Book, to actually get a partnership as activists, literacy activists with the National Library. And we didn't get far. And Prof. Ngoepe, and I'm glad Kepi Madumo is here, I want to acknowledge him as the greatest national librarian CEO of the National Library that we've had. I really must acknowledge him. And appreciate that when he was there, between him and Prof. Ngoepe, they opened the National Library. They opened Unisa as institutions to recognize the importance of children's books as being at the heart of the decolonization project and as being important in nurturing and promoting our languages. Together, we worked on a project which is ongoing, a project to have catalogs of children's books in all our languages, in the 9 officially recognized indigenous languages. And we struggled to get funding and resources, and for us as Puku, we were the strategic convener driving the project. We would not have got where we got so far 4 languages, and we still have 5 remaining languages without that kind of partnership and support and leadership of Kepi Madumo and Mpho Ngoepe. And so I say this because I think it's really important that if we want to decolonize our education, we have to start with the basics, and we have to start with our children. We can't start talking about when they're at university that they must understand our languages, they must be reading in our languages if we are not doing this from childhood. And I think that importance I really want to stress that. I think for us, wherever we go, we also feel that there's doors opened for us because we've worked with Prof. Ngoepe. I recently had a meeting with Professor Vukosi Marivati, who, as some of you may know, is doing large language modeling of African languages across the continent. And we went to see him to talk about the new language, which is the most endangered language in the world. And he had someone from the University of Pretoria Library, a young woman there, and her face lit up when I talked about Unisa and the fact that we were working with Prof. Ngoepe, and she talked about when she was an undergraduate and how he inspired her. So his inspiration and influence is far and wide. I also want to talk about another aspect which hasn't been mentioned here, so I must mention it. I don't know, just as a matter of interest, how many people, apart from Prof himself, how many people in this room have run the Comrades? I'm just interested to know. If you can just put up your hand. How many have run the Comrades? Oh, we got 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, that's amazing because it shows how it's, I mean, it's only people who, with an amount of exceptional dedication. And one day I was, Mpho is very prompt in answering emails. And one week he wasn't responding, and I thought, but this is strange. I hope there's nothing wrong in his family or his life. And then he came back and he said, no, I wasn't in touch because I was busy with the comrades. And I said, oh, are you involved in the administration? He said, no, I was running. And this thing just amazed me because, I mean, as a couch potato, I often use the excuse, even to walk the 5 kilometers I'm supposed to walk, that I'm too busy. So for someone with such a big portfolio of work to actually be able to run the comrades really was amazing. But more than that, yes, he deserves applause. But more than that, 2 years ago, because we trying to promote these catalogs and we wanted to raise some money, he then said he agreed, we asked him, he agreed to dedicate his 10th Comrades Run to raise money for our languages. So we had the Racing for Our Languages campaign, and we raised some money which was used to promote the New Language Project, Oma Katrina's struggle to save her language. And so we very much appreciate that. And hopefully that we can have this Racing for Our Languages in the future with other people who are running the campaign. I mean, I don't know if you people know Mabuto Sitoli of Ilifa. We've often talked, him and I, to say, if Prof. Ngoepe can run 90 kilometers, we should be able to walk 10 kilometers. And we are still busy on that project, but that's the inspiration he has given us. But just to close, I want to talk about the nature of leadership in our society and going forward, what this means. We have the huge challenge of artificial intelligence. It's a very serious double-edged sword. And we are in danger of being even marginalized further, this continent and our decolonization project through AI. There's been a critical acceptance of AI, and I'm not denying that it has huge benefits. But I think, especially for the librarians and the archivists and just scholars of decolonization generally, it's extremely important for us to critically examine AI and what it's going to do to African societies, and what we should be doing so that we can become creators of knowledge and not consumers. And so we face this challenge, and I think it's the kind of leadership that our institutions need, the leadership, the like of Mpho Ngoepe, that is actually strategic and visionary, inquiring, but also collaborative, because without collaboration, we can't achieve anything. We are living in an era of terrible leadership in our country, in our continent, and globally. I'm not even, one restrains oneself from using profanities when describing the actions of leaders today. And I don't want to mention names. There's a huge elephant in the room. I think you will all know that people at every level, I mean, I am a soccer fan. I've been a soccer fan from the first time I saw Pele when I was a little girl in primary school. For the soccer FIFA to do what it has done is a crime against every single soccer fan. And I hope archivists will document this for the future. I say this, what has this got to do with honoring Mpho Ngoepe? It has to do with recognizing that that kind of leadership is the opposite of what we need. And it's the kind of leadership that is modest, unassuming, selfless, that works in the background, gets things done, and truly has the interests of people at heart, not prancing around on world stages demanding accolades that you don't deserve. And I think the challenges that we have faced in the library sector is really important to acknowledge that this is leadership we have to deserve. a leadership that we need to respect professionalism. We need to respect leaders who have studied. It's easy for people to think they can be librarians without a librarian qualification. But you cannot run the library, National Library, or the archives without people that have the requisite training. And I think that's something that we need to get right, because if we don't do that, we will struggle with our decolonization project, and we will struggle to make sure that our children have what they need to realize their potential in this society. Our government has committed itself to mother tongue-based bilingual education. And as I've said, often good ideas, leaders decide that this must be done, and nobody's arguing. It's a fantastic idea. But to make it happen, you need to have the kind of leadership that is strategic, that is visionary, that is selfless, that is committed, and will listen to everybody, including the most humble, quiet teacher in the most obscure rural village, on what they need to make this project succeed. And that is the kind of leadership and example that we have been given by Professor Mpho Ngoepe. And I can't emphasize enough that this is the kind of leadership that when we feel despair, when I feel really like this past week, I felt complete despair. So many things happened. Madala Commission, Ettridgeville, Palestine, so many things. And it's easy to become totally depressed and give up. But coming to an event like this, I see that work is being done. There are people committed, and we have Unisa recognizing Mpho Ngoepe in this way shows that Unisa is an institution that is raising students who will meet these challenges. And I thank you so much. Thank you.
I am grateful for Memulime, Professor Makgatlela, Professor Maruta, and Messi Sulu. Thank you very much for these words. We are going to have our 2 presentations. I know these 2 will be very fast. Professor Lorette, do you need them to assist? Okay. And then Dr. Refilo Mabaso, may you please give us your presentations before we come to the final part of this session. For the Mobi Readathon students who have maybe only entered, please, you must go to the register on my right-hand side. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It was supposed to be morning, but it's afternoon. And I'm very sure that myself and Dr. Mabaso are standing between you and lunch. So depending on how hungry you may be, do we have a lot of time or a little time? Thank you very much. Colleagues, I wrote this because I was asked to take the concept of knowledge without borders and link it to Prof. Ngoepe's work and his vision. So the title of this is Knowledge Without Borders, Unlocking the Future Through Collaboration, inspired by the work and vision of Mpho Ngoepe. Distinguished guests, colleagues, scholars, students, and partners in knowledge creation. Today we gather under the powerful theme of Knowledge Without Borders, Unlocking the Future Through Collaboration. The idea of knowledge without borders speaks to far more than globalized science or digital platforms. It extends beyond international collaboration and transnational research agreements. At its core, it is a philosophical position that interrogates the conditions under which knowledge is created, whose knowledge is recognized as illegitimate, which voices are preserved, and how memory is institutionalized. It compels us to reflect not only on what is known, but on who controls the process of knowing. Knowledge without borders, therefore, refers not merely to the eradication of geographical boundaries, but encompasses the abolishment of borders constructed through language, culture, economies, policy, ideology, and historical power relations. Knowledge without borders insists that knowledge must not remain trapped in elite institutions, inaccessible academic language, and inclusionary systems of authority. It calls for ethic responsibility in how institutions of knowledge generate, preserve, and distribute knowledge. True epistemic freedom can only be emerged when communities themselves participate in meaning-making, when research becomes accessible in languages that people understand, and when knowledge begins to circulate as a shared social good rather than academic commodity. Knowledge without borders therefore demands collaboration, not merely among scholars, but between universities and communities, archives and citizens, researchers and storytellers. Only through such partnership and knowledge become instruments of empowerment rather than exclusion. There is no clearer embodiment of this philosophical position than in the work and leadership of Mpho Ngoepe. His academic career spanning information science, archives, records management, community heritage presents a substantiated intellectual commitment to dismantling borders that separate knowledge from people and memory from power. Through scholarship and institutional leadership, knowledge becomes borderless through the breakdown of linguistic hierarchies, distribution of colonial memory frameworks, and contested collaboration based on structures and rhetoric. While Prof. Ngoepe's academic formation is firmly grounded in archives and information science, his work has never been narrowly technical. Instead, it approaches archives as deeply political institutions that shape identity, history, and power. Reflecting publicly on the state of South Africa's archival systems, Prof. Ngoepe offered the sobering observation. The cruel paradox in many revolutions is that what is left after the revolution resembles the past. This statement captured a central tension in post-apartheid South Africa. Political transition, though necessary, is not sufficient for epistemic change. Without transforming systems of memory and documentation, new democracies risk inheriting the same intellectual architecture that marginalized communities under colonialism and apartheid. Prof. Ngoepe has been particularly critical of the limitations of public archival institutions, arguing that many have failed to become socially represented spaces of records and memory. He stated, public archives have been unable to transform themselves into active documents of society. They failed to collect non-public records with enduring value of national significance and to document aspects of the nation's experiences neglected by archival repositories in the past. Without embedding the philosophy of knowledge without borders, archives remain sites of selection and exclusion. Knowledge without borders demands a fundamental construction of whom the archives serve and whose memory it protects. Archives must move beyond bureaucratic preservation and become actively engaged in documenting everyday life, community experiences, and cultural knowledge that has long existed outside formal recognition. The philosophical commitments find its strongest articulation in Mpho's work on indigenous archival systems. In the work Indigenous Archives in Post-Colonial Context, Recalling the Past in Africa, co-authored by Bebe in 2014, he advances a radical redefinition of what qualifies as an archive. Challenging the monopoly of written documentation, they legitimize oral traditions, communal narratives, ritual practices, artifacts, praise poetry, and visual heritage as authentic knowledge repositories. Indigenous archives are not positioned as supplementary to formal institutions, but are as knowledge systems in their own right, capable of sustaining memory, identity, and historic continuity. Further to that, Ngoepe argues that extended archives are essential because they reach communities in ways that conventional institutional structures cannot. These archives restore cultural presence to communities that were systematically excluded from formal documentation and challenges the colonial assumptions that only written records are intellectually legitimate. In doing so, they are not merely redefining record keeping, they are decolonizing the architect of memory itself, thereby constructing access to knowledge without predefined borders. In this sense, archives become living systems that reclaim and validate African epistemologies. Prof. Ngoepe's international recognition reinforces his views on extending knowledge by removing borders. Through collaboration and commitment to borderless scholarship, his leadership in the Interparent Trust project and appointment to editorial boards of the South African Journal of Library and Information Science, as well as the International Journal Archival Science and the SAGE Journals for Information Development and Education for Information, represents more than individual achievement. It signals the deliberate positioning of African scholarship within global theoretical discourse. On his appointment to the International Journal of Archival Sciences, he reflected, "I am deeply honored by this appointment. It represents a personal achievement and a broader opportunity to elevate African perspectives within global archival discourse." In addition to these accolades, he was invited in 2024 by the International Council of Archives to deliver a lecture at the workshop to international participants from various countries in Shanghai University in China. In July 2025, he was invited by the Archives and Records Management Association of Zambia to deliver a keynote address to its annual conference, as well as to facilitate a workshop on managing digital records in the age of AI. He serves on national committees of the South African Society of Archivists from 2009 to 2022, as well as the board of Eastern and Southern Regional Branch of the International Council on Archives from 2009 to 2019. He was also a member of the National Archives Advisory Council 2016 to 2019 in his capacity as the inaugural chairperson of the Gauteng Provincial Archives Advisory Council, which advises the MEC of Sports, Arts and Cultures. As the inaugural chair, he was charged with the responsibility of conceptualizing and operationalizing the Gauteng Provincial Archives, which was opened in 2017. He also served on the Ethics Committee of the American-based Archival Educational Research Institute, as well as the Technical Committee of Encoded Archival Descriptions for the American Society of Archivists. He's currently serving in the Mpho Provincial Archives Advisory Council, which advises the MEC on issues relating to archives in the province. Within Unisa, Professor Ngoepe's institutional roles further demonstrate that collaboration must promote borderless knowledge constructs. As chair of the Department of Information Science, director of the School of Arts in the College of Human Sciences, executive director of Library and Information Services, and currently acting vice principal for research and innovation, he has helped reposition libraries, archives, and records management as a strategic infrastructure and innovative platform for institutional memory governance. With a total of more than 180 research articles published in accredited journals, either as a sole author or co-author, Prof. Ngoepe has established an exceptional record of sustained research productivity and scholarly impact. His body of works span national and international platforms and reflect deep experiences in archives and records management, digital curation, information governance, heritage studies, and knowledge organizations. These publications had not only advanced theoretical debates within the discipline, but also influenced professional practices, policy formulation, and capacity building across Africa and beyond. Perhaps most remarkable is that Professor Ngoepe's influence does not end in the academy or within the context of international collaboration. His advocacy for African languages situates knowledge without borders as linguistic justice. Speaking on identity in culture, he declared, "Our languages are not merely instruments of speech. They are the arteries through which our cultures flow, our histories breathe, and our identities are formed." Language in his work is not simply a tool of communication, it is a vessel of civilization. He reminded audiences, people need to know where they come from to understand where they are going. Through his activism in African languages, he calls attention to the painful truth that you cannot democratize knowledge while preserving linguistic inequality. This view has guided his commitment to literature. Having authored creative works in Sepedi, he practiced the lived reality of strengthening linguistic justice while affirming cultural dignity. It also shapes his public activism, including his Race for Our Languages initiative, through which he leveraged athletic platforms to advocate for African literacy, indigenous publishing, and educational justice. From his scholarship, leadership, and activism, a coherent theory of knowledge without borders emerged. It emphasizes that knowledge must be ethically preserved, inclusively produced, linguistically accessible, institutionally supported, and globally engaged without surrendering local identity. Through his practices, Prof. Ngoepe shows knowledge without borders is personal. It is embodied, relational, and social. From his academic and community-based interventions, a coherent framework of knowledge without borders emerged. It insists that knowledge must be ethically preserved through trustworthy digital and archival systems, inclusively produced through community partnerships, linguistically accessible through indigenous language preservation, institutionally supported through leadership and policy, and globally positioned without erasing our local identity. Professor Ngoepe's life and work challenges us to dismantle old borders, not only borders of geography or discipline, but borders of language, memory, power, and identity. In doing so, he shows us that knowledge without borders is not utopia. It is a commitment, a practice, an ethical stance, and an act of hope. Let us take up that commitment. Let us collaborate across languages, across disciplines, across communities, and help to unlock a future where knowledge belongs to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and do I say good afternoon? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity, and a very special greetings to Professor Ngoepe, to the family, and I will not go through the whole list of those that I really would love to acknowledge due to time. However, I think it will be injustice not to acknowledge the presence of our one and only president of LIASA, Ntate Meapa. Thank you so much. Also recognizing the presence and also acknowledging that we are so proud to also have Memaite with us. Thank you so much. And lastly, to acknowledge the former CEO of the National Library, Mpho Ngoepe. I want to start with the words that have just been echoed by my former and very, very, very old boss, Mrs. Zulu. She used to be my boss ages ago. And one of the things that she mentioned is about Professor Ngoepe being a marathon runner. As one of those who have been mentored by Professor Ngoepe, I always share this story about a dedicated mentor and supervisor. In one of his marathons, I was one of those who was supposed to have received his comments. He did indeed send me his comments on a Friday, and he was running the Sunday morning. And I said to myself, you know what? I know he's running, so I've got a free weekend. So in that case, because he's a kind of a person, when you submit, you immediately get your response. It doesn't take a week. That's the kind of a supervisor he is. So I said, oh, lovely weekend. I'm not going to be bothered because he'll be running. He'll definitely be tired on Sunday. So let me rather submit it on Sunday because he will be tired. And he'll be possibly be busy with blisters and painful legs and so on. So on Sunday, around 10 o'clock, I submitted with that thing that I'm going to have a free weekend. Guess what? Then I went and I watched TV. I saw, no, he's almost done. He was finished. 2 o'clock, I got my comments. That's Professor Ngoepe for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very, very much honored to speak here on behalf of so many of us who have been mentored, who have been taken care of, and who have been guided by Professor Ngoepe. In this situation, when you've been asked to speak on behalf, it's a privilege. And I stand before you today to say thank you so much to those who have seen befitting that I should do so. When Dr. Matlatsis contacted me, I was not so sure whether I'm the right person. But having sat here this morning, I realized how important it is to be here. And also just to associate your name with a giant like Professor Ngoepe. Today is not just a moment of recognition. It is a celebration of impact, legacy, and the quiet but powerful influence of a mentor who chooses to walk alongside others so that they too may rise. For me, in the academic space that I've been part of, I've seen a supervisor, I've seen a lecturer, I've seen an examiner, I've seen a researcher, I've seen a scholar, and it is a rare breed because some of those, we don't find them in all of them. To me, he's been a mentor, and to many of us whom I'm representing, a mentor, in this case, you're referring to someone who is not just there to assist you to finish your assignments and submitting and also, but a mentor is someone who's giving. He's given his time to most of us and all of us. And he's not just not a simple teacher, he's been a mentor who transformed most of us whom you see. I'm one of them. And a mentor who does not walk ahead to be admired, but a mentor who walks beside you so that you can become who you were always meant to be. For many of us, Professor Ngoepe has been exactly that kind of a beacon. He has been the steady voice when research felt overwhelming, the patient guide when the methodologies refused to cooperate, the encouraging nudge when motivation was low. He will call you, he will send you a WhatsApp in the middle of the night. And the wiser anchor when life outside academia threatened to derail life within it. Beyond a supervision, a ministry of human development. Professor Ngoepe mentorship goes beyond technical guidance, beyond corrections, beyond chapter reviews and theoretical frameworks, beyond the graduation stage, because he's still my mentor. I've graduated a year or two ago. His influence follows you long after the dissertation has been completed. He understands that academic success is not only produced by intellect, but also by confidence, opportunity, network, and emotional support. Many of us can testify that he listens when others only hear. He notices potential where others see limitations in you. He shares opportunities that he could easily keep for himself. He broadens your world by generously opening his networks and contacts. He puts you around his circles. He creates possibilities where doors that appear permanently closed, and when you get hold of him, he opens those doors. He models a leadership style that is rooted not in power, but in empowerment. My personal experience, a journey that I believe was touched by grace, because when I met, and I'm sure he doesn't remember this, when I met Professor Ngoepe, we were in Botswana attending a coordinator conference. After his presentation, I went to congratulate him, and I said, I want to do my PhD, and he asked, well, why now? where were you? Why haven't you done it? And that was in 2018. Guess what? He never left and he never got out of my way. He kept on reminding me until I completed. I stand here not only as a representative of many, but also as a testimony. I have personally experienced Professor Ngoepe's support, his personal touch, and unmistakable wisdom. There were moments in my journey where the path seemed unclear, where uncertainty overshadowed determination, where door felt too heavy to push or to open. And yet, Professor stood there, not with loud speeches and long speeches, not with pressure, not with judgment, but with steady presence that said, you can do this, and I will walk with you until you finish. He has opened doors, as I mentioned, and I believe he is a mentor to many. Professor Ngoepe has shaped the entire discipline of records management, archival studies, library science, knowledge management, and so many. And we know a lot has been said about his journey as an academic and a scholar. We are just here today to say thank you to you, Prof, all of us as mentees. And I'm sure if I can ask that all the mentees stand up, the whole world will stand here. Because everyone who came up here spoke about how you've been a mentor in one way or the other, not necessarily in the academic space. Your impact of being a mentor will never fade off our thinking and also our thoughts. It trickles silently through time. Every day we think of you. There's no day that goes without remembering that I had or I still have a professor like you, a mentor like you. Each thesis that you've supervised has opened new pathways for research and also for opportunity. Each mentee that you touched or supported is now supporting others. You've taught us to be mentors to many, which we are. Each academic career you ignited is influencing organizations and improving practice. I'm a testimony. Each door you opened has allowed new doors to be opened for others through us, because you've taught us that we should be mentors. You have built bridges, you have built futures, you have built communities of knowledge where before there were no knowledge, and where today we stand feeling very knowledgeable and experienced. On behalf of every mentee who's dedicated and who's been here and who's still going to come, because I know some are still being mentored and they will still want to have your touch, may you please continue to cherish every moment that you spend with Professor Ngoepe, because every second you spend with him, wisdom comes and oozes out of him. Thank you for believing in us, especially me, because without you believing in me, I wouldn't be standing here. Thank you for nurturing our ideas with patience and respect. Thank you for walking the long academic road with us, not once, but so many times. Thank you for sharing your networks, your insights, your humility, and your heart. Your mentorship has changed lives. Your guidance has shaped careers. Your kindness has restored hope. Your leadership has expanded the discipline. We are who we are because you chose to invest in us. As you continue to guide, shape, and inspire many more, we pray that you impact continuously and it continues to multiply. Your legacy should remain evergreen. It should not turn any other color, but it should remain evergreen. Your joy in teaching and mentoring should never fade. You are and you have shown seeds in us, and we will carry your legacy forward with humor, because you are always having that sense of humor. Professor Ngoepe, today we do not only appreciate your intellect, we appreciate your humility. We do not only honor your scholarship, we honor your heart. And we do not only celebrate what you have done, we celebrate who you are. On behalf of all mentees, present, past, and the future, we see you as an icon, as a legend. We appreciate you, we honor you, and we thank you. May your journey continues to be marked by grace, influence, and a legacy that outlives us all. Thank you very much.
we are going to take a short, brief moment and just watch a short documentary. It's a very, very abridged narration of Prof's profile. It's a biopic in its research and development stage. And please have a watch before we conclude this first part of the program. Thank you.
Some stories begin loudly, others begin softly, almost quietly slipping into the world. And the story of Mpho Ngoepe begins on a hot Monday in 1975, in a hut in the Lamola homestead. His mother had just eaten lunch, dinner, when nature called her agency so. She gave birth alone, without a midwife, the kind of birth that carried both fear and courage. But perhaps it was fitting, because Mpho would grow into someone who learned early that life doesn't wait for perfect conditions. It simply demands that you show up. And he was named Mpho. That's a gift. A gift. That was a name chosen 3 years, actually, before he was born. When he was later taken to the Ngoepe homestead in Ranongte, the family naming rituals gave him the full name Mpho Ngoepe.
Ke Seemole a Kotšwane, Ngoepe a Masoko a Tlaboa kgoro ya Motlhakeng. Motho wa bo Mmasea le bjale madibeng a ba a boa le bjona. Mpho ya Bakoni, Thubagale a Malepa. Morwa Sebethikwa Monete ke Tlanane. Setlogolo sa Mmale a Sara le Tjoba la bo Motšipa. Le bokgabo wa bo Malekana, Motšwa Senakobo le Mphago o se gona. Mmaselope sa Kgonya se ya nokeng ka lekokwane. Mmaselope sa Kgonya se ya nokeng ka lekokwane. Mašolo-šolo a Bokoni, mašolo ga ke a hwela selo ke hwetše go šaba dingope ka tšea ka tšona mosadi. Ke motho wa bophiri bathong ke a nkga, go ya ka matlhong go thata. Ke motho wa bo mafata le batha ba tlamela. Ba re dithaba nka be di romiwa ke be ke tla roma thaba yešo tlamela. Ba re mogoši ge o lla ga Ngoepe o kwa ke ba matlala. Gomme ge ba o kwa ba re ge ile lehu re hwile la pitšana. Bakoni ra šikinya ditlhogo ra re šikiša dira le molapo gobane Mpho wa dira ke metsi. Mangope le ile kae? Ba Ngoepe ga ba gona ba ile go loga Maseka. Motho wa bo thupana tša moretlwa ke godile ke godišwa ke diatla tša banna ba matlala. Ke motho wa bo Mmaserorometša ngwetši ka kwa Matswale a gana a re ngwanaka bogadi o bo bone. Letšhaba badite.
In Makgabeng, where he grew up, where he was born, nothing was close. Not the taps, not the roads, not even the schools. So young Mpho first attended Seshani Primary in 1981, and he walked 8 to 10 kilometers each day. When the distance became too much, he dropped out mid-year, only to return again in 1982 when he saw other boys, or in the presence of other boys from his village, going to school. And at school, his name was westernized to, he was called Solomon. Okay, and I think I'm thinking in my mother tongue now, not Solomon, Solomon. Yes, but at home he remained Mpho. And he was a top performer. So good. In fact, that teachers who discriminated against children from Ngoepe largely spared him. They would say, it's a war. And during athletics season, because many children did not have birth certificates at the time, he competed under the name of a different boy, or the name of another boy. And that boy was Forrest Ramuroka. This Forrest was a nickname. Now, there's a humorous twist to this. It earned him the nickname Mafura. And that is a story he carried lightly, but it is one that revealed the improvisation that was required to survive schooling in rural South Africa at the time. And when we say Mafura, we mean a liar, sort of a pathological liar, something like that, you know. Then he attended Wudiela High School from 1981 to 1993, the first years of its existence. That would mean resources were scarce, teachers were few, and for long stretches, especially in 1989 and early 1990, real learning barely happened. But things changed when a new principal came, Dr. E.B. Koka. Now, standards rose, teaching standard was stabilized. Many failed under the new discipline, but Mpho thrived, of course. Then came the SATU strike in 1993, wiping out months of teaching. Still, out of 45 matric learners, only 10 passed. And from that 10, only 2 earned a university entrance. Guess who? Of course, Mpho. Now, that was a small victory, but with a large future ahead. From these humble beginnings, Prof. Ngoepe built a remarkable career, and it spans 26 years across library and information services, across public institutions and international organizations. His professional path included roles at the National Archives of South Africa, Cape Town Archives Repository, the Auditor General of South Africa, Bloemfontein Legal Deposit Library, United Nations Children's Fund, Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, the Department of Provincial and Local Government, Technikon Northern Gauteng, LIS Library Services. Hey, that's fetch. So at Unisa, he rose through leadership ranks. He's a C2 NRF-rated professor, so that okay. Yes, I was saying he was the head at Unisa. He was the head of information science and the Center for Applied Information and Communication. He was a director of the School of Art at some point, acting deputy executive dean, and ultimately he became the executive director of library and information services. Well, some of you may have noticed he also serves as acting vice chancellor. Prof. Ngoepe is not only a South African voice, he's an African and a global one. From 2013 to 2018, he led Team Africa as director for the International Enterprise Trust Project, shaping digital preservation strategies, training archivists, and developing archival curricula across 38 African countries. This work influenced national standards, produced doctoral graduates, and strengthened a continent-wide professional network. In 2016, he was invited by the International Council on Archives, ICA, to report on archival education in Africa at the Congress held in South Korea. And as a result, he was designated by the ICA to convene a meeting for archival educators in the African continent. This also helped in the implementation of the ICA strategy for Africa, especially on education. He was the organizing chair of Pro-LISA conferences from 2015 to 2017. And he also organized SASA annual conference from 2013 to 2019, a Sabika conference in 2019, Library and Information Association of South Africa 2024, and also advisory committee for the American-based Archival Education Research Institute in 2009, and that was at the University of Liverpool. He also served on International Council on Archives in 2022 in Italy. And then he was at the celebration of 200 years of Basotho Nation in 2024 at the National University of Lesotho. And the ICHORA in 2024 at the University of West Indies in Jamaica. So in 2024, he was invited as an expert by the International Council on Archives to deliver a lecture at a workshop. And that was to international participants from various countries in Shanghai University in China. Hape ke dio kanka ka godimo ke feta ka gore mokone o shumile nka se re go tlala seatla ke se senyane go a ibe go tlala lefase pele ke feta ya botlhokwa she. He is currently serving in the Limpopo Provincial Archives Advisory Council, which advises the MEC on issues relating to archives in the province. He has presented at international conferences, served on global archival committees, and delivered expert lectures in South Korea, in Italy, in China, in Jamaica, Lesotho, so his publications exceeded 100, spanning archives, governance, indigenous knowledge, authentication, oral history, and literature, including 2 books with Rollage. And his Northern Sotho short story anthologies were recommended for grade 8 learners. He even authored the biography of 2012 Comrades Marathon champion Ludwig Nomabo. He himself is a runner. He ran, you name them, every marathon and race he thought about, he ran. He revived and led the South African Society of Archivists for over a decade, so tirelessly that he eventually received the Lifetime Achiever Award. He became editor-in-chief of major journals, organized national and international conferences, and supervised 26 masters and 30 doctoral students. In 2023, he was listed among the top two of world scientists for career impact. In the world of scholarly communication, Prof. Ngoepe continues to leave an indelible mark. He currently serves as editor-in-chief of the South African Journal of Library and Information Science, guiding research that shapes the future of the LIS profession. He previously helmed the Journal of the Eastern and Southern African Regional Branch of the International Council on Archives from 2017 to 2019. And he also led the Journal of the South African Society of Archivists, publication he not only revived from dormancy, but also successfully steered towards accreditation by the Department of Higher Education and Training between 2011 and 2021. And in 2024, extending his commitment to documenting and preserving institutional memory, Prof. Ngoepe produced a powerful documentary tracing the history of the Library and Information Association of South Africa, known to many of you as LIS, and its role in strengthening democracy. From a heart in Makgabane, where he entered the world without a midwife, to becoming a global voice for archives, memory, and information justice. He reminds us that memory is more than documents. It is identity, dignity, and continuity. And because of him, countless African stories, large and small, will not be lost to silence.
Thobela ka moka. Bakone ba Unisa, bakone ba Matlala, ra le dumedisha. Yeah, ke koleta ba tshepedi mo tse le reng di ntshwentse. Ete e bolela ka ground ya Magabeng Prof. Le leina la setlhopha ka re tshwentse re dire sengwenyana ka sona mo. Ya bobedi ba kone ke gore he re be re tsena mo o re tilo ka ba bolela ka taba re batho ba ba Ngoepe ke batho ba ya le jwa le madibeng ba ba boa le bona taba e ntshwentse kudu ka iputsa re ke o mang beale motlhomong ke putso e le re tla ikhumana ka moraonyana. Without further ado, colleagues, I want to write on the observed protocol that was observed. So ours here, the three of us, we are going to talk about the books that we are coordinating in honor of our Professor Mpho Ngoepe. I'm coordinating book one, not by myself. I'm representing a group. We are a group of people. So this book one, colleagues, we are compiling this volume. We believe that is going to be the first volume that distills some of the major themes emerging from Professor Ngoepe's extensive research as well as scholarly collaboration. The book will reflect on his influential contributions to the archival science, particularly his voice in ongoing debates around access to information, archival theory, and future of archival education. I thought you were going to clap for that. So this book, or book one, there are many themes, like I said. Number one, I like this one very much because it guided me throughout on the digital curation. And this is the area where Professor Ngoepe has constantly shaped thinking on how institutions can manage, can preserve, and provide access to digital records. Closely linked to it, Professor Ngoepe is very much a fan of disruptive technology and their implications for the archival profession, prompting us to rethink how our archives may remain relevant in the age of disruptive technology. So, like I said, there are many themes that we are looking from his large scope of work that he has done. That includes multilingualism. I see Dr. Napier is here. I hope you are submitting a chapter. So, the other one talks about inclusivity, the oral history, community-rooted archival practices, and the safeguarding of indigenous knowledge systems. So overall, colleagues, we are saying this book one promises to stand as a valuable resource for scholars and practitioners who continue to navigate the complex landscape of LIS sector in an increasingly digital and cultural diverse world. So I'm about to share with you the title that we are working on as the title that will be the title of the book, colleagues. This is the title that is currently we are working on. It reads as follows: Praxis and Jamboree for Scholarship of African Archivist, Records Manager, Librarian, and Academic in a clonical environment. That will be my story, please. I'm displaying the one that will be delivered by Dr. Mjapelo now. Doc, yeah.
Thank you so much, colleagues, cousins, and friends and families. Ke le dumedisha ka moka ba ga Ngoepe ke re ba koni. Na where I come from, ge o tsena ka motseng wa motho o kry-a batho ba dutse, you address them ka the clan name ya batho ba ka mo. So here I assume we are all Bakoni. So I'm representing the group that is coordinating the book number 2. And actually I came here deliberately wearing a hat because I wanted to take it off in front of all of you as a sign of respect and recognition for Prof. Ngoepe. Not because I wanted to expose my ugly face. I just wanted to show that respect. So colleagues, without any waste of time, I'm going to skip this slide and move straight to the second slide. The next slide. So we are coordinating this book because we want to honor Prof. Mpho Ngoepe. I'm sure you heard a lot of good stories that were shared this morning about the contribution that Prof has made to the sector. So we thought that we don't want all the stories that have been shared here to just end here. So we want to collect all the stories and have a book that is going to be published in the honor of Professor Mpho Ngoepe for his visionary leader, and we also know him as a global collaborator and a mentor in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. So the contributions covers the themes that you see on the screen there, the legacy of Prof, the mentorship, the collaborative scholarship, engaged scholarship, the ethical leadership, the open science, and so forth. So those are the themes that are going to be covered in the book. So the next slide is a book cover. It's just a snapshot of the book cover because I've been warned not to share too much information because the book is still in progress. So this is the title and the cover of the book, as you can see on the screen. And the next slide talks about the next slide talks about just a snapshot of the chapters or the contributions that we have already received for the book. And as you can see, the titles are incomplete because I did not want to share more information about that. So these are just the 3 chapters of the book. And so far we have received about 12 chapters. And there was an interest from so many people, and we are even thinking of having volume 1 and volume 2 and volume 3, just to make sure that we cover all the stories for professionals who enjoyed the mentorship of Prof. Ngoepe. So the first one is the footprints of Mokoni, the scientometric analysis of blah, blah, blah. And then the second one is squeezing the juices from the orange, lessons from. And then the third one is making an academic legacy, leadership, just like that. So, in closure, colleagues, Dr. Situmo shared a message from one of the songs from Toots and the Metals, the Reggae God Soul. I was touched because I'm a reggae fan. So I also thought I should share this message with you as I leave the stage. It's from Bob Marley, and he said, "The greatness of a man is not how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively." Thank you very much.
Good day, colleagues. I'm not Dr. Msako. On the program is Dr. Msako. I'm just stepping in. I'm not so sure whether the slides will be up, but Dr. Msako is the coordinator for a coffee table book, where now is also featuring the issue of mentorship, collaboration. Colleagues, if you can have the slides, because I don't have all the facts except referring. But the book has 5 parts. For each part, there is 5 contributors. Part 1 is about collaboration, but the book basically is aligned with our sustainable development goals and also the catalytic niche of the university. And then part 2 is about mentorship. Part 3 is about African epistemology and theorization. Part 4, I wasn't good at memorizing at school. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, but there is also part 5, which is about research and innovation. So As he explained, the book has 5 contributors for each part, meaning that there are 5 chapters for each part. It's a coffee table where we have beautiful faces of the people who are contributing. There'll be a photo so that even when Prof. Ngoepe has aged and retired at the age of 90 or 100, he can still read the book and look at the pictures, even though maybe some of you would have also been aged. So the title of the book is, maybe you can keep guessing, maybe I need to give an award for this one. What is the title of the book? The Professor Mpho Ngoepe, who? Colleagues, you might be lucky, maybe Prof. Ngoepe will think otherwise about you. Please guess it right. I've already just given the overview. It's all about that. Oh, the other part that I forgot is language transformation. You know, the nature of Prof. Ngoepe is a language specialist, it's archive. You know, that's why the other book is GLAM. GLAM is galleries, art, archives, museums, and galleries. So he's everywhere. Maybe as his age, he needs to decide where exactly he wants to be. Yes, but we are happy he's everywhere. Okay, now the title of the book is Inclusive Scholarship, Application of Collaboration, Indigenous Knowledge, and Innovation for Global Impact. Thank you.
Thank you. I was really surprised at this Mokoni wearing a hat in the house. But thank you very much, colleagues. That was quick and fast. Thank you for telling me what the S stands for. Professor Ngoepe has recently been requested to be my boss at work, and I realized his initials were MS. I started by writing MS Ngoepe, and then I removed it when I found out what it was on his ID, because I had to travel with him. So I saw that name, but I'm happy today that I know it's Ziemole, and I am very glad that it's not the name I thought it was. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy that I was able to be here today and not where the university required me to be. I'm grateful that I was invited to spend my day with all of you. But one thing I've learned today, okay, Professor Ngoepe, you must still be my running coach. I'll start running. I have to run the comrades. Oh, even if I fail, I still have to run it. But there is a house in Leboago, Mundlo ya ga Mphahlele, and it must be turned into a library or something. Someone spoke to me last week and it went over my head. So when Mesu Sulu spoke about it to say we go to places and we talk, I then remembered. So I'm not saying this to Prof. Ngoepe, I'm saying it to the department that he comes from, because I know you guys are good at this. We have some homework colleagues. We have a house in Leboago that must be turned into a library or a museum or something that you guys are good at. But the most profound thing I saw today was in Professor Mpho's young family. And in the morning, I wanted his wife to sit down and his daughter. And I kept speaking in Sepedi. And they were not hearing me, and I kept repeating until Ngoepe said, please speak in English. And I then realized, and then I thought, this is a very beautiful family. And I think for me, out of everything today, the new thing I've learned is how we can be beautiful families and love each other, even though we come from here and there. And Professor Lenkabula likes saying that we must stop being tribalists. And that is something I witnessed today, that even though Rebakoni, we've really embraced everyone and made sure that everyone who's online and everywhere could hear. Professor Ngoepe, I was just delaying. Santutle, utlo bolela. And just respond to everything that everyone said. If we had to allow everyone to speak, we would spend a whole month here. Please come forward, Papa. Let's stand up and, it's Englina, the others. Let's stand up and welcome our bride.
Madam Program Director, Dr. Masechava, ke a bona batho ba tshwere ke tlala ga ba ja. O tshwantse o ba fe dijo ba je. So says Jesus Christ. I didn't hear any amen. Ga ke na mantšu a ka tšere ke dibuledi tše di fetileng. So I'm supposed to just sit down. Colleagues and real cousins, Bagone Kampelamphela dinonyana, digagabi, le diphoofolo ka moka tša tlhako le borufa, ke a le dumediša ke re pula. Pula. Ya medupi. Le bo Dr. Domini Mamotlake Bagone. I heard people talking and I ran out of words. And as I'm sitting there, I thought to myself, am I jack of all trades, but master of none? Because they spoke about the interdisciplinarity of my work. And number one, I didn't get the memo. Hence, I didn't prepare the speech. But it just happened that the last 2 days, the memo leaked. Even though I didn't get the memo, but it leaked, but I still didn't know what it is all about. So I am writing on the context or the precedent set by all those who stood here before me. Like I said, I didn't prepare any speech. I just have to respond, and I'm not going to respond to all things. I might miss other things, but I could have prepared more had I known that I'm going to speak here today. So everything has been said, and mine is just to oleboa. And oleboa kudu, no, at least there are people who are taking me seriously. You know, I never take myself serious. I never thought that people are taking me seriously to that extent. So now I know that what people are going to say when I'm dead. So I will sleep, I will rest in peace. Let me start from the beginning. I didn't know where to start, but I'll start from the beginning. I just made a few notes as people were talking. As Dr. Situmu was giving the keynote address. Indeed, the whole job edil like adigo. And Dr. Situmu, one thing that he didn't tell you is that during the 80s, when he was still a private teacher, he used to buy a New Age. And New Age was a banned newspaper. So his younger brother will take the newspaper and then will go and read. And sometimes that newspaper had the academic side. So one day I asked my father to buy me a New Age when he comes from Pretoria. And when he came, he was very angry with me and said that that newspaper, they said, is for the terrorists. Because he was working with the Afrikaners, and when he inquired about it, they told him that your son will be arrested for reading that newspaper. I was very young, I didn't know anything about that. And Dr. Sidumu made us join ANC at a young age through Mapolo, Lawrence Mapolo. So he started the ANC in that village. Many villages and in town, they didn't have that branch of ANC, but our village, without infrastructure and everything, it had that. So that is where we could access literature from there. And ke motšhadi yo a kere le yena ba re o se re o botšišitše gore na why o ganagana matswale o sa ganagane ngwetši le yena ke motšhadijwe le nna ke mo fa assignment o reng o ya tšhadijweng o sa tshwanela o ja borekhu tseleng ke assignment e le nna ke mo fa yona ka gore tšhadijweng ba re o ya gona a wa tshwanela o ja borekhu tseleng so o tla re botša le yena I will respond to not all, but I will respond to a few. And the book by Bona Mohale says, "Lift as you rise." And as you rise, you should fitlile on top on a major ladder. Our tshwanela o raya that ladder. So for me, the issue of lifting as you rise is not something that I learned in the books. It is in the blood because where I come from, we have been staying there since the 17th century. We haven't moved. 17th century is a long time. To the extent that even people who were coming, we were able to accommodate them without a problem. But the only problem started in the 1940s when we accommodated certain people, then they took the village over. So you give a person one hand, one finger, then they demanded the other four. So they took over. So, but it doesn't mean that those who believe in Christ, he says, if they give you this side, if they hit you this side, you must give this side. But it doesn't mean that you don't learn out of those experiences. So for now, I've never been on this side of the fence. I mean, of receiving. I know I give. I don't receive. And I don't like receiving. It's not my nature. That's why I don't know where to start. And I will start with a preamble. Because Africa does not only speak through drums, songs, or storytelling. She speaks through the deep, timeless wisdom of the Proverbs. These sayings are the spectacles through which our ancestors viewed the world, teaching survival, humility, courage, and laughter in one breath. And even today, they remain some of the continent's sharpest tools for understanding life. Across villages, le gona kua magabeng ba re nga gaba-gabagana letšatši le dikela ge re dutše re kokona ditlhogo tša mangangatlhaga di senye tša meloko ya mošate re di nganga re dutše re šomiša these proverbs. Even in the desert, in the cities, forests and kingdoms, Africans learned early that experience is the oldest university. Every joy, every mistake, every season carried a lesson. That is why our elders often say, when an old man dies, a library bends. I heard May Eleanor earlier on saying that. And every proverb is a page from that library. It's just that our people don't realize that. And if you don't realize that, you are going to end up being a gate crusher to your own knowledge. And the people who don't own that knowledge will be gatekeepers for your knowledge. Allow me to start from the beginning again. One of the most important proverbs records that the child who does not know the road asks the one who has walked it. That is the lesson. No path started as a path. Someone must walk on it for it to become a path. That is a Korean proverb. You must pound and break the hard land and piece through it for the water to flow. The quote is a metaphor about creation, initiative, and persistence. It says that roots, opportunities, habits, or traditions don't exist before someone makes them. They are formed by repeated action and sustained effort. So my reflection will revolve around that assertion and will be about what the speakers have said. Otherwise, it's like the hele. Primary school, most have spoken about it. Primary school life, it was about, our primary school was about 8 to 10 to 12 kilometers. I've never calculated the distance. And during our time, no snack range. So I first went to school in 1981. And around my neighborhood, there was no boy of my age who was going to school. So I will always go with my cousin. I think I saw him here, Samari. His name is Samari. He's somewhere here. Yeah, he's there. So, but he was staying just 800 meters away from my household. So every time when I get to his house, his father's house, I found that he's already gone to school. Because we had a bigger cousin, he will give him a lift on a bicycle. So I went to school until June, when the schools then closed in June, not in July. When the schools closed, I told my mother that, no, I'm not going back to school. And she agreed that, no, it's too far, and she agreed. And then I didn't go to school the second semester. So the following year, it was 1982, I went to school. At least boys in my neighborhood were now going to school. And the neighbors were also going to school. Boiki, Liluka, I don't see them here. So we could go together. But at school, I had an advantage. Remember, there were no crèches. I had an advantage of that. I was at school the previous year. Plus, my aunt has taught me how to write and read before I go to school. So I could read better than anybody in the class. And during those times, if your surname was Ngoepe, it was like you are cursed. The village was named Ngoepe, but if your surname was Ngoepe, it was like you are cursed, because there were people from outside who came to take over the village. So anything that has to do with Ngoepe was called barbaric, uncivilized. They even say Masile Amakabe. They even call those people Masile Amakabe, meaning I've actually written a novel about it, The Barbarians of Makabe. So apartheid was not between black and white only. It was also between black and black. Those who were Christians and those who were not Christians, those who were educated and those who were not educated. But for me, I never experienced it because my mother came from that other side. Maybe I was spared it. But people who I always walked with them to school, they experienced it. So that is how and the other thing that I was spared of it was because I was always number one in the class. So you wouldn't dare bully somebody who was that in the class. But the fact that other kids experienced it, in a way, it does come to you because you are also sharing the same thing as them. So the school was called Sishani Primary School, named Sishani because I'm told through oral tradition that it's Sishani because it's a mountain school for women, Sishani, and even in its name. So the school was built on the top of the mountain by the communities. Communities then built schools, not government. now we see that governments are struggling, but we are unable to do things for ourselves. If we do, if we do things for ourselves, as you heard Stumu saying, the government will get you along the way. So that is one lesson that we should be learning. And the schools that we attended, primary school, it didn't have any water. If they give you money at home, that money is useless because you can't buy any, there was no shop. Whether they give you money, we are all equal, it doesn't work. We go to school at 7 in the morning, we come back at 4 in the evening without drinking water, without eating. You eat at home in the morning and you eat in the afternoon. The entire primary school. That was the nature of it, irrespective of whether you have money or not, we were the same. So then I went to high school. At high school, the first 2 years, we didn't really attend school because we had a principal who came to school always drunk. And the only teacher that was teaching us, he will release us at 11 every morning. The first year, 1989, and until the first semester of 1990. He will release us at 11 because he has covered, she would have covered her lessons. And then the principal will spend the whole 2 weeks not coming. And, but the learners were happy about that. And some of us, when I told my father that, here we are not going to finish the school, he decided that he was going to move me out of that school because he wanted what is best. And he also wanted me to study medicine. I was also good in maths. So I was about to relocate and go and study maths and science elsewhere when a certain teacher came to our school. He was supposed to be here, he's not here, Rapadu. He was teaching history. He taught history to the extent that he convinced me to stop pursuing maths and science. Maths and science was luxury there. But he taught history to the extent that he said, and then he convinced me, and then I was convinced that if I study maths and science, I'm going to just regurgitate what people are doing. There's nothing new that I'm going to invent. So that in itself shaped me towards where I am today, because I wouldn't be here, I would have followed the science streams. And when my father insisted that I should study maths and science, I said, no, I want to do something that I will be able to be in control the entire life. As I work, I should be in control. With medicine, people are going to die. I won't be able to control that. So he asked me, what do you want to be? I said, I want to be a writer. By then I wanted to write stories for radio and TV, because I had already written some manuscripts. And, but when I went to the university, because of applications, I started with applying for social work. When I get to the class, there were 40 women, 5 male, and then coming from the rural area, patriarchal society, I said, no, this is for women. I then decided to say, no, let me register law. When I go to law, I ask how long will it take me to complete? They say 3 years if you do B.Juris, and then another 2 years for LLB, and then another 2 years to serve articles. Then by then I looked, my younger sister has passed matric and she's sitting at home. I said, no, this one is not going to work for me. Then I studied BA, and then I did, because I love books, I did information science. So a path isn't pre-installed option. It is the visible result of people walking the same direction repeatedly Likewise, career movements, ways of living, institutions begin when someone chooses to act in a particular way and others follows. So after completing, I struggled to get the job. Then my former lecturer, Mpho Ngoepe. So I just want to show you that if you give, you also receive. And then if you underline this, in every institution that I entered, the only institutions that I applied for was the Department of Arts and Culture without anybody telling me to apply. But all the jobs that I worked for, they were either never advertised or I was asked to apply. So Mpho Ngoepe hooked me with Jayendra Naidu for the LIS Library Services. Then he set the tone for me. I was able to work there. Then the company went down. Then I went to stay in Soshanguve with the executive. I don't know whether executive is in here. Yeah. So this one, he also played a role that I continue writing in indigenous languages because he would say, there's no way you can write anything in indigenous languages. I would argue with him that it is possible, and then he will ask me, what is green in Sesotho? What is this in Sesotho? Then, and even in front of the people who were speaking English, the white people from England, he would say, no, this is not possible. But for me, I kept on doing that to the extent that later in life, when he had his kids, he asked the books from me to read for his children, the books that I wrote, so that they can be able to. He never believed that we can write, the indigenous languages can be language of science and teaching and learning. So when I was staying with him there, because the company that I was working for, it went down, then I once they decided to go to Technical Northern Gauteng. When I get to the circulation desk, I found Moses Mudiba. I said to him, I've got this qualification and I want to work in this library. And then he said to me, you know what? You cannot just come here and then say you want to work in this library. You know what I can advise you? You should set up an appointment with the university librarian, and then you will be fine. Then immediately when I get to the gate, I call the university librarian and set up it was Friday, I set up the appointment for Monday. Then on Monday when I come, I found somebody else on the circulation desk, and I said, no, I want to see the university librarian. And he said, who do you think you are? We can't even see the university librarian, and you think you can see the university librarian. Who are you? I said, no, I'm looking for a job. He said, no, we don't have a job. Go. So can you see the difference? If I had found that person before I found Mudiba, it was going to be a disaster. Then I told him that I've got an appointment with the university librarian. Then he showed me where she is. And then when I got there, she said, you are hired. So I wanted to show that things sometimes is people who stand on the way, even if the path exists. The same happened to the United Nations. Rose More was working there. He just told me there is an opening. And then after I applied, they said, no interviews, come start working. And it's an international institution. So then, fast forward, I went to, because I was always working on contract. My other cousin, who was working in the Free State, just said to me, there are positions in the city of Mangaung. Then he took my CV, and then he submitted it. I didn't do anything. And then the next thing, the municipality calls me, not for an interview, but to come and start working. So if you have received, you must also be able to give. Then when I was there, I decided to move to Cape Town. That is where I met Dr. Domini when he was the head of the National Archives this side. And one day when he came there to address us, someone was, Peter Longbottom was complaining about the lift. And Dr. Domini said, no, it's good for your exercise. And I thought he will address the issue, and he never addressed that issue. So Dr. Domini also took me back to the National Archives when the Provincial Archives was provincialized. It was not a provincial archives then, it was a provincialized. Then I had to move to the Auditor General. I don't know if there is anybody from the Auditor General. And it was a senior position, equivalent to the director in the government. And I was taken there without applying. Then I moved to TCTA. When I was in TCTA, the magic has not yet started for me to make a contribution, although I was making little contribution as I was studying through my mentors, studying with Professor van der Walt. When I was in TCTA, I met Onyancha around 2007. So around 2011, when we met again in Mozambique, he insisted. Professor van der Walt tried to recruit me for a long time at Unisa, but Unisa then was not paying very well. So I declined. So was Professor Majanja when she became COD. I declined. And then Professor Onyancha convinced me in 2011. Also, I didn't go for an interview. Yeah, he just requested the CV, and then I started working as the manager, the center manager for applied communication and information. But I had taken a knock in my salary for a reason. The reason was that in the public and private sector, they were not valuing qualification. And by then, I had already started doing PhD. So I was going to do PhD, and it was not going to benefit anybody from that where I would have been. But I saw Unisa as a platform which I can make a meaningful contribution. The first platform that it gave was for me to start organizing the annual archival lecture. And it gave me an exposure to interpares. That's when I invited Luciana Duranti to come and deliver the inaugural lecture here. And immediately after that, Duranti has appointed me as the director, co-director of African team with Professor van der Walt, who was my mentor previously. Then with that project, we were able to make a meaningful impact in terms of curriculum development across the board. As we speak, Unisa was and is still the only university in South Africa out of 27 that offers undergraduate qualification in archives and records management. And we also produce 2 PhD students from the project, and the other book that is there. And that made me to travel to over 30 African countries and all the continents. You may name it. When I told one elderly woman that I've been to Jerusalem, she said, "Why Jerusalem I call Hodimo." She thought Jerusalem is in heaven. So she said, I'm lying. But that exposure, you wouldn't get it anywhere if you are not working for Unisa. As much as you've got the ability, you need the platform. You can have the ability. If you don't have the platform, you won't be able to express it. And also, if you don't have people who are lifting you, you are also going to fail. And if you have been lifted, you also have to lift other people. So my mentor for PhD always says that the bird sings not because it has a song, an answer. It sings because it has a song. But sometimes it's a song of celebration, sometimes it's a song of complaining because it might be heard. But if there are people who are hearing, then they are able to assist. And one thing that is important is family. Background is the key for a person to be able to move forward. If you don't know where you're coming from, you are highly likely not know where you are going. And if a leopard is chasing us, you don't ask if it is a male or a female leopard. Because this is a sharp reminder about misplaced priorities. Many a times people ask whether it is a male or a female leopard, and they lose the direction. So when danger is present and survival and solution matter, no unnecessary question. That in itself, it also talks about wasting time on distractions, side issues or unimportant debates while the real problems are growing bigger. So we have current societal problems in South Africa. Instead of solving these problems, we are asking, is it a male or a female leopard? So in these moments of crisis, we must concentrate on action, clarity, and what truly matters. Arguing about these small things while your life, business, finance, or relationships are falling apart is not important. Leadership that discusses committee paperwork while the community suffers. No service delivery. I have said a lot, and I want to thank the people who thought about this, because for me, I didn't think it was time yet, and I didn't think that I have touched so many people this way that they would consider honoring me. And as I said, I know what you are going to say when I am dead. And one of my international mentors, because you don't succeed if you don't have a mentor. Even our president has got an advisor. So you cannot know everything. So even when always you must have a mentor in every aspect. Even the mentee, they are also my mentors, because as they go and research, they bring new information that I don't know. And then I'm able to learn in the process. And my mentor, Luciana Duranti, once said, the moment that you know that you are as successful as a teacher is when you are surpassed by your student. Until such time that your students surpassed you, and then you have so many accolades, you haven't done anything good. But it is that even with that mentorship, that started when we invited her at Unisa, she was also able to invite us as a family to her home in Italy, in San Benedetto, to spend some time in her house. And in the rural side of Italy, wherein no one is speaking English. And when they see a black person, some they are seeing a black person live for the first time. So, but it doesn't mean that you're marrying your own sister. And I have not been writing for a while. Hence, I'm saying that if you have a mentee, they are writing for you. That's why Dr. Makgatlela, Professor Makgatlela, by the way, I studied with him from 1994 to 1997. He was consistent with this one thing. He was always the last person to come in the class and the first one to leave. He was very consistent. And I still have to ask him why, what was happening. So that's why Prof. Makgatlela, when my student or my mentee has published, I say, Letswalo or Chuma or Mabapa et al. It's because I still give that person that intellectual property, because the conceptualization although we conceptualize it together, a lot of work is done by them. They do the actual reading, I just direct. They do the actual reviewing, I just destroy it with, you can write 20 pages, I destroy it with one sentence. And they get angry for that. Ask my younger sister. So I've not been writing for a while in that regard. And I would like to thank all the people who thought about this to honor me while I'm still alive, and the associations that I served, all those that I worked with in our partnerships, from the National Library of South Africa, Buku Children's Literature Foundation, the National Archives of South Africa, South African Society of Archivists, and the Library and Information Association of South Africa, and all the other colleagues and et al. And the family mostly. Bari tsela gopo ya dira ga e latše nageng. Ke gopetše marobalo ka fiwa ka gopela tša o ja ka ngwathelwa go ba o fitla ke le mo. I didn't arrive without other people's help. That's why we have to, as we go up, we have to lift other people. And they quoted Bob Marley, and they quoted the Toots, and Dr. Mujapelo. I must say that I once entered into Bob Marley's house in his museum, and then be able to learn first. You know, learning by experiencing is better than theoretical. I wasn't a reggae person, but I think now I know more than you after that visit to that museum, because I could see the reality and what fits what. And even in the Bible, I was able to follow the Jesus path, and then that way you understand the Bible better, whether it's fiction or not, but you understand it better. So I thank everybody, because I know it is time for lunch. People are very hungry. And one great African leader said, Elena, something, you must invite us. We will pay revenge. Thank you.
Raleboga, Prof. I'm glad that I did not put on my makeup today. Dr. Litswalo, Ntate Madumo, may you please stand up and present something before he relaxes. We would like to thank the South African Society for Archivists for sponsoring that documentary. It's still work in progress, but we really appreciate it all. Okay, Prof, I did not release you from the stage. I just thought you were appreciating Ma and coming back. You can stand here. Are you guys speaking or am I speaking? You can sit here. Yeah, Doc, will you be assisting? Do you want to say something? I do have a paragraph, but you can speak.
I can speak. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I really don't know what can be a befitting gift to gift Prof. Ngoepe, a man who has given so much without receiving. But other than that, I think the university, on behalf of the department and everyone else and colleagues, they saw it fit to present this gift to Prof. Like you said, I think Muputso wa gago wa nnete o tla o kry-a ko Jerusalem. Ko lehodimo, no one in this earth can really thank you enough for all the hard work that you have selflessly given to all of us who are here. He is not only mentoring the young ones, he also mentors the old ones. With that said, I don't know, Program Director, you want to give a background in terms of.
No, I won't give a background now, but you guys can unveil from the bottom, like you're unveiling makoti before you kiss the bride. This artwork, colleagues, is produced by one of our very own internationally acclaimed fine artists, who's also the COD in the Department of Art and Music. The art piece is an oil painting on canvas, which reflects the scholar that Professor Ngoepe is, and we appreciate it very much. Prof, you know where it comes from, but it's from the university, colleagues. This is not a Department of Information Science or the library. As a university, we are really appreciative of this man. Thank you. Before I ask the family to come and give you are allowed to speak again. Before I allow the family to come, when we go for lunch, colleagues, I know we are very hungry. May we please allow the family to eat first, and then may we please allow them and our guests first. But for now, I'm going to ask those who were assigned to reflect from the family to come forward. Baba ba kgopetseng gore ba tlo bolela for family re kgopela le tleng le tlo bolela.
Ke le dumedisha gape bakoni ka moka pula. Lagatong la bakone ba Ngoepe ke tše sebaka se ke leboge sekolo sa Unisa ka mmereko o mogologologolo ba o dileng ka go honora mokone o mogolo ke noko ke seamole sa Kotšwana. Ke dile phošo e nyane fela ka nako e when he was standing here, I was supposed to be on his side, but it's just a small mistake. It won't happen again. Indeed, we are honoring a giant today. I never called him Buti, Mukoni. Today, because he's a prof, he's called Prof. But I've never at one stage called him Buti. I don't know why, but it's not because I disrespected him. That is just how we addressed each other. Ke motlogolo wa moratho le Tlhabane le Seamole. Nka dia phošo nka lebala ditlo Matebele ba ga Lamola. Ba re ke Lamola bo Mmakoma se lamolela Matebele. Prof Ngoepe o tswa ka difamily tše pedi tša ga Lamola le tša ga Ngoepe. Di boletše mo taba tše dintši ke sa nyake go gata godimo ga methala ya bona. But in short, we know Prof Ngoepe is a very competent person when it comes to leadership. And I can also add the fact that he is very ethical. And I think even today, the speakers who stood up here, they could attest to that. In the Egyptian mythology, we will call him an epitome of Ma'at. Ma'at is you are naturally there for justice, for equality, irrespective of the current situation or the difficult situation that we experience. So he has pushed and broken boundaries when it comes to leadership or when it comes to his career, but it does not end there, in my view. So, Lagaton Labaga Ngoepe, ke rata go leboga batho ba Unisa ka moka, and everyone who got the invite and decided to put other things aside to come and join his celebration. Re tloga re leboga maoto a lena e le ruri. In conclusion, there's two things I wanted to say here. It's Unisa versus TEFLOP, or University of Limpopo, where he started his career. Prof Makgatlela indicated that he actually went to poach for him, but he could not succeed. Prof Makgatlela, are you still interested or not? Or you have given up, you also want to join your colleagues at Unisa? Otherwise, I've got a plan if you want it. I can assist. So I had some plans for him, but it would depend on how we can negotiate. So it is also not just simple and straightforward. As for Unisa, in my view, but look, it's his personal choice. I think he should remain with Unisa until he decides to go and sit at home. That is just my personal view. For what they have done and the exposure that he has got, I think he should just also give back to Unisa by staying with Unisa without interrupting some of the work and the foundation that he has already laid. I see we already got some of our cousins are doctors here and so on, with the foundation that he has already laid. He was not alone, he's not alone, he's got other colleagues, but I think he should remain with Unisa. That is why I was saying Prof Makgatlela can come and then I can do something for him if he really is still interested. So lastly, I don't think he needs to write his autobiography. Do you agree? I don't think so. I think each one of us has already indicated, even if he passed on, they will still invoke his memory at the end of the day. The student who comes 200 years down the line, they will be reading his books, the books that he has already written. And in that way, they will be invoking his memory. So he's not going to rest at the value of the dead if he thinks he's going to remain silent there. So he will still be speaking through his writings and so on. And then he will also become a living ancestor as life goes on. Ke a leboga in that regard.
Okay. After Mama speaks, Professor Saurombe and Dr. De Vere, may you please come and gift our speakers here. But for now, we have our mother. This is Professor's mom, and she'll be giving the closing address.
Thobela go dumedisha. Ke dumedisha batho ka moka ba beleng ka mo. Ke sa le ba le ba kone ba ntshidikgolo. Ba kone ba Ngoepe. Ke dumedisha le benyi ba motso. Ba Unisa ka moka ke re dumelang. Na ke nna bo Mpho, not a professor. Bo Mpho. I can read Mutswachi, get one hour, get Mpho. There is a professor. Lenale Mutsabaka professor, Nakamutsabaka Mpho. Mpho ke ngwana kore na shetse ba boletse akere be ke tlo go tlaleletša gore Mpho ka mokgwano le mmonang le ka ha e ho tšea le ka mokgwano ho mo rumile a tše 5 minutes a ile ko mo rumile wa boya ta ka ya tisha ntwe wena o rileng o e tšea a ya sekolong be ke sa motsoši kore a ke ipraise be a itsoša a sa ya primary ne ke tswa gore ko mo phumula o feditše go thapa a sepela ya sekolong o fithela ya secondary ntša Friday ye nngwe le nngwe a le secondary e ke tsoa ke kry-a mpha sepetše a ile sekolong from primary to secondary gore ntlo themo ye nngwe le ye nngwe ba tswa number 1 a ke gore a ke nne a šolela le ba ba leng gona ba family ya Ngoepe ka moka ba tseba ba tšea number 1 ngwadinyana a tswela ka morago ga ya re gane ke ta mo phiša ai Mpho a molathela jale ke re Mpho a tshware ka mokgwano a tuileng primary le ka hae a ruteile ene la mmona a lwale o tseba o lema a tshwara moma wa dikgomo a tsena primary a o fetša primary be šetša ithutile moma be re lema ka dikgomo o sena diterekere nna re a lema ka borena re mo tsentšhitše sekolo ka mabele ka dikgomo ka gore ulo re a ya thefo papa e mmereko wa fela jalo ba mathata ra thoma o rekiša dikgomo o rekiša mabele a ba fetša sekolo a ya thefo ka mabele jale o na le kgotelelo ke leboa kgotelelo ya hae nkile a e kgotelela ke gopola ka primary a ile a le ko primary o na le ngwana o mongwe a eta a modia so ka morago a direte o eta a mo phota direthe ka maotho a tswa sekolong ene mpotse gore ke kgole jwang a tsena ka hae Mpho ba ka so botse o tla bona ka gore wo gane ke sethitho gane ke eng ke di emetse a thape ka boshu ya sekolong tšatši le lengwe ke thakane le bona ke ya shopong ka thakana le ena ngwana ona more bana ba tsheya kona a kgona mpotša gore ka methaunti e jwale a senke ka ya sekolong ka lata mathitšhere ke jo ya ka bo ngwane o la kare le botše ngwane wa lena ke nyake a to mo tšhabiša sekolo sa le go twa tšatši leue le ane jwale Mpho ke mokgo ke tšhomi ya gae ngwane o la o buile ke tšhomi ya Mpho a nama a tsena sekolo a lokoloile o fitela ba mo romela thefo Setumo o boletše ya re ba išitše ba le ba babedi le ngwanabo e ba fitha kwa be a sena maths ba dia history e ba fitha thefo maths ya oho ba thoma o ba shifta ba tšea ba maths a tsena ka ga ena ke maketše a tsena le bo papae o tha tshwere buka e kaka wena buka e jwale o tlo diang ka yona mo gae le ona o tswa go matriki ba re o tlo balantšhe ka gae ka re ntlo e ka se kgone o tlo ruta ke mantše a sa di kwešišing ai beke e fela mosadi o mongwe ke mistress a tswela re mmušeletšeng ba thomile o tšea ba history a napa a sepela a napa a kgona a thoma go tsena ko thefo jale ke kgantšha ka ena Mpho a senke a khekelese a boela morago a senke a rena ko thefe a ke apare teki ya phoma a ke apare ulo ya sekolong a ke ikgantšhe ka ena kore le dilo tšela be di le mo le di bone dinto le dithaba tše dingwe ke tša ko rena o letše ana mola a ya ka o ya sekolo o beya dibukamo a ya ko nte ka thaba o tšea dikgomo o tlo lema ka mokibelo le a se a ye sekolong mara a tshwere dibuka mošimanyana a ka tsena so o no chiftela so ba tlo ba fitha kwa ntše ba mo chifta a bona gore o feleletše wa emelela o a ya ka ntong a o bala a ba tloelana mola ke ntho ke ikgantšhang ka ena a senke a mphe bothata a senke ka wa ke happy ka ena le male a ke le jwale ke o ka re nang ka jo fofa ka ya ko marue ke thakgetše kudu le foro yane ya hae o tlo se tseba Sepedi a se ka le tshoša ke twa ke mmotša ke re o na le rena o bolele Sepedi le rena re tla ithuta English a re itsebe le yena a tsebe Sepedi mara o ka gore wa tsheya o tlo tseba Sepedi o re ke eng yao ke a leboa ke leboa Unisa o menagane
Ra leboga mma re leboga go menagane Dr. Musako ra kgopela o tle papa Okay, then Dr. De Vere and Prof. Saurombe, will the gifts be given from there or will they be here? Okay, so just after Dr. Musako speaks, then you guys can give the gifts.
All right, thank you very much for allowing us to be here. We have a great program, and we just need to acknowledge the people behind the program, but we won't go to that very extent. I just need to acknowledge, when you see everything is happening here, there must have been someone behind it, and surely it wasn't me. I was even in directing, but I was being fished out. So in order to do that, I just need to call somebody who can be very much acknowledged, but doesn't like it to be acknowledged. Someone who's a Tom Kopo. Yes, someone who was a facilitator indicator, where Prof. Ngoepe was a student studying a higher diploma certificate in library science. So I just need to call Memata to come and receive an award for this very championing this very event. Thank you very much. Dr. Matlachi will come over, please. While she's approaching the podium, we just need to be, thanks for being a good audience, and I'm very grateful that you responded to the event invitation and denied yourself all other goodies. Thank you very much. Dr. Matlachi, we just need to say thanks for stitching it all together. We were very much aloof, but you saw a vision and you saw the end results, the type of person that you are. Of course, mentored by Professor Ngoepe. Let's have your honor. All right, Ma'am Itumelo will present the champion trophy to the person who made this whole thing happen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you, MC.
We'd like to call to the stage Dr. Situmo, Dr. Domini, and Dr. Mabasa. Please, if you can please join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please call upon Dr. Ledwaba, and the family can start and go dish up, but Dr. Ledwaba, please come. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my last sentence. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience. Ke a leboga.
Ke a o leboga moswara marapo. Ke dumediše setšhaba ka moka se se leng ka mo tenteng. Batho ba ka no ipotšiša gore na di-student awards di tsenelana bjang le LIS Symposium ya go hlompha Professor Ngoepe. Karabo ke gore Professor Ngoepe wa ka mokgwa re mo tsebang ke monna a lerato. And lerato la ge le legolo le be le le go baithuti. He has consistently shown that supporting students is not just a duty, but a calling. E re bolela ka calling, re bolela ka pitšo. And pitšo e serious, e la ka kerekeng le ka malopong. So through his openness, encouragement, and an unwavering commitment, he has made student well-being a true priority. And he has prioritized co-curricular activities, more especially in the Department of Information Science, where we have collaborated with the City of Johannesburg on a Mobi Readathon competition. So this is an online competition where students competed by reading 2 articles and answered 10 questions. Students who got all the correct answers. Okay. Students who got all the 10 answers correct within a particular short space of time were recognized. And I'm just here to read their names from 10 to 1. We have Nombuso Ndlovu, Brian Block, Zanele Kuzwayo, Nobongwa Kaba, Calvin Jacobs, Mahitle Lethalerwa, Nadi Ubisi, Amanda Zidona, Maki Viradipabe, and number 1, we have Hanezani Ramano. Let's give them a round of applause and go to it. Thank you. I'm not sure if this is a lost and found.
Dr. Shibambo, colleagues, there's a card that they are saying it has blocked the... Dr. Shibambo, please come and assist. They would request the owner of the car to come and move the car. It's somehow on the way of people passing. Our program director, give me I need the number plate. Our program director has already left, but you can see it's lunch. We are 2 hours or whatever behind the program. Please dish up, and then we can come back and quickly proceed. Fortunately, the afternoon one is going to be very short. Now, the owner of this car, MN82CBGB, please, the car is on somebody's way. May you please go and move it? It's a Mercedes-Benz. I think the owner could just identify because it's a Mercedes-Benz.
Mvulane. Mvulane.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Afternoon. May we start? Colleagues, may we start? Hey, hello. Hey. Colleagues, my name is Mashilu Mudiba. I will be the program director for this session. We are going to be very fast, colleagues. We don't have enough time. I don't know if the speakers are here. I'm just going to call their names so that they can be ready. This is session number 2, and we appreciate what happened in session number 1, where various dignitaries gave speeches to honor Professor Ngoepe, the man who made some of us. So without any waste of time, can I check if Dr. Mosheu is in the room? Dr. Mosheu, is he around? Please check if Dr. Mosheu is around. She's gone. Okay. I see Prof. Onyanja is here. No. Yes, he's here, I see. Dr. Tsepo Mvulane? Okay. Dr. Khwadi Mamabolo? Is Mamabolo here? Dr. Mamabolo? Not here. Dr. Zibanda? Not here. This is good. Mr. Salomo? Not here. Wonderful. We are going to finish, Miss. Dr. Grace? Dr. Grace? She's here. Buitumelo? She's not here. Okay. Colleagues, without any waste of time, I want to call the first speaker then. Since Dr. Mosheu is not here, we are going to call Professor Onyanja, who's going to give us a presentation. The title of the presentation is Facing the North or the South, South African Universities Search for Regional and International Collaboration. May we give Prof a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Prof, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair of this session. Colleagues, I just want to express my honor, satisfaction, you can call it what, but the privilege is all mine that I stand before you just to make this presentation on behalf of my co-authors, Tobile Badimo, who is sitting at the far end, and Tabseng Swartz, who worked with me on this presentation. In honoring our friend, Professor Ngoepe, I was told that he mentioned my name as he was presenting and I was out. Yes, Professor Ngoepe, we have come a long way. I was chair of department when he was employed at the Department of Information Science. And from then on, I've seen him rise to what he is now, and I'm so proud of him. Just to quickly then therefore, I'm trying to read here, but it looks like my height is a challenge, but I think I'm going to make it. But I thought I should just start by honoring Professor Ngoepe by just presenting 2 slides on him before I go to the substance of my presentation. Now, if you look at that graphic that you do have on the screen, it's a mapping of his research co-authorships, research collaboration that he has entered into with different colleagues, different people, and you'll see that he has got a network of around 49 academics or researchers that he has worked with. Now, this is from Scopus. This is not from Web of Science or, but it's from Scopus data that I used, where he has about 83 papers. So when I did the mapping of the co-authorships, that is in terms of research collaboration, you can see that indeed he has got a wide network. And I think this is what is the gospel is all about, that we go out there and work with others in order for us to lift them. You can see the number of people, the names that are also there. Apparently, mine is missing, even if I've co-authored with him. But that, I think, is Scopus that skipped it. Now, let's see what areas he has done research and co-authored in, and you'll see that he has got a lot of it in records management and archives within the context of South Africa. And digital records, I think it's very important that we do note that this is a new area, and therefore there is some kind of work that he has done together with others. So with those 2 slides, I appreciate Professor Ngoepe for the work that he has done. Now to the substance of our presentation with Tobile and Ntapseng. When we looked at the theme, we said, what can we do in order for us to fit into the theme? And then we said, let us look at the collaboration, because that's the theme, the thematic area for this symposium, and under what level can we do it? And then we said, let us do it at the university level. And why did we think of this? Is because colleagues, South Africa is known to be collaborating widely, but so much so internationally, with about 50% of its papers being international collaboration, about 50%. Some other countries, it's actually over 90% of their papers are collaborated or co-authored internationally. But South Africa stands at 50%. And then we said that because of that, then we started asking ourselves, does that kind of collaboration, and I'm going very fast, you'll allow me to move a little bit faster. Does that collaboration, that pattern of collaboration, is it uniform across all universities, public universities in South Africa? That's the question that we're asking, and that's the research question at the bottom of the screen that you are looking at. Are patterns of collaboration uniform across the universities? Who collaborates north and who collaborates south? Do universities have preferences with whom they want to collaborate with? Or is it just like at the national level, which has got 50% of its collaboration with international countries? So then we started by looking at how is South Africa's collaboration by collaboration type or by authorship type. The line you see at the top The line you see at the top is international collaboration. Now, if you look at that, you'll notice that the international collaboration surpasses every other collaboration, meaning that South Africa is highly collaborative internationally, but not so much nationally. The second one below it is institutional collaboration, that is between two people within the institution. The third one is single authorship. Now, you'll notice that single authorship is higher in every year than national collaboration, meaning people don't collaborate among themselves from one university to the other. That is very little, that's very minimal compared to international and institutional collaboration. I want to skip this and then go to this one, where UCT is leading with the international collaboration at 63.9%. Now, if you look at the second largest is VETS, which is 56.2% of its entire publications from 2015 to 2024 being published in international collaboration, through international collaboration. So the strongest international collaboration, also strong international collaboration, is also registered by, I think that's Sefako University, that is SMU, and then also Stellenbosch University. But when you come to national collaboration, the strong ones are from the University of Mpumalanga, which has got 46.1%, Mangosuthu University of Technology, 44.7%, and SPU, that is Sol Plaatje University. It has got 34.6%, and Central University of Technology is 31.8%. They have got a strong national collaboration than international and even institutional. While the others have got more international visibility, the others have got national visibility. But then we want to look at those that are heavily national. Look at that graphic. If you look at the one that is at the top from 2015 to around 2020 is institutional collaboration. The one that is, I'm colorblind, so you'll let me just use the orange as the color. And the second one is international, which is lower than the institutional collaboration. And that is the University of Fort Hare. University of Limpopo is almost the same. But let us look at those heavily international universities. Look at University of Cape Town. The gap between the international collaboration and the rest is very huge. Look at the University of Wits. Is almost the same. University of Wits continuously is growing in terms of the number of collaborations in the international arena. And this has got something to do with, at the end, to do with the ranking of universities. That's where I was going with this. Okay, I want to come to Unisa. Unisa, we are a bit, we can say we are just there. We don't prefer so much international, neither do we prefer so much local. But we have got a balanced mix-up of international and local, or international and national. And because of time, I just want to move to, I will skip this one so that I may conclude because of time. The paper has got so much data that I cannot present within the time that, by the way, I talked to him before we came here, so he did not mention it here that he told me how many minutes I'll take. He told me before we came here, so I'm still going by those minutes. Okay, thank you. So the question is, do all universities face north or face south? The thing is, it is no, it is not true. Irrespective of the fact that South Africa faces north more or international more than domestic, universities have shown that many of them prefer domestic or national collaboration than international collaboration. And this has got also something to do with the historical developments. Those universities that were historically black, they collaborate mostly nationally. And those that were mostly white, they collaborate largely internationally. And that's something that we have just picked. The second concluding remark that we are making is that there are 3 tiers. One is research-intensive universities, which collaborate largely internationally. The second one is a mixed profile, which has got international and local, and those are the Northwest University, Rhodes University, University of Western Cape, Nelson Mandela University, and Durban University of Technology. The third one is the one that is domestically focused, and these are the UFH, UNIVEN, UL, MUT, VUT, WSU, and COT. Predominantly national or institutional partnerships prevail in those universities. I think this should be my last one. The concluding remarks is that we have got a diverse landscape of collaboration in South Africa. Is there the better one? Is international better than local? I think this is a question that I want to leave with you. I don't want to answer that question, but when you do international collaboration, there are benefits. When you do national collaboration, you balance it, there are benefits, and even in institutional collaboration. And I want to thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much.
Round of applause, colleagues. No, thank you very much, Prof, for sticking to a time that we agreed on. I was about to remove you with Ganda. But thank you very much, Prof. That was on a lighter note. You and your co-presenters there, and Thabisen Swart and Badimu, we appreciate. So I don't know if the next speaker is ready. Dr. Tshepo, are you ready? Colleagues, I see he's coming. Let's give him a round of applause. Colleagues, let's give him a round of applause. Are we? Those who want to ask Prof. Onyanja some questions, they can prepare the questions.
So I'm being reminded I must be very fast. I'll be very fast. Let me make a quick recognition of Ntate Mukoni, Professor Ngoepe, and family, the honorable guests that are here, all protocol observed. My name is Dr. Tshepo Moloi. I am the president of the postdocs here at Unisa, a structure that is a new baby of the university. The language and terminology around it embarrasses the university because they have no clue about what they're talking about when they engage on the discourse on postdocs. I'm also the president of the Gauteng Oral History chapter, which earlier you would have heard Professor Sekiba Kiba. He is the national president of OHASA, deputy president, and we've got regions, and I'm the president for Gauteng of the Oral History chapter. I serve on other committees, but I'm here because, as the president of the Oral History chapter of Gauteng, we've put together this paper with the deputy president. She's not here, she sends her apologies, Ms. Nokolo Makua. And we just came back from the National Conference of OHASA, where Gauteng was able to sweep all the records in terms of the papers there. But there's so much work to be done. And we want to thank the organizers of this conference for this opportunity to come and actually spread the intellectual footprint of the Gauteng Oral History chapter. The topic is Oral Histories as Living Archives for Indigenous Knowledge Preservation. Owing to time, I will stick to what is on the slides. We acknowledge that a lot of the discourse in our institutions and the centers of excellence, whether it's research centers and otherwise, we are confronted with the issue of coloniality and colonial education and colonial discourse. The framework we use is really Western standards. It's the Western framework. And we are saying, in terms of indigenous knowledge, the country since 2004 took out a policy position on IKS. It is embarrassing when you look at our institutions, all 26, only University of Northwest, Mafikeng campus. And it has to be the second university which is championing this. It was Mafikeng, and then the other one, because I'm thinking beyond knowledge management as presented and as offered by most institutions. It would be University of Venda. And what is fascinating with both is that we hardly hear them being quoted, being referenced, when we hear prominent scholars speak on IKS, whether in global conferences or in our local national conferences. These two institutions are just a foregone conclusion. So IK encompasses rituals, medical practices, framing storytelling, moral codes, social networks. I've already told you that historically, the hegemony of the Western discourse still guides our discourse, and oral history offers a way to reclaim our IK and its relational, performative, and ethical aspects. Because the previous speaker was doing his master's when I was doing my first year at University of Zululand, I was looking at his master's dissertation, but I think what caught my eye is his professor for master's and PhD, Professor Ochola, who's a Kenyan scholar and has been the authority on knowledge management at University of Zululand and in the region. And it is disappointing to see that in Dilinga Journal, which is the journal for IKS at University of Zululand, he still remains the foremost preeminent intellectual on indigenous knowledge systems. And the question is, in all these years, more than 30 years now, what has happened to the local voices? It's a question mark. Earlier we heard a scholar talk about knowledge without borders. In our paper, we conceptualize it to be collaborative, inclusive, community-based knowledge and infrastructures. Challenge hierarchies in traditional archival and academic systems. It emphasizes relational, dialogic, and participatory knowledge creation. And of course, because we're here for Prof. Ngoepe, we quote him in this discourse because he's one of the sources alongside Professor Sabelo Ndlovu Kacheni, former director of the Achima Fetcher Institute here at Unisa, now based in Germany, and Anna Smith, who's a decolonial scholar from New Zealand. Indigenous knowledge as living archives. So we submit that IK is dynamic, relational, and embedded in social practices. It supports intergenerational transmission and cultural continuity. Oral history preserves tone, gestures, rhythm, and context. It promotes community agency and ethical knowledge sharing. Fascinating whenever I hear the name Professor Odera Hoppers, because Unisa really put that signature on her name if you're going to quote anything, IKS. Again, we raise the same question of Professor Ochola at University of Zululand. Where are the so-called local authorities on this discourse? The methodology we used for this paper is decolonial qualitative approach, which is prioritizing indigenous epistemologies. Semi-structured oral history interviews that we conducted with elders, historians, and knowledge holders. A narrative thematic analysis, and using also member checking for accuracy, transparency, and reciprocity. Findings and democratizing archival practices. I don't want to go through all this, but what's important, earlier on, we had the MC, I don't see her now, speaking about the house of Professor Eskia Mpahlela and how that house, there is energy that it must be turned into a library, a community library in Lebuachong. Because my PhD was on Eskia Mpahlela, and at this time I was doing it at Stellenbosch University. Prior to me, Professor Lisiba Rafapa had done his PhD on Eskia Mpahlela in 2006 at Stellenbosch as well. But he was more focused on Eskia's narratives, wordplay, folklore. I was not interested in any of that. I was interested in his philosophy on African humanism. And how is it that this is still not qualifying him as an African philosopher? And of course, I take issue with this prefixing when it's us. Why should we say African? Why can't we say philosopher? So there's these things that we've done now, and we've made them norms. And we think these are strengthening our arguments for indigenous knowledge. And all they're doing is performing the very act of coloniality. It's a performance. So anyway, like I said, I don't have time to go through all of these because of time, but oral history highlights relational, social, moral, and emotional environments, enables hybrid digital archives, combining audio, video, and text. The discussion that we're having in this paper with my deputy president is challenging the test-centric paradigms. So if it's not in a book, it has to be qualified why it's knowledge. If it's oral, it has to be qualified. So we are now in a discourse of orature versus texture. It's not a new conversation. Oral histories foreground relational, performative, and embodied knowledge, confront structural marginalization of oral knowledge, promotes participatory archiving and collective ownership, ethical and culturally responsive knowledge infrastructures. So these are the themes in which we are discussing in the paper. And the impact on library information science. The late Professor Mpho Ngoepe, who preceded the present CEO of the National Libraries, we were having an argument about the very idea that libraries are not used in the way that we would ideally expect them to be accessed by our people. And his argument really was, you need to look at the system, go beyond the people, the personalities, and look at the system in which they operate in. So we say here that integration of oral history supports decolonial, inclusive, participatory LIS infrastructures, co-production of knowledge with communities, enhances interpretive, pedagogical, and archival functions. I think when Mama Elena Sisulu was speaking here earlier, and she did present the organization she represents, which is Puku, which is really championing children's literature. We want to ask the question, for example, how many people access that center in Grahamstown, given the amount of archival work that has gone to putting all of that together at NEL, the National English Language Center. And we need to guard against the very notion that we are elite as academics, as scholars, as scholar activists, because then it's an own goal, right? The very reason we're doing what we're doing is precisely so that we can open up the conversation and include as wide as possible, invite all the diverse sources that we can have in the dialogue. Co-production of knowledge is what we call it in the paper with communities. Because this enhances interpretive, pedagogical, and archival functions. Promotes pluralistic epistemologies and ethical stewardship. Conclusion, oral histories are living archives reflecting indigenous knowledge performance. They affirm community custodianship, and they promote hybrid community-based decoloniality. And of course, in our references, you'll see we do reference Professor Ngoepe amongst the people that we're referencing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndate Moloi, Dr. Moloi, and the co-authors who just presented on oral histories as living archives for indigenous knowledge preservation. May we give him a round of applause, colleagues, as he's sitting down. Can I check if Dr. Josias Khwadi Mamabolo is available? He's not available. Sibanda, Dr. Sibanda? Not available. Miss Salomo? If that is the case, then let us call on stage Dr. Grace Muchunguma. I don't know if I butchered it enough. I tried. Let's give a round of applause, colleagues. She's going to talk about negotiating knowledge, the role of transformative agreements in advancing open access publishing in South Africa. You are going to choose your own. Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Firstly, I would like to thank the program director and the team who organized this event, giving us an opportunity to be a part of the few people that are celebrating the excellence of Prof. Ngoepe. I think in our profession, when we are talking about knowledge without borders, there is no way we cannot speak about open access. So my presentation is going to be about open access, specifically talking about the transformative agreements. Yeah. It's not shown. Okay. All right. So the title of my presentation is Negotiating Knowledge, Transformative Agreements, and the Reconfiguration of Open Access Publishing in South Africa's Scholarly Communication Ecosystem. Before I go ahead, I also want to appreciate my mentor. I'm a postdoctoral student in the Department of Information Science. She's the one who assisted me in fine-tuning this paper that is still in progress. Okay, that's the outline of my presentation. So I'm going to read so that I don't go out of context and end up taking a lot of time. Open access refers to the practice of providing unrestricted access to research publications, enabling everyone to read and utilize the findings without financial or legal barriers. The OA movement arose to mitigate access challenges faced by academic libraries and research institutions. There was a genuine need to improve access, visibility, and use of scholarly communication by the global academic society. To advance the adoption of open access in South Africa, the South African National Library and Information Consortia, which is known as SANLIC, adopted principles to replace subscription-only journal agreements with transformative agreements, which are deals that combine both reading and publishing services. And by definition, these transformative agreements are contracts that shift subscription-based publishing towards open access, typically through read and publish deals, where one fee covers both journal access and open access publishing for affiliated authors. And for those who are in the library sector, you would know that previously academic libraries managed subscriptions, and for some or most universities, the research office handled article processing charges. But in this instance now, we do have SANLIC, which is a consortia that negotiates and manages collective agreements with publishers on behalf of its members. And in the context of SANLIC, they do manage agreements for all our universities. All universities in South Africa have now entered into this consortia so that they benefit from these negotiations. The agreements enable libraries to provide read access to paywalled journals, at the same time allowing authors from participating institutions to publish in those same journals without paying, or at least paying discounted author processing charges. Right, this is just a brief information on the transformative agreements that have been signed through SANLIC. Until to date, SANLIC has secured 16 deals, including with the big five, which are Elsevier, Springer Nature, Taylor & Francis, Wiley, and Sage. And all of these are multidisciplinary databases, publishers. And I took out an example of Emerald. So basically what we are seeing here is, these are the first column is the 16 publishers, and we do have the number of universities that are subscribing to the particular publisher, and also research institutions, and the publishing privileges. What I want to clearly point out here is, let's say, for example, we have Emerald. There are 23 universities. And of the 23 universities, between the period of 2025 alone, they are allowed to publish 181 papers. So what then it means is all the 23 universities have access to only 181, meaning that if a publisher from, let's say, Unisa, an author from Unisa wants to publish, they are going to get a one voucher out of the 181. So now this sort of has an advantage on institutions with high publication rate, unlike those that are, that are not research intensive. So the transformative agreements, as they seem to be now, they are giving more advantage to research intensive institutions, and they are of a lesser value to those that are not publishing as many. And the fact that they are kept, it means you cannot just publish as many as you want. You are controlled in the number of publications that you can submit, and these are journals. So within these transformative agreements, there are three important stakeholders, which are the universities, where we have our authors, and these authors, they also consume the information that is produced by the publishers in the research process. We do have the consortia which manages the agreements, and we also have the publishers. So the relationship with these people is very delicate and complex in that there is really need for transparent negotiations so that at the end of the day, we are able to see how universities are benefiting, if ever it's happening, out of the transformative agreements. And if we are also going to see that, are we really repurposing the funds to publishing, or it's just playing with words? Right. So my problem statement is around 4 basic key areas. South African researchers face persistent financial barriers in publishing, with high article processing charges and limited institutional budgets, restricting equitable participation in open access. Although transformative agreements are promoted as a solution, they present significant challenges of cost shifts, complex negotiations dominated by global publishers, and uneven institutional capacity, raising doubts about their sustainability in the context of developing countries like South Africa. These concerns are compounded by the absence of a national open access or open science policy, which means there is no binding mandate or coordinated framework to guide institutions, ensure consistent funding, or align strategies for further equitable access. Furthermore, there are critical research gaps on the impact of transformative agreements in South Africa, particularly regarding their effectiveness in increasing publication volume, visibility, and inclusivity while reducing financial burdens. Limited literature signals that stakeholders may lack evidence-based guidance. So this study can inform negotiations, policy development, and strategic planning for open access transitions. And those are the 4 research objectives. We are looking at impact, the role of stakeholders, if TAs are really alleviating financial barriers, the challenges and risks of, that are associated with TAs, and the development of a strategic framework for improving on the TAs. So this study adopted the political economy of information framework, which looks at how money and power shape scholarly publishing and access to knowledge. It shows that publishers control who can read and who can publish, repackaging old pricing models and use their influence to protect profits. The framework also highlights global inequalities where big publishers from the global north, like the Sage Elsevier, dominate the developing regions, which is the global south, which are paying more but have less say and access. Transformative agreements may then be perpetuating inequalities in knowledge access despite promising benefits for developing countries like South Africa. Transformative agreements increasingly frame scholarly outputs as an economic asset rather than public goods, monetizing publishing rights and access. This commodification raises ethical concerns about fairness and significantly limits accessibility to knowledge, creating barriers for those without financial means. And moreover, the dominance of market-driven logic often overshadows core academic values, prioritizing profitability over the principle of open knowledge sharing and underpins scholarly communication. For South Africa, these dynamics are critical. With limited research budgets, dependence on global publishing systems, and minimal bargaining power, the promise of open access risks becoming another costly model rather than a pathway to equity, unless local voices and policies actively reshape the system. So that's my methodology. It's going to be a literature review. The summary of findings revolves around the key areas There is increase in publications in terms of what is being published via open access routes, which has also enhanced research visibility. And the financial reports from SANLIC, they show that, let me read this one. SANLIC reports indicate that transformative agreements repurpose subscription budgets to cover APCs, but the total cost is usually equal to or slightly higher than the previous subscription-only deals volume. So it's at the end of the day, from this statement, there is just a repackaging of models. While we were paying for journals as libraries and maybe individual authors paying their author processing charges from their research funds, these funds are now compounded into one, but it doesn't mean that there is really a change in terms of saving. The only difference for individual authors is that these APCs are now managed at institutional level. But in terms of saving, we do not have evidence that really supports that. And in terms of equity, smaller institutions, including previously disadvantaged universities, publish fewer articles but pay similar subscription-based fees. So if there are 15 institutions, you are all going to be paying the same amount. So those institutions that are producing less, they are losing out because they are not publishing as much. This dynamic reinforces existing structural inequalities in scholarly communication, as well-resourced institutions such as the big institutions like UCT, Stellenbosch, UP, WITS, secure better terms and broader publishing opportunities, while underfunded institutions remain limited in their ability to leverage OA benefits. The findings of this study reflect key principles of the political economy of information. The increase in OA publications and improved research visibility indicate progress towards democratizing access to knowledge. However, the reliance on large commercial publishers shows that power and control over scholarly communication remain concentrated as the model predicts. Financial accessibility findings reveal that while authors benefit from waived APCs, institutions faced cost-neutral or higher expenses, confirming the framework's emphasis on economic structures and market-driven pricing. And finally, equity challenges where well-resourced universities secure better terms than smaller institutions illustrate persistent structural inequalities, reinforcing the model's argument that what economic and political forces shape who benefits from information systems. A few proposed strategic frameworks. We need a policy, there's a need for policy alignment, equity and inclusivity, monitoring and evaluation, risk mitigation strategies, and inclusion of African journals. We need an open science policy, and we have kept a draft since 2022. SANLIC negotiates deals, but a national policy would strengthen SANLIC's mandate and give negotiations a legal strategic backing. This ensures government's level support, making agreements binding and aligned with national research priorities. It also helps SANLIC push for better terms like full all-A compliance and cost caps, because publishers know it's backed by national policy, not just a consortium. When we talk about equity and inclusivity, the idea is to ensure that all institutions, big or small, can participate fairly in transformative agreements, even if some universities currently opt out of certain publisher deals. There should be flexibility in models for negotiation. Monitoring and evaluation is critical to measure the impact, compliance, and effectiveness of transformative agreements. A national dashboard, for example, could be established to track key metrics such as the number of open access articles published per institution, cost savings, equity of allocation across institutions, and inclusion of African journals. Regular audits and annual impact reports will ensure transparency and allow for evidence-based adjustments to agreements. This approach provides accountability and supports continuous improvement in achieving open access goals. To ensure the sustainability of transformative agreements, risk mitigation should address both financial and operational vulnerabilities. One approach is to diversify publishing models by supporting diamond open access with South African journals such as the Mosayon or the LIS, and rely on community and institutional support rather than commercial publishers. And there can also be a central fund, possibly managed by the DHET, to support for unfunded researchers, APCs for unfunded researchers, reducing inequalities and preventing cost escalation under commercial agreements. Finally, most large commercial publishers, such as Elsevier, they do not include African journals in their transformative agreements. These agreements typically focus on the publisher's own portfolios, which are dominated by Western global titles, and as a result, African journals remain outside of the open access transition, limiting the visibility and impact of local research. This exclusion risks marginalizing local scholarship and indigenous knowledge systems, which are vital for addressing challenges in promoting epistemic diversity. To address this gap, SANLIC, supported by National Open Science Policy, should negotiate parallel agreements with African publishers. These agreements would ensure that African journals benefit from OA funding streams and are integrated into the broader scholarly ecosystem. In conclusion, the truth is TAs have transformed publishing. Financial benefits, they are uneven. We do rely on commercial publishers, and these findings, they align with the political economy of information, showing how power and economic structures shape access and equity in scholarly communication. Thank you. I just have a word to say, which is in line with this gathering. I want to say, I was so touched. Yes, we are celebrating Prof. Ngoepe, but I was very touched by the testimonies that people were giving, and it came as a challenge to me that if one person can have all of these nice things that everybody in the room can, agree on, can I not be a better person in one way or another? It's a challenge, and I would be happy if I will have the energy and the courage to bring a change, just like Prof. Ngoepe. Thank you.
Round of applause.
Sorry.
Colleagues, Dr. Grace was my last speaker. I'm going to now call Dr. Mandisa to do the last session, but I don't know, colleagues, among ourselves, if there's one reflection from the floor or one question. I mean, they can't just talk and we leave them like that. Any clarification from anyone? All is well. I see Prof. Can we get a mic for Prof to reflect before Mandisa comes? Professor Ngoepe there.
Thank you. Mine is just a quick question for the open access. I want advice for the library. Should we continue to participate? And if we participate, what do we need to do so that we get what we contribute? Because it's like we are sponsoring other universities or other universities are sponsoring other universities. Thank you.
If she can respond quickly.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. I think it goes back to metrics. We need to measure and evaluate. It is difficult to really just say from the word go that we need to stop subscribing. But we also need to look at the positives of being a part of the consortia. If all of us are combining to pay something and have the privilege, it's different when one person has to pay. So it means we are sharing the cost instead of the university carrying all the load. But yes, it goes back to the same point. We need to measure and evaluate. That's where we can get informed decisions. Thank you.
Give a round of applause, colleagues. Colleagues, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be the chair of this session. May I get a round of applause as well? You know, I saved time. Colleagues, without any waste of time, can we give Dr. Mandi Samsomi a round of applause as she will be doing the last session for us? Dr. Msomi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mautiba. I'd like to introduce myself as the academic toddler. I'm still crawling. Even for this program, it was a piece of a challenge when they told me that I should be chairing session 3 of today, because today's event for me, it's bigger than my my toddler stage. But anyway, we learn. Before I start, I would kindly like to appreciate the work that is done by our colleagues who coordinated the event. This was one of the most, still is the beautiful event that was highlighting the work that we need to do. For us, young academic, I think this is a challenge to say, can we keep up to what Prof. Mpho Ngoepe have done and still doing? So we partially accept the challenge. I don't want to say fully because, hey. Yeah, so my work is going to be very short for today. I will be running session 3 of today, of which I will kindly like to introduce our first presentation by Dr. Ngwenya and Prof. Onyancha. Is Mrs. Dr. Ngwenya here? Yes, you can come to the stage, please. They will be presenting on an informatics study of the coexistence of open science and intellectual property right. Over to you, Doc. Let's clap for her while she's still coming.
Ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity that I've been given. Maybe while she is sorting out, since we are talking about Prof. Mpho, I don't know why you moved to sit next to Onyancha when I'm about to present, because when I wanted to do my PhD, I emailed him, Mpho, and then he said, your subject area, I don't think I can do justice, so let me give you to Prof. Onyancha. So Prof. Onyancha was my supervisor, and he's still my mentor. On my graduation day, Prof. Onyancha had traveled, and Prof. Ngoepe was the one who read my thesis. So my graduation pictures have got Mpho. So I'm also a cousin. Thank you very much. So this is our presentation on an informametric study on the coexistence of open science and intellectual property rights. That is the outline of my presentation. Since we were instructed to do just 10 slides, I tried to compress everything. So as an introduction, I would like us to acknowledge, we all acknowledge that digital technologies are promoting new ways of exploiting science, and open science is leading is the leading movement. Tracing back the history of open science to Robert Merton's principles of science, which you commonly call the kudos norms. Open science practices aim at ensuring transparency and accessibility of knowledge that is shared and developed through collaborative networks, which I believe is the main theme of, we all understand as the main theme of this symposium. So in the process of propositioning these principles of science, the kudos norms, Merton had a vision in which the structure of science would place a premium or award the recognition of the owner of the intellectual property. So to achieve such recognition of the intellectual property system was established to protect the creations of the mind through IPRs, which we call intellectual property rights. However, in the process of protecting IP, the system seems to have closed access to science. So in trying to shorten the presentation, I will go straight into the statement of the problem, where we are saying the relationship between open science and IPRs is currently leading global debates on research policy. We hear of statements such as promote science as a global and borderless public good, or advance science as a global public good, which support the view that knowledge generated through research should be shared as openly and as rapidly as possible. And these ideologies seem to affect issues surrounding IPRs that present a rather closed model of science because people want to protect their IP. So there seems to be very little research being undertaken to comprehensively address how open science can coexist with the IPR system. So this is a presentation of an informametric analysis of literature on the intersections of open science and IPR, which we conducted in order to generate information that may inform future research on open science and IPRs and promote access to scientific knowledge that would address the many issues that are affecting our world. So our purpose was to analyze the publications that address intersections of open science and IPRs, tracing how the concept has grown, highlighting problematic issues, and generating practical measures that may be taken to promote their coexistence. And those were the three objectives: to establish the availability of the literature, to determine the subject coverage in the literature, and to determine the trends in the growth of scholarly literature on the subject. The method, this was an informametric study which was conducted on the Scopus database. The search query is outlined there. So I will present the results based on those three objectives. Number one, availability of scholarly literature on open science and IPRs. So the first diagram there, that pie, is it a pie or is it a donut? Was generated through Scopus to show the availability of scholarly literature, the document types that are available on publications that address the intersections of open science and intellectual property rights. And you see the large chunk of the pie there, which is the blue part, is representing research articles. And then the second diagram there, I combined 4 diagrams there. The second one is a table showing the languages that are used to publish on open science and IPRs. And you see that the English language is leading there with 3,325 out of, sorry, I didn't mention the total number of publications in previous slides. We managed to retrieve 3,459 documents between the period of 1970 up to where the first publication appears up to 2024. So English language is leading there. Then we took further analysis of the data collected on Scopus onto VOS Viewer to determine the issues of co-authorship. That's the web that you see there to my bottom right. The web there showing the connections between authors that are writing on the subject. Find that the first thing to notice that there are relationships, there are collaborative writings showing by the lines that are linking the authors, but however, there were very few authors that were captured doing that in that area. We also did text data analysis to determine the key terms that are used or in these documents or in these publications on open science and intellectual property rights. And you find that there are three main dominating colors there, blue, red, and green, with copyright, open access, and innovation being the most prominent in each of those clusters. So we have three clusters of subject areas that we're addressing the issue. Then the second objective was to look at the subject coverage of scholarly literature on open science and intellectual property. The first diagram shows a pie there where social sciences were leading the table. Of course, we have got, you see the green part of the pie there. It's a collection of other subject areas that were represented by less than 1%. So they were clustered together. But the dominating subject area was the social sciences. Then the VOS viewer analysis using keyword mapping shows that the diversity of subject areas that talk about or that address the issue of open science and intellectual property. And you find the diversity is shown by the many colors there. I don't know if everyone is as colorblind as Prof. Nyanja, but for me I can see red, I can see yellow, I can see purple, I can see blue, I can see lime, I can see green. So there are so many colors there that are showing and how the intersections, how it intersects with IPRs in different fields or different areas. Then the last objective was on the trends in the growth of scholarly literature on open science and intellectual property. The first diagram there from VOS Viewer, which was tracing the number of documents by year. You find that VOS Viewer gives you a color progression from dark colors representing, if I may say, from on a ratio of 1 to 10, and dark colors will be representing 1. And as the color brightens, the number of publications will be increasing. So that diagram there, unfortunately, the key is that, I don't know if you can see it at the bottom there. From 1970 up to 2000, it shows there were very little publications on this subject because the color was dark, but it started progressing from green, growing into yellow as you proceed from 2000 to date, showing that there is a gradual increase in the number of publications that are coming out each year on issues of open science and intellectual property. And then the number of documents by territory or country, the second diagram there, the dark colors, very few documents. You see where there are lines of yellow indicating many documents coming out of those countries, and the leading country is the United States of America. And again, the leading institution, according to the table, the bottom right table, the National Institute of Health from America again is leading, and the funding sponsor is the National Science Foundation, again from the United States of America. So a brief discussion of the findings is that while many scientists focus on projects that allow them to acquire funding for research activities which would result in scientific publications, which would in turn advance their academic careers. So that's why we saw in the availability of literature there, we found that most of the publications are research articles, because that's where many scientists are getting funding for, so that they can be able to produce research articles. We also realized that there are very few authors that are collaborating on the subject. This could be related to the fact that very few people are writing on the subject. And another thing, the negative views that the IP system is being taken by many researchers, because there are still tensions as people do not think that if they go open science, they will still have control over their IP. So the open science and IPR debate cuts across disciplines, as we saw on the diagrams, and aims at ensuring transparency and accessibility of knowledge that is shared and developed through research collaborations. However, there are poor publishing trends on open science and IPRs, as we saw in that diagram before year 2000, and the publications began to rise around the year 2000, around the 80s, because that's when the rise of IP wars started, when the debate around who controls whose knowledge started. And then there's the increase in the number of publications since year 2000 could be attributed to the extent of these public debates, where some people are arguing for strong IPR protection, while others are arguing that the strong IPR protection and enforcement would not foster innovation, but only enable the rich to make themselves richer and the poor poorer. And then in conclusion, the open science movement calls for knowledge to be shared and developed through collaborative networks. Scholarly literature on open science and intellectual property rights is available and increasing in number since 2000 across disciplines, although limited mainly to articles in the English language, and these publications are concentrated in and sponsored by the Global North. This has remained a critical challenge, and the situation continues to be extremely unclear for developing countries, as revealed by the limited number of documents from such regions. There is the need to reform the current IPR's regime to better align with the principles of inclusive development and the free flow of knowledge, or more permissive commons-based approaches that conform to the traditional Metonian norms of scientific research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngwenya and Prof. Onyancha, on this insightful contribution. I just want to confirm, Dr. Mabaso is side-eyeing me, now I'm even scared to confirm. I just want to confirm if we have a presentation by Dr. Advocate Palane Makura, Sydney Nechekuma, and Dr. Rifile Mabaso. Our technical team, can you confirm? Do we have Dr. Shibambu? Are we winning on this one? The second presentation by Dr. Mphalane Makura, Advocate. Oh, it's not there, okay. Seems like I'm going to have a very short session. We are moving to our third speaker. Can I kindly also confirm with our technical team if we have Dr. Hlompang Paketi? I hope I'm not butchering the name. It's an online presentation. Okay. Can we confirm if we have a presentation by Dr. Hlompang? Okay, our team is confirming. While they are confirming, can Ms. Lufuno Hamedi get ready to come to the stage? Okay, while they are confirming the online presentations, we will move to Prof. Luanda Dube and Ms. Lufuno Hamedi. They will be gracing us with a presentation on AI solutions for archives, improving description through language interpretation, handwriting recognition. Over to you, Ms. Khamedi.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I promise I won't take much of your time. Let me confirm that my name is Mpho Ngoepe. I'm an archivist at Unisa Archives. The presentation that I am going to present this afternoon, it is transpired by Prof. Ngoepe when he sent me to Hawaii. That was last year. It was at the Interpares conference. The issue, the agenda there was about AI and archiving. So when I came back, when I reported to Prof how the symposium was, I said to him, we are like grasshoppers. South Africa or Unisa, we are still behind with technology. They are ahead of us. And in terms of technology, because the discussion there at the symposium was more of developing developing the models, and also they were training AI models to speak to archives. They were training AI, the concept of archiving. So he said to me, I remember he smiled when I told him that we are very behind. And then he said to me, we work with what we have and we do what we can. So that was the message to me that, the message spoke to me that I've gained the knowledge, I've gained something from the US, and I have to do something about it. So that's the reason for this presentation. The title of the presentation is AI Solutions for Archives, Improving Description Through Languages Interpretation and Handwritten Recognition. The presentation guide is the problems, context and purpose until the references. What could be the problem? The problem is something that we are experiencing at Unisa Archives. You know, we have old archives materials, and then most of them are written in Afrikaans language, and most of them are handwritten. So when we do a digitization, we, as archivists, we have to go through each and every item of the collections. Let's say, for instance, we are digitizing the collection of, let's say, Prof. Ngoepe, the collection of Prof. Ngoepe. Before we digitize, we arrange and describe and giving a description. If it is a letter, you have to tell a story about a letter. You include a date, time, and the description. Went through the contents of the letter. So, hence we are doing that. We found that most of the documents are written in foreign languages, like I said, Afrikaans language. I don't understand Afrikaans. So I used to go to my manager and ask her to interpret, of which is a time consuming. You know, when somebody is interpreting, it's time consuming. And also, I will find that the documents are handwritten, which is difficult to read. It's not easy. So that is the challenge that we are facing. So we have lots of documents that is written in Dutch, German, and outdated scripts. So challenging is to describe using traditional method. Like I said, that used to go to my manager and request her to interpret into English. So the purpose of this is to, the purpose of my paper or my presentation is to explore whether AI language interpretation and AI handwriting recognition can enhance the problem that I have. So let me continue. These are the concepts, let me pass. The methodology that I use on this one, I remember when Dr. Chuma requested me to provide the methodology that I used on this paper. In my mind, I was like, okay, the research methodology is Prof. Ngoepe. Which is true. All right, the research methodology that I use is practical practice, using Unisa archives collections. And then the platform, the tools that I use is ChatGPT, AI tool, and transcribers for handwritten recognition. So there we are. I am projecting the documents. The one on my left, probably on your side, is on the right. The one on my left is a document of one of our collections, that's Sanava, that we have here at Unisa Archives. It's written in Afrikaans. So it is to describe this, to tell a story about this document was so difficult for me. You know, I tried ChatGPT. You know, I just scanned a document, I took a photo and request ChatGPT to translate for me, and there is the results on my left. So it is, when I look at it, it is very accurate. The first letter on the Afrikaans version, it started with "ja." So even ChatGPT started with "ja." You know, everything, it interprets even the commas, semicolons, everything it puts as it is. Then I verify this with African-speaking person, if this is really correct, or if this align, and truly it is aligning, thanks to AI. It's not bad, so far so good. At Archives, we have this Bible. It is a Dutch Bible, which is of, I think, 1600. So it is just lying there, and that's the first page, when you open the Bible. And then I was like, I took a picture and then I was like, ChatGPT, just translate to me what is the content. And then voila, it gave me the information as it is. Then I went word for word and I realized it's like, it seems as if it is true. There is the handwritten letter. It is the letter written by Yuma Sikila, our late Yuma Sikila. As you can see, if I can look at the document, I struggle to read, to get the contents, to describe. I was struggling to do that. And then I requested ChatGPT to transcribe for me. There is what the ChatGPT did. If I can read what it started with it started with, in April of 1939, when is born. It's how I read it. Look at what ChatGPT did. In April of 1939, when I was born, KwaHuleng. So on the handwritten note, I don't know, is it KwaHuleng or what? But I think the ChatGPT tried its best to transcribe. So this is the continuation of handwriting recognition. It is, I think I inserted a URL code. It is a video that is showing when it is doing the work of transcribing. I'm not gonna go, we're not gonna watch the video because of time. So the key findings and the implication, what did I find throughout this exercise? The findings, I found that AI translation provides quick, reasonable, accurate interpretation, handwritten recognition, significant, improve efficiency and consistency. And also AI enhances archivists' work instead of replacing it. Like I said, I did check up. Like on the Afrikaans version, I went to the Afrikaans speaking person and we compare and we found that it is accuracy. And doing that, ChatGPT, the free one, they cannot do. This one, I'm using the prescribed one. I did prescribe. I think I'm paying 400 Rand per month. So it was like, I was once asked, somebody asked me that, you are doing the varsity work, why are you using your money? Why are you paying the prescription of 400 Rand doing the university's work? My answer was like, when coming to my archiving work, I go extra mile. As long as I know that the system, it is helping me. So the implications for digital preservation, it has there is improved searchable discoverability through enriched metadata. It is helping with metadata. At least when you do a metadata, you have something to write. You have the keywords to write. And then strong support for digitization and long-term access initiative, and more inclusive access to multilingual and handwritten archival documents. My conclusion is AI tools can effectively address descriptive challenges and improve access to Unisa's multilingual and handwritten collections. Recommendations: adopt AI translation and HWR tools as part of archival workflows. Train archives in AI-supported interpretation and metadata creation, and develop institutional guidelines for ethical and accurate AI use. These are my references. If it is worth keeping, place it in the archives, the home of the evidence of what happened. I thank you.
Can we give a round of applause for Ms. Ramedi? Thank you so much for your valuable contribution. Can I again confirm if we have Dr. Shomphang? Did you confirm, Dr. Shibambu? We don't, okay. We now moving to our next group explores the role of school leadership, leveraging social media for literacy. Please welcome our presenters from the University of Venda. Do we have Mr. Makachan? We don't? We do? Who? Oh, okay. Can we go back to Dr. Shomphang? Our technical team, can they help us to project, please? It's an online presentation. So Dr. Shomphang will be focusing on extending the library's reach. Zimbabwe University Libraries program promoting community information access among adjacent communities. Can we put together our hands for Dr. Shomphang while our technical team is helping us to project, please? Dr. Shomphang, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed, please.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Should I share or someone is going to share that slide?
Please share. Please share.
Thank you. Can someone help share? My machine is misbehaving this side. Hello. Can the technical team help with sharing?
They are saying they don't have your presentation. Can you please send your presentation to Dr. Shibambu, please?
I did send it. Let me send once more.
Please. Dr. Shibambu, please confirm if you have Dr. Shomphang's presentation. Colleagues, are we winning?
I sent and I even got an email to tell me that I should be ready to present. Let me try and send again.
Okay.
Now I can't see their email address. If you can help with that.
I think you are sending to Dr. Shibambu. Okay. Can the technical team help us to project, please? Seems like the presentation is ready.
can you please send the presentation on my email? I'm the one who's currently broadcasting. You can just go to my profile and check my and check my email address and send the presentation there. I've also included my email address on the text.
Dr.
Okay,
Shibambu,
let
can
me
you
check.
assist with that?
I've sent to. I'm sending to Chubambu now.
Technical team, it seems like the presentation is sent to you. Can you please check? Okay, they are projecting now.
Thank you.
Please get ready. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, should I go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead. Can you help us with the projection, please? Technical team.
Thank you. I want to say is I'm a student. I'm a recently graduated PhD student with the help of with Professor Luanda Dube. We managed to come up with this paper. We're speaking about extending the library's reach, Zimbabwe University Library exploring outreach initiatives and community engagement strategies. The background here is that Zimbabwe University libraries are increasingly expected to engage with their surrounding communities driven by national development frameworks and global goals such as the Education 5.0 blueprint and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. University libraries are expected not to be ivory towers, but to go out to the communities and provide information to those communities that are surrounding them. And the methodology there was a multi-case study design covering 8 state universities and a non-probability purposive sampling with triangulation through quarter sampling was used. Our data was collected through online interviews with 8 university library directors and 9 community leaders. We also administered questionnaires to 35 assistant librarians. Observation method was done for additional insights as well as document analysis to validate the responses. And the data was analyzed using A-class TI software. Then the research revealed that all 8 university library directors confirmed the presence of community engagement programs that they do, and this was validated by the assistant librarians and the community leaders. 25% of the libraries, which were 2 directors, reported running literacy classes, and this was also acknowledged by the community leaders whom they've done literacy classes with them. And several libraries collaborated with public libraries, providing training and support to the staff in public libraries. There is also the donation of books that is being done to communities and schools surrounding the universities. Then some university libraries are also setting up school libraries and training and also providing resources to those school libraries. They're doing training to those teacher librarians or school librarians who need further training in how to run school libraries. Then they are also providing support for community library development through training and resources. And they are also offering information literacy skills training to community members, particularly from schools. Then the key findings here are that university libraries actively contribute to community development while facing significant structural and resource challenges. And it was discovered that libraries acknowledge social responsibility and extend information services to their neighboring communities. And they've got diverse initiatives such as literacy classes, book donations, school library establishment, and the services to correctional facilities, where they also send books to prisons. Community recognition is acknowledged also by the community leaders, and they are saying it has a positive impact. There is also library staff demonstrates grassroots leadership in community engagement efforts. However, there are challenges and limitations that were revealed by the study, that there is lack of structure, meaning there is absence of formal frameworks and the policies that support sustainable community engagement. There is just ad hoc programs, meaning outreach initiatives depend on individual staff enthusiasm rather than institutional planning. Then there are no dedicated personnel who are set aside to work specifically for community engagement. Then there is funding constraints. Most of the programs are not funded. They only get maybe money for travel and subsistence when they are going out to donate. Then in conclusions that we have found from the study are saying libraries lack formal structures and frameworks for community engagement. Programs are just ad hoc and staff dependent rather than institutional planned. There is no clearly assigned personnel specifically mandated for outreach. Funding is irregular and inadequate for sustainable programs. While university libraries in Zimbabwe are contributing to community development through information provision, more structured support, staffing, and funding mechanisms are required to ensure continuity and impact. Recommendations based on the findings, there is need for formal outreach frameworks. There is need to develop policies frameworks similar to the Association of College and Research Libraries. There is need to create dedicated outreach units. There is need to establish clear roles for outreach librarians. And there is need for libraries to seek alternative funding. For example, collaboration with corporates and embassies, applying for grants similar to what Allah is doing in America there, and then develop public-private partnerships. Then there is need again to form alliances with public libraries, create mentorship programs, and establish resource sharing agreements. Those are the findings, conclusions, and recommendations of the study. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hlopang. Can we confirm the next speaker, if he's available? Dr. Mpho Ngoepe, Dr. Shibambu?
Yes, I'm around.
Oh, okay. Over to you. Can you, colleagues, communicate the presentation to the technical team so that they can project? Thank you. Over to you.
I can project from my end.
Oh, okay. Please share.
Confirm if you can see my slides.
Yes, we can see your slide. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm happy to be presenting on this symposium celebrating the collaborative scholarship of Prof. Ngoepe. I am here as a doctor because Prof. Mpho supervised me, my PhD. I'm currently doing my postdoctoral fellow at the School of Business Leadership. Today, I'll be presenting a title on Reading Beyond the Classroom, the community collaboration in shaping among children in South Africa. Why I selected this title is today we are celebrating Prof, and we also need to celebrate other profs. But how can we celebrate the other profs in future if the children are not literate? Children need to be literate so that they can also be professors of tomorrow. Something happened there. Let me reshare. While I'm sharing my PowerPoint presentation, something happened there. Yes. So in South Africa, we have a literacy crisis. If we remember last year, the research that was done by the PI.
Dr. Ngomo, are you still with us?
She's muted.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Oh, sorry. So I was saying that we need professors in future so that we can also celebrate them. But the research shows that 81% of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning in South Africa. And this is so alarming because in 2016 it was 78%, but 5 years later it's increasing to 81%. What's so alarming is what next? What after 5 years? Is it going to be 100%? And when we check the statistics, South Africa places last out of 43 participating countries. And this is so alarming. That's a barrier to education, attainment, and for future opportunities. So for this study, I decided to investigate the power of community collaboration in promoting literacy of selected reading initiatives. There are a lot of initiatives in South Africa. There is a lot of money that is being pumped so that the literacy is promoted. So the question is, what's happening? Why are you still having these students who cannot, these learners who cannot read for comprehension? So I decided to investigate 3 of them, Nalibali, Read to Rise, and Room to Read. Because they've been in the game since, like Nalibali has been there since 2002, then Read to Rise has been there again from 2007, then Room to Read initiative has been there from 2006. So the question is, why are we still having these increases of learners who cannot read? There are positive impacts. One of the positive impacts is these books that are there are published in 11 languages that are published in South Africa, that are spoken in South Africa, and also mobile libraries that deliver books to the communities, and also the stories are for learners who are aged 0 to 12 years. But there are key challenges. For instance, there is poverty. It limits access to educational books. 2/3 of homes lack children's books. Low adult reading rates hinder home-based literacy support. The child has taken the book from Nandipal, but at home, no one can help that learner to read. Then there's program fragmentation, independent operation without unified framework, duplication of airports across our provinces in South Africa, and even coverage creates inequality in access, and also policy integration. Limited integration with national educational strategies. Reading for pleasure is often viewed as an extra or an added on. This creates disconnection from national educational policies. So when I was checking these challenges that are there, I decided to propose a framework. This integrated framework is for literacy development. It's for the schools, the community, and all the policymakers to collaborate and also support each other. At home, us as parents, we also need to support our learners. If a learner comes with a book, let's read to our learners. And even at schools, the teachers themselves, because some schools, they don't have librarians. So maybe train teacher librarians so that they can also support the learners and teach them how to read for comprehension. Not just to read, but to read for comprehension so that they are able to discuss whatever they have read. In conclusion, community collaboration is indispensable in fostering reading habits among children in South Africa. Initiatives like Nalibali, Read to Rise, and Room to Read have demonstrated significant localized success. But this integrated framework for connecting schools, communities, and national policies, they need to come together. They need to come together and work together. Nalibali, Read to Rise, and Room to Read, they don't need to operate as loners, but they need maybe to work even with the Department of Education and also with the schools and also with the parents so that this collaboration can help assist our future professors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nkomo. I think that was our final presentation, colleagues. And my job is now done. I would kindly like to call Prof. Maluleka to conclude our symposium. Over to you, Prof, and thank you.
Colleagues, good afternoon. I'm not sure why I'm the last one to speak, but I'll take advantage of it. And because there are very few of us left here, I'll make sure that I don't waste time. You can time me, I'll not take more than 10 minutes. My name is Risenga Maluleka. I will be giving the closing remarks. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation to the University Management under the leadership of Prof. Lenkabula in absentia, and all the VPs who were present here, including Professor Ngoepe. A special mention goes to VP Strategy, Risk and Advisory Services, Dr. Molapo, for the opening and warm welcome, and the acting chair of our Department of Information Science, Prof. Saurumbe, for setting the scene, the college management, all who provided messages of support. I'm not going to mention all of you because of time. Everyone who was online with us here, the Ngoepe family, colleagues, I had the pleasure of actually visiting the family back home in Makhabeng and enjoyed their hospitality, those beautiful mountains and landscape. We'll also want to make special mention to Mrs. Ngoepe, the wife. She's the one person who knows the good and the bad of the success that we are celebrating here today. Because all of us know the positives, and she knows how deep the iceberg really goes.
all speakers and every one of you present today and online, your valuable contribution to the symposium in honor of Professor Mpho Ngoepe, you indeed helped to make it a successful event. And with the powers vested on me to do these closing remarks, I thought it would be appropriate and useful to summarize some of the key issues emanating from this symposium. From the first session, Dr. Situmu spoke of Professor Ngoepe's royal background and his quiet personality. If you have ever heard of soft power, or if you have never heard of soft power, today you have seen what soft power is in Professor Ngoepe. He is very different from these many chacharach individuals that Dr. Situmu spoke about, who always look busy but doing nothing. With him, you'll just results. And Ms. Sisulu, in support, spoke about honoring people who are always modest, like Professor Ngoepe. I wanted to say to him, unfortunately, he left that Mintiro ya balabula. His involvement with the National Archives, the role played in South African Society of Archivists, LIASA, the number of councils he serves and continues to serve is very impressive. And his publication record is very amazing. And I wanted to really say this when the house was still full, because I feel that we need a referendum as the least sector. We can't be a sector without even a single A or B rated scholar. And through my informative research, I've seen that there are departments or fields which rate their own scholars higher, even with very little contribution. So we need a serious family meeting as a sector. And mentorship and supervision were key highlights of his career. It was impressive to see young academics in the department leading book projects that are underway. Dr. Shakhola and your team, that was really impressive. In his response, Prof. Ngoepe mentioned the importance of starting and highlighting that for a path to be there, someone has to walk it first. And the importance of networks, which assisted to elevate him. So please, if you want to move far, take someone along with you so you can cover the distance. And the importance of elevating others, which is not common. We know that people get to the top and kick the ladder. That's what they do. They want to be able to come and say, what are you guys doing down there? And the response from Mpho's mother proves that indeed, I'm not sure if there are Tswana people here. Those who know Tswana will understand me. And from Mpho's mom, indeed, the mother will always lead and face danger on behalf of their children. And in my language, we say, those who don't understand, loosely translated, those who gave birth are really blessed. And in the second session, Prof. Onyancha spoke of collaboration. And I wanted to ask questions there, but I knew I'm going to prolong the discussions. And the rural universities collaborating more at national level, we need to ask ourselves questions. What may be the factors behind that? Are they not paying well? Are they not rewarded for research? Are they not attracting the best talent? International collaborating universities, which subject areas are they actually pushing these collaborations? I've seen one thing in common among those universities. They all almost have medicine. And medicine is really pushing even their ratings. So if you check some of those universities, medicine is a contributing factor in how they end up where they are. And when it comes to oral history as living archives, I'm not sure if Doc Moloi left or is still around, Doc. You actually touched an area that is very close to my heart, and we'd like to add the spanner to the works and ask the scholars and all delegates, is the IKS, which we are talking about, that we should be the one teaching at universities? Because the current IKS actually has Western influence and is contaminated by Eurocentric views. Should the authorities of IKS be the scholars wearing Western lenses, or should they be those custodians who don't have any formal education at home? And open access, again, it touches a bit of IKS, because IKS, by its nature, is not owned by anyone. It's community owned. There is no intellectual property when it comes to IKS. So how does IKS feature in this open access wave? And interesting what ChatGPT did to your transcription there, Doc, to be. And I always say those who are afraid to learn new things always have negative things to say about them. And I have a friend who's still not on social media, by the way. And he thought soon no one will be interested in it and it will die down, but it's been years now. And I still say, Dr. Khameni, AI will replace so many jobs. And those who are ignorant will be home. Finally, my deepest appreciation is, of course, reserved for Professor Ngoepe, for our relationship goes beyond the university halls. I would have loved to directly say to him, through you, I really saw a candle loses nothing by lighting another candle. You shared with most of us here. You were very generous with your time with most of us here. Your priceless contributions to main careers here did more than you may know. And indeed, you lifted all of us as you rose. Many keep saying you look young. I say it is the lifestyle you chose, and you are really working hard for it. Before ending my closing remarks, I would like to convey my special thanks to those who put this symposium together. The staff members from the biggest library in Africa, and the academic staff from the #1 LIS department in Africa, all attached to the University of the Land, Re a leboga. I believe we once had a symposium where the library partnered with the department and it was discontinued. With what happened today, this can never be a once-off thing. To the organizers, let's hope those dark ages are gone and this will be a yearly event. I thank you very much. Before I go back to my seat, I will want to call on Dr. Musako. I was instructed to call him up to the podium, so I think he's the one who's going to have the final word. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for staying over. Once more, as I say, you had other engagements, but you chose to honor this event by being here. For that, I really thank you very much. If I had a head, I'll be taking off to you. Okay, Professor Jan Maluleka, thank you very much for the vote of thanks. I just need to call I think the terminology is called local organization team to come over so that we can acknowledge them accordingly and so that they can be documented in a camera, should I say so. So the local organizing team, could you please approach the stage so that we can have a bow to the audience present here. Thank you very much. I'll call you by name. Dade Mushakola come through, Dr. Mem come through, and so that we can bow. Dr. Magutla come through, Dr. Ledwaba as you walk through. Okay, all I need to say, the energies that you put behind this event are now paying off. We have the event remaining in people's tongues and mouths, and it will remain to be part of the income reads as well as newspaper reads going forward. The event was a very much, should I say, well orchestrated and then well conducted by the conductor, of course. Every event has got such a thing. So for that, once more, we are very thankful that the audience managed to take home. And whatever they take home, you will see it in the corridors. They'll keep on saying, did you remember? Did you see? Did you forget? Did you document the activities that transpired? So I know that I've been called the chairperson of the event, but actually I was an absent one, being engaged in other activities. So for that, I take off my head that I have now to the team, and thank you very much. Okay. May you take a bow to the camera, and so that we are all documented. I now make this event, should I say, agenda. Thank you very much.